This is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena. We're gonna do the comparative analysis today. We're gonna look at that, and we will take your phone calls. So we take down predictions. We're gonna continue taking down predictions. We already took some predictions on the last show, and that will continue. The phone lines are not open yet. I'm gonna open them in a few minutes. First, I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. So Kobu, Super Sardonic, Don Chile Rellenos, Sean Anthony. Who else we've had? Alfredo Contreras, Mars, LT in the house. Harp, Janda, Larry Liston, Earl Stevens. All right, guys, welcome to the show. Let's start by going here to the panel. We already have Mr. BDA, Chief, and Gonzalo. Guys, welcome to the show. Yo, wake up.
Hey, how's it going?
Wake up.
King Bucho.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up? We had to delay the show because we were watching the grand arrival of Canelo and Charlo as well. And yeah, well, they didn't say much. I was trying to see how I was trying to see if Charlo looked bigger or something, but couldn't really tell. We'll see on the day of the weigh-in. We'll see how big Charlo looks.
I was really expecting a face-off. That's what I was really watching it, but they didn't at the end, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, it was kind of pointless, but whatever. I'm gonna open up the phone line soon, guys. Don't worry. And let's start. Oh wait, I have to share my screen here. Give me 2 seconds. And BDA, I don't know if you're there. I need to maybe fix your volume. You said so. As soon as you start speaking, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Right,
yeah, because the other day you told me I was low, but then when I re-listened to how I sound on YouTube, it's over-modulated. So it's you just have to. If you lower your volume, I mean, if you lower my volume on the Discord, everyone else is gonna hear me fine on Discord, and YouTube it won't. It's only gonna affect what you hear on YouTube. So.
All right. I'm screen sharing. So, guys, please go to that window. And for everybody in the chat, I'm going to show you the first tail of the tape type of, I don't know how the fuck you call it. Let's call it tail of the tape. The tail of the tape, we're going to be comparing skills. So, let's start with speed. Who has more speed, Canelo or Jermell Charlo? Who wants to go first?
I'm going to go ahead and say that Jermell Charlo is the quicker fighter at this stage in their careers, especially he going up in weight. So he's probably going to remain a little quicker.
Yeah, I'm going with Charlo too, man. I think he has the slightly quicker, faster hands with the combination and all that, which is like Gonzalo said, it's a given because he is moving up in weight. So
even with moving up in weight, he does have a quicker jab. Canelo's is more solid and almost telephone pole-like compared to Charlo's. Charlo's is snappy. He turns it over real fast. He does have a good jab at 154. We have yet to remains to be seen what it's like at 160, whatever he's going to weigh in at, 165-ish to 168. But overall speed, I don't know. Quickness, he's got the edge definitely at his current weight. We'll see if the weight factors that, but until proven otherwise, we have to lean towards Charlo.
All right. I guess it's a
I would also add that the reason Canelo was probably a little slower because the punches that he throws a lot of times are shoulder driven. He puts his back and shoulder into them. So sometimes he's dragging the arm with it, which is not a bad thing, but like I'm saying, he's dragging that whole arm in order to put power behind his punches.
Well, in the chat, we have a super chat from Average BXN fan. He says, quicker at 154, not 168 after a 16-month layoff. So he's saying that he's fast at 154, but not at 168. That's an interesting point because we haven't seen Jermell at 168. Well, we'll see. Earl Stevens says with a super chat, I appreciate that. He says, get me for Canelo 11th round KO body shot. All right. Let me just write it down here. Earl Stevens, Canelo 11th, body shot. All right, I'm gonna add it soon to the list, to the official list. We're gonna continue with the tail of the tape here. So we go now to power. Who has more power? Who has more power?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say. I mean, Charlo's he's a powerful puncher, but I'm just gonna say Charlo's powerful most of the time because he's accurate. And until recently, he started landing accurately and knocking a lot of these dudes out because in the beginning he didn't have that many knockouts. But I'm gonna say Canelo early on, he was knocking more fighters out, and his power is still up there. He's still retaining that power at the higher weights, and now he's fighting like he wants to drop everything heavy. Mm-hmm. Maybe not everything, but most of his punches, like I said, shoulder driven, and that's how he fights nowadays. He goes for the kill. So I'm gonna say Canelo Alvarez. Myself.
Would you be surprised if Charlo surprises Canelo with his punching power?
Of course. No, not surprised. No, I would expect it. He hits hard with both hands. He's accurate. And he's going to pack on some pounds. So if he's quicker, plus the extra pounds, he's going to generate probably the same power he was throwing at 54.
Welcome to...
And maybe carry that power, and it's going to look like something we have not ever seen from his behalf, I mean.
Yeah. Who else wants to say something about the power? The power. All right. I see nobody wants to say anything. Well,
I wasn't sure if Chief was going to go. I don't know who's here now, but yeah, look, it's a given. It's power advantage goes to Canelo. Again, these people might think, oh, you're giving one guy, the edge, or you're selecting him as having superior power, therefore the other guy doesn't have it. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying one guy's might have an advantage by a little or by a lot.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds.
It depends on Charlo, how Charlo's going to look at 168, which we know he's going to come in lower. But it's going to be interesting to see after this people saying, well, how could Charlo have done it against John Ryder, for example? Because Canelo looked, those first 6 rounds, he looked like he was going to really batter John. It looked like he was going to stop him. He was beating him up. And then that one punch at a time approach wasn't enough. But he did drop him, busted him up, hurt him multiple times later on in the fight. So just based off the fact that he was able to do that to a gorilla like John Ryder, I got to give the edge to Canelo.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that Canelo has much more power. And somebody in the chat is saying, Sean Anthony says, come on, guys, Canelo took Triple G's power. I mean, that's true. I mean, can Charlo really surprise Canelo? Maybe surprise. Can he drop him? That's probably a no. But who knows? This is boxing. Don Chile Relleno says, with a super chat, appreciate that, man. He says, The Power, sung by Manowar, sick as fuck. Manowar. I don't know that song. I'll look it up. The Power. We're going to be playing that if Canelo knocks out Charlo. All right. Next, I can see there's a super chat there. Fuck. Hold on. Ring IQ. Who has more Ring IQ?
Yeah, that's going to be in my opinion. There's no doubt about that. Canelo Alvarez is one of the most intelligent fighters currently, and personally that I witnessed throughout my lifetime. Because he's pretty much a complete package aside from stamina, but we'll get to that, I guess, a little later on this list. But yeah, he's pretty much a complete package. He's a very cerebral fighter. I'm going to give that Ring IQ to Canelo Alvarez.
I'm going to go with Canelo as well here, Bucho. I mean, it's just you can see how he expends less energy than Charlo and he's able to get the job done. Whereas Charlo has to do a lot of movement, little waste, not a lot, but compared to Canelo, he wastes movement more, which sort of telegraphs his shots. Canelo has also been able to fight a variety of styles and come out on top. He's fought movers, he's fought come forward guys. Now you can say the same thing with Charlo, but again, I reference the results. Canelo has looked better against better opposition, a myriad of styles than Charlo has, and just the fact that he's also more relaxed. I think Gonzalo once mentioned that when we were talking about Canelo versus Charlo, he says, Canelo, you just look at him and he's very relaxed, and that's probably because he feels he's got other advantages like chin and strength and all that and power. So maybe that's why he makes him so relaxed, but be that as it may, that relaxation often yields better results, and so ring IQ has to go to Canelo.
In the chat, Jaden Anthony says, where was all that great ring IQ against Floyd Mayweather and Bivol?
So I don't understand the argument. So losing means you don't have a good ring IQ.
I guess. I think you have to win every fight.
Yeah, you have to win every fight. Otherwise, you don't have good ring IQ.
I think that's thinking like that is lack of IQ. But all right, we love the debates. We love these comments. We need to spice it up, man.
You can't even say if he didn't have that great of a ring IQ, he would have got knocked out. But he implemented the defense while keeping the waist on the swivel and evading a lot of the punches that Bivol threw at a higher weight for Canelo. So that's my opinion.
Jaden Anthony says good ring IQ is not all-time great. So we're talking about all-time greats here. I don't know. What are we talking about here? We're talking about who has more ring IQ. I am confused.
Yeah, he's all over the place. But yeah, ring IQ goes to Canelo.
All right. Experience. Who is more experienced?
I'll go first on that one. Both guys, it's actually pretty close. Charlo has fought, like I said earlier, a variety of styles. He's been around, seems like he's been around forever. We first saw him around circa 2012, 2013 fighting. So he's got about 10 years of televised fights, fighting good opposition. Canelo, his career has been longer. He's been fighting since he was 15 as a professional. Now, obviously, a lot of those early fights weren't exactly against the world-class opposition, but he did fight some solid guys. Like he fought when he was at that welterweight, I believe, or junior welterweight. He fought El Tite de Vasquez, former world champion. So, he's been fighting tricky opposition since he was on the come up. And you look at the big names and like for example, just Golovkin and Jacobs had better resumes than almost anybody or everybody. I'm scratching my head here thinking who that Charlo fought had better opposition. And I got to go with Canelo, not just the length of his professional career, but he's been under the limelight even more as well. He has more big fight experience. I mean, this is the 7th fight or more that he showed up, and it's a big fight atmosphere. It's going to be on the pay-per-view in front of a lot of people. So it's got to be Canelo at this point.
I agree. Gonzalo?
Yeah, I'm going to say Canelo Alvarez as well. Although they're the same age, Canelo's more long in the tooth. He's got over 60 fights, maybe I think 63. So he's like the last link to the fighters of the prior generations, the ones that used to fight more active. And with that being said, I think Canelo fights more active. He fights sometimes 2 times, 3, and just recently, like 4 times within the span of 11 months when he became undisputed. So that's experience. Within a short amount of time. So that's also experience when you're fighting often, right? When you're fighting often, and you're Charlo too, he's got experience, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that's a clear one for Canelo. Of course
he has experience, just not on the same level.
Oh, yeah, and another one. I think PDA mentioned it. How many punchers has Charlo faced?
Yeah.
Manana Rosario, yes. But he dealt with them handedly with like a jab, got him out of there, and the Lubin fight didn't go long, maybe 1 or 2 rounds. So he never really got tested back against a fighter with a tough chin and power that was always going to be there. So this is going to be a different type of opponent for Charlo that he's probably never faced.
All right, let's take a phone call here. 336, you're on the air.
Yo, let's talk about ring IQ real quick, because, we got all these flow-mos still fucking, existing. The reality is Floyd Mayweather is not undefeated. He's lost Castillo. He, at best, got a draw against Maidana. And you want to shit on Canelo's ring IQ. Where's Floyd Mayweather's ring IQ when he gave away the 12th round to Maidana in the first fight that he arguably lost? in a close fight. The reality is, he's either A, it doesn't have ring IQ, or he's a protected bum his entire career who got gift decisions and he offered nothing to his opponents. And, he fought in an ass style where he was almost impossible to knock out. The dude's a coward and a fraud. And with Canelo Alvarez, he has a lot more experience, way better wins. Actually, I think this fight is such a mismatch that if he beats Charlo, it won't even be in the top 5 best wins of his career. That's how, confident I am that this is just a total wash. I don't see any way Charlo wins. He's repetitive on the back foot. He can't fight, and that showed in the both Castano fights. Castano's pretty one-dimensional front, a come-forward fighter. He's a good combination puncher, but he's pretty one-dimensional guy. And he made Charlo look pretty average in those fights, really. And, Canelo's faced harder punchers, better competition. You just seen every style. And even though Charlo has speed, how is he going to apply it? How is he going to use it? He can't fight on the front foot. He throws the same combinations at the same speed. He uses the same punches all the time. He usually sets everything up with a 1-2. He'll fucking throw a left hook bending down, throwing a left hook with his head at the fucking, staring at the ground. This is going to get washed, man. Canelo's going to have this kid figured out by round 3 or 4. It wouldn't even stop me if Canelo stopped him in 5 or 6. I'm still going to stick with my prediction in 8 or 9. But Canelo is better in every metric aside of speed. But even Charlo's speed, he can't really fucking use it, man. This is a fucking mismatch, man. And we don't even know how...
What if this fight goes 12 rounds? I saw that you placed a bet on Canelo by stoppage.
Yeah,
so
I placed
you're
a
going to be pretty pissed
bet.
off.
So two things. If I lose, I lose. Calculated risk. So
That's a good point.
If it goes 12 rounds, it's two things. Canelo is not the fighter he once was in 2021, 2020. That's the reality of it. Or, and it can also be added into, Charlo can take a better beating than most of us in here believe, because I think pretty much everyone here is picking Canelo by KO, everyone on the panel. But this is a fucking mismatch. Even if miraculously Charlo goes the distance, he's going to get beat on. Like, yes, I understand no one's Superman and anyone can be beat. But, bro, Charlo should be a fucking 10-1 underdog. The fact that Vegas thinks this fight's going the distance is a joke. The dude is coming off the hand surgery, been chin-checked, visibly hurt at 154 against people that can't punch anywhere near as hard as Canelo Alvarez. He's on an 15, 16-month layoff. This fight isn't going to be competitive, people. It's not going to be that great of a win for Canelo because Canelo has much better wins on his resume. Even the shot Sergey Kovalev that he weight drained is a better win than Charlo. Dude, this is a fucking joke fight, but I don't mind. I don't mind seeing the LDBC Glove Cake 3.0, all this crying, bitching, and moaning. They're going to keep moving the goalposts for Canelo once he knocks his crip ass the fuck out. That's going to be the reality of it.
All right. Thank you for calling.
I put my money where my mouth is, too.
All right. We gotta move on.
Good.
All right, take care, man. All right, there we have it. Guys, phone lines are open. Don't be shy to call in, give us your prediction, or just talk about the fight. And let's move on here. Who has the better foot movement? Mr. BDA, what do you mean by foot movement here, first of all? I'm always confused.
Well, yeah, that's a thing. Good question. People always talk about, if you move a lot, that's good movement. That's what a lot of people think. If you move a lot, if you got quick feet, for them, that's superior footwork. Well, we're not just talking about fighting off the back foot or back foot bitching it. We're talking about, can you cut the ring off with your feet? Are your feet, can you use your feet? Do you know how to use your feet to get in position, to punch, to move on the inside, to cut the ring off, to set your punches up, judging the distance well? Some fighters, they jump in punching, and it allows a clincher to wrap their arms around them and sexually assault them. So that's what and also, if you launch a big power shot, which you need to have good footwork for that too as well, and you miss, are your feet well spaced apart? Or do you fall off balance and hit the ground after you miss a shot because you got shitty balance? All of that are the factors that we look for when we're gauging foot movement.
Yeah, when you're off, when you throw a punch and you miss, if you're in position, are you in position to throw another one? Right? Sometimes we see these guys that throw a punch and they're okay, so that's what we mean, people. So in the chat, that's what we mean. Tell us who has a better foot movement. So, panelist, who has the better foot movement?
I'm gonna say That's a close one. Jesus. Look, in the Castano fights, Castano was doing all the work. In the first fight, he was actually driving Charlo against the ropes. In the second fight, I'm going to say, okay, Charlo did create separation as he was going back and Castano was coming forward. Yeah, he ran him into a punch. So basically, he set him up for that. So that's good footwork too. But Canelo, like BDA said, when he launches those lead left hooks, you got to have good balance. The way he caught a Caleb Plant, and to some extent, I think Kovalev as well. And it helps him that he complements it along with the waist movement. So sometimes, I mean, he could have a good foot placement where if you make a mistake, he'll make you pay. Like he caught a Billy Joe Saunders, right? So his feet are like well planted. He's not really like losing his balance. He's retaining his position when he needs to hold that position in order to punch on the fly if you make a mistake. And he will also drive you back against the ropes. He does like this little like daisy chain, like double step, where he puts you against the rope and he's already like preparing to throw a power hand, right? So he's already got that. He's loading up on it as he's driving you towards the ropes, and bam, then he'll drop the hammer on that one. So I don't know. It's a close one, man. I'm actually going to give it a Canelo, actually. Foot placement, foot movement. He was looking a little off balance with Castano. I'm just going to say that. And like I said, Canelo's powerful. So he's going to push you back with his body. And if he throws you off balance, are you going to be able to punch? So you got to keep your foot placement facing a guy that's strong. And will he be able to retain that against Canelo? I don't know. I'm just going to say Canelo.
Yeah, Gonzalo brings up a good point about this isn't exactly. I mean, if anyone's superior, it's not going to be by a lot. Canelo, Del Hoyo was referencing again the fact that Canelo seems to fight with cement feet. He was doing a whole jigamaru dance. I mean, it was a little weird. I don't know if he's back on the snow, the candy, the nose candy. But I will say this. Canelo showed that he can back foot bitch it like he did against Golovkin. He showed why back foot bitching it doesn't really work. He said, you know what, in the second one, he said, I'm actually going to fight this guy using my strength, my punching power, relying on my chin to take the shots. He did much better. There's a lot of guys out there, like, for example, Frank Martin. He seems to be stronger than he thinks, and he hits harder than he knows. And if he would actually fight with some balls, I think he would actually perform better. But as it is, he doesn't, because they're back foot bitching it. So I will say this though. Canelo does seem to have problems with his knees a little bit more. So I'm gonna footwork. I'm gonna give it to Canelo slightly, because Charlo does have good footwork. If you see the second Castaño rematch, he's moving, and then he knows when to stop and throw hooks, power shots, and still remain on balance. So it's a close one, but I'm gonna go with Canelo.
All right. In the chat, we have Delight One. He says, making Charlo come up 2 divisions is crazy. What do you guys think?
I mean, at this point, if you're still complaining about that, just don't fucking watch the fight. I mean, look at Charlo. He's the guy that should have been fighting at middleweight or above that for years ago. So the system has to change. People have to, and look, if they did the same day weigh-ins like they used to pre-80s, 1980s, Canelo would have to move up as well. Everybody would have to move up. Or maybe Canelo wouldn't have packed on as much muscle as he does have now. He'd be fighting as a middleweight. You know what I mean? So people, this whole thing of giving guys 24 hours to rehydrate, it's making light heavyweights fight at middleweight, and middleweights at junior middleweight.
Would you say that this is similar to Floyd Mayweather versus Juan Manuel Marquez?
No, and it's even, this is a better fight, and it's better than Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia too, because as I said in the last show, when Errol Spence fought Mikey Garcia, for example, what advantages did Mikey Garcia have? No. He was slower, shorter, fatter. He didn't hit as hard either. So what was he going to do to Errol Spence? He wasn't going to knock him out with one shot.
Marquez?
He wasn't. Was that?
Yeah, what about Marquez? Which advantages did he? I mean, was he bigger than Floyd?
Exactly.
In height,
so at least
reach?
at shorter, smaller. So at least in this one, you get a guy who should have moved up a long time ago, who's going to be filling up his larger frame. And I think they're overrating the weight disadvantage, the discrepancy. I think that's a lot of people are already saying that to discredit Canelo once he wins. Like, he just, because I mean, people say it. You get some people in the chat have been saying it, that Canelo is overrated. He sucks. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't a guy like Charlo beat an overrated guy despite the weight discrepancy? We've seen it before.
Or at least outboxing, or at least outboxing for whatever. I mean, let's say Charlo gets knocked out eventually, but if he's a better boxer, he's gonna be able to show it at least for us for a certain number of rounds, right?
Exactly.
If he's really, I mean, we're gonna be seeing Charlo just outbox Canelo until eventually maybe he gets caught. But we'll see. Obviously, I don't think that's the case because I think Canelo can actually box. So it's going to be pretty interesting. Don Chile Relleno, thank you for your super chat. He says the lawyer is back on the perico and fishnets. Right?
Oh, come on.
Probably. I don't even know what's going on with the lawyer right now. All right, hey guys, we got. Let's take a call. 925.
Hey.
Whoa.
Yeah. What's up?
What the hell? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
What's up?
Chile Relleno, hang up the damn phone.
What?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? You are making calls.
All right, man. Any predictions?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
All right, what's your prediction?
Hey, my prediction, I got Canelo. I got Canelo stopping Charlo. Hey, check this out. Check this out. Going back on the flat-footed, Canelo, everybody say he's flat-footed, but he's whooping everybody ass with the flat-footed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. So do you think that's hate? Just pure hate or ignorance? What do you think?
I think it's ignorance from everybody to say that.
Interesting. All right.
It's
Well,
ignorance. I consider it ignorance.
Hey, caller, what's your name? So I add you to the...
Hating.
Caller, what's your name? So I add you to the prediction list.
Hey. Kiki.
All right, we got Kiki down. Canelo stops Charlo. Do you want to give us a round?
Yeah, I'm going to go with round 10 round, bro. 10th round. He's going to wear him out and put him out of misery.
All right.
Hey, Kiki, are you going to be doing a fight party with your friends and everything, inviting him over? How are you going to watch the fight?
I'm going to be in Vegas. Baby.
Oh,
nice.
I'm going to be in Vegas. Woo! Hadouken!
Great, man. Well, hopefully you call back and let us know how it was.
I'm flying Thursday night, man. Thursday night, I'm flying out there.
All right,
hey,
great.
Join the Discord and take pictures and video, man, of everything that's going on live.
Hey,
we
call
need
up
a
to the
report
fight.
on the ground.
Hey, keep up the good job. I thought you guys are doing fucking great. Love you guys, man.
All right, take care, man. See ya.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Kiki's
Hey,
already
Bucho,
partying.
Jimmy needs a link.
Huh? Jimmy?
Something up with the phone. He needs a link because he's not getting the invite.
All right.
Nah, don't give him a link. He has to learn how to get here on his own, man.
Yeah.
What's up? Yeah, salute Bucho, salute Gonzalo, right? Gonzalo right here.
Yeah. Here, Gonzalo, BDA, myself, and Jimmy's coming here, and Chief left. Yeah. All right, let's continue with this tale of the tape. So now we're moving on to chin. Who has the better chin?
I mean, Canelo, after seeing him face Triple G, after seeing him face Kovalev's a devastating fucking puncher. Who else he fought with? Who was a puncher? Kirkland was a good puncher, and Canelo has never touched the canvas. So, if you ask me, Canelo has a way better chin.
Yeah, that's a good point. Somebody mentioned it in the chat as well. I mean, that Golovkin fight just showed you that Canelo has a fucking good chin. And power's the last thing to disappear from a boxer. And Canelo fought him 3 times, and he got rocked in the 10th round of the second fight. He didn't go down. So he has a better fucking chin. What do you think, BDA? Gonzalo?
I mean, 36 rounds against Golovkin. I mean, Golovkin, everybody he's fought, he's either dropped or at least, or stopped. He stopped almost everybody he's fought. And if he didn't stop him, he at least dropped him, right? Like Jacobs, for example. He couldn't stop him, but he dropped him. Derevchenko couldn't stop him, but he dropped him. Kell Brook couldn't drop him, but he stopped him. When he fought Canelo, 36 rounds, Canelo never touched the canvas. I mean, that's a good chin. That's recuperative. I mean, you look at his neck. He has no neck. He's a bulldog. Charlo has a good chin as well, but then you look at the opposition. Again, we go back to experience. He hasn't really fought that many punchers. I mean, Banana Rosario, okay, but Charlo, in a way, was fortunate to fight in a division that was filled with skill guys, but very chinny. I mean, Erickson Lubin, chinny. J-Rocks. I know he didn't fight J-Rocks, but that was another top guy in the division. Chinny. Banana Rosario, chinny. Who else am I missing here? Tony Harrison, chinny. The only really guy that he never, that wasn't really previously known as a chinny guy was Brian Castaño. So you give him credit for that. But you got to give Canelo the chin advantage. I mean, he, like Gonzalo said, Kovalev, Golovkin, Jacobs is a good puncher too. Come on.
All right. I think it's who else do we have here? I think it's a Jimmy. Jimmy.
I'm going to say Canelo as well. Yeah, sorry, Jimmy. Canelo as well. He's got a good chin. Been tested, although he doesn't need a lot of punches, but credit, along with the chin, the defensive skills, and also the big neck, the exercise. He's a dedicated. He stays dedicated to working out the neck, and I could see how that could become tiresome for a lot of fighters where you don't want to do it all the time. Because it's kind of like, damn, I got to work on my neck. I can only imagine. It's kind of like tedious and tiring, man. Imagine fucking working out your neck every day. You're probably one day going to be like, I don't feel like it. But this dude stays dedicated for many years on working out that neck. So that helps the chin out as well. And the ability to roll with the shot. So, yeah, plus the tough chin. So that's Canelo, yeah, for me.
All right. Jimmy, who has the chin?
What's going on? Absolutely, Canelo. I mean, chin is incredible. One of the best chins in boxing, without a doubt. And the fact that, like Gonzalo said, he does his neck exercises, what do suck, mind you. That was literally my worst body part. I hated training because gives you headaches too if you really push it hard. You know what I mean? And it gives you like headaches and stiff neck the next day. It kind of sucks. But yeah, no, he works his neck. He puts on that headdress with the hanging 45s, and he just sits in. And then he does, I've seen him do the neck rolls, get up on his back, and, laying on his back, get up on the heel and just rolling on his neck, or does it on with the towel. He does so many different necks, and you can see it. Like BDA said, he's got no neck. And that in his conditioning, you know what I mean, is good enough that, he can, I doubt in our lifetime, I mean, in his career, he's going to knocked out. And here's another thing too, we got with Charlo. If you look at his career, right, who he's fought, name the punches that he's really fucking fought. Name the guys who really crack. Even the guys he lost to, like Castano was, he could hit, but he wasn't a one-shot power guy. He just kind of more smothered you. I think the Charlos, I mean, even his older brother, they never really faced. Well, he faced a banana. I believe, right? Was that him who fought him or the other? But anyways, if you look, I'm pretty sure he never fought any bangers. Anybody could hit as hard as Canelo. So if I was to say who's got a chance to get knocked out in that fight, without a doubt, it's Charlo, not Canelo.
All right.
Has Charlo ever been knocked down? I don't recall. Maybe he has, but I just don't remember. Do you guys know?
Yeah, there was a dude dropped him in 2014, I want to say. And then on top of that, Brian Castaño, who's not even that big a puncher, he did hurt him, wobbled him in the first fight and stunned him in the second one. It didn't make him do the stanky leg, as they say, but definitely in the first fight, he did hurt him too. So, and those guys are lighter punchers, so we got to give the edge to Canelo.
Canelo has to get the edge. I mean, 63 fights, never touched the canvas. That's pretty crazy.
All right.
You got to keep it that sometimes fighters that are like counter punchers, I'm not saying that it's the all end all be all, but sometimes you could also say that maybe they're counter punchers because they don't want to open up, as opposed to like a guy that lets his hands go, because he's kind of worried that he's going to get clipped, right? I mean,
Right.
credit, you have to be intelligent also to pick your spots, but that just might be a reason we got to consider.
All right. Let's take a phone call. 915-915, you're on the air.
Buenas tardes, bro. I'm average boxing fan.
What's up? ¿Qué onda?
Is it cool to give my take on you guys' list that you have up there on the speed, power, and all that?
Yeah. What about it?
On the speed, bro, I have to give it a both. Only reason being is because sometimes we tend to forget that we think that Canelo's slower just because he's in a bigger weight and this guy's coming up. But I don't know. I have to factor in Charlo carrying all that excess weight that he's never had to carry in a fight. And for him to be quicker than Canelo, because Canelo's very fucking explosive, even at that weight. I don't think he's going to be quicker than him, but we'll see that day. On the power, I'm going to give that to Canelo. The ring IQ, the Canelo, his experience as well. The foot movement, I don't know, bro. A lot of the talks on all these other YouTube channels, they say that Charlo has the footwork. But I don't know. To me, he's not a fucking mover. Maybe when with his last trainer, what was it? Was it Ronnie Shields, his previous coach prior to Derek James?
Who was it, guys? I don't remember.
I think it was Ronnie Shields, if I'm not mistaken. That's when he had the so-called slick style boxing, but I still don't think he's a slick style fighter.
He was never really a slick boxer, though.
Yeah, the chin, I have to give it a Canelo too, because I mean, you'll have people say that, well, he's been rocked by Cotto's brother, this, and that. But I mean, I thought this last dude that he just fought, didn't he drop him, but the rope helped him and bounced him back off from the canvas?
Yeah,
I can't recall
right,
if it was
I
the
remember.
first fight
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, outside of that, I think he rocked him as well in that fight. The stamina, even though Canelo does gas out late, to me it'll be even because, I mean, again, I have to factor Charlo doing all the movement, carrying all this weight, and still coming from a 16-month layoff, bro. I think that's fucking tough to do. The mental strength, I don't know. I might give that to Charlo, bro, because he's been in there in some tough battles, and he's managed to fucking come back and kick ass.
All right, last one. What about mental strength?
Yeah, I said I think I'm gonna give that one to Charlo.
Okay. I thought you were stamina. Okay, so stamina is the same, and
just because
Charlo. Interesting. All right. Well, caller, we gotta move on here.
And on the prediction,
caller, did you give us your prediction?
The prediction.
Yeah.
Not yet. Write me down for Canelo, bro. I'm going late round stoppage. I'd say like the 10th, 11th.
All right, what's your name again?
Average boxing fan.
Oh yeah, average boxing fan. All right, man. Thanks for calling. All right, call back again next time.
Alrighty.
All right, see ya. All right, let's move on, guys. Interesting points from average boxing fan. We're moving now to stamina. Average boxing fan had it equal. What do you guys think, though? I mean, Canelo gets a lot of criticism for his stamina, for not having a lot of stamina, supposedly. What do you guys think?
Yeah, but Charlo, in my opinion, Canelo, if there's one thing that he doesn't have as well as all the other things that make him into a great fighter, it's probably the stamina. Because even when he became world champion at 54, when he fought Austin Trout, I believe in 2011, he was a young man at that time, and he kind of tired out a little bit. And now you could also factor this in. He's getting older, so obviously he's not old. He's not as young as when he fought Austin Trout. He's getting a little older, and he's packing more muscle. And that consumes more oxygen. And all the while, Charlo still got muscle. He can distribute it over like a slightly larger frame. So I'm just gonna say And plus, one more thing that I think Canelo throws everything with power. So he throws everything with power. He's bound to get tired. So yeah, I'm gonna say that Charlo keeps it on the back foot a little bit. Doesn't throw a lot of punches sometimes as a counter puncher, so he conserves the stamina, maybe just a little better. Yeah, that's basically it.
Who else wants to go in there? Stamina.
I think probably Charlo might have the stamina edge, but just because we seen Canelo gassed out against fucking what's his name, Bivol, right? He gassed out.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Canelo wasn't really doing a lot of road work and all this shit. That's alleged to Canelo, right? He's been saying that he didn't have a good camp for Bivol. Again, Canelo said that, not me.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, we never seen Charlo at 168. And the thing is, I never saw Canelo with stamina issues at 154. That only happened at 175 and 168 a little bit. So we still have to see how Charlo's going to adapt to the 168 weight, because he's gonna have to add pounds in. You get me? Like, he's not gonna be 154 again. But I mean, I think Charlo does get the stamina fucking department by a little bit, but let's see how he looks at 168.
All right.
Yeah, if you put two guys in terms of who can throw more shots, it would have to be Charlo. If you put Canelo and Charlo side to side in a punching bag and say, hey, just throw as many shots as you can, I think because of the length of each guy's and the length of the muscles, Canelo's a more explosive guy. He's got the bigger muscles, so that takes its toll. The what do you call it? The lactic acid starts building up more for him. So I would go with Charlo. I think Charlo has a stamina issue, and that could prove a key to a potential victory for him.
All right. So we have stamina. Stamina goes to Charlo. All right. The last one for this section, mental strength.
I'm gonna give that one to Canelo. The reason is I've seen Charlo act out, like in camera. He says stupid shit all the time. So that gives me an indication that he doesn't have a good mental strength, at least to me. And I've seen him lose against what's his name, Harrison, which if he really had the mental strength, he would have overcame that loss, if you ask me. But I know he came back in the rematch and he won, whatever. But I never seen Canelo fucking lose like that. You get me? At least not against someone like Harrison. Yeah, Canelo lost to Mayweather, but we're talking about a guy that some people consider an all-time great, and he lost to Bivol. But I mean, that's 175. That's not a Harrison type fighter.
Right.
So when it comes to a mental strength, I gotta give it to Canelo. He's more calm. He's been in there. I never really seen Canelo act crazy on camera the way I've seen Charlo do.
But
I'm giving it to Canelo, the mental strength.
All right. Who's next? BDA, Gonzalo?
Okay,
I'll go first, man.
Okay, go ahead, BDA.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna. I know we discourage people from tying it, but I think it's a bit of a tie, man. Charlo has come back. You give him a second shot, and he will come back and do better. He's been in there in wars of attrition, like he did against Harrison. I think it's about it. Maybe like Chingasa said, if you factor in experience, just the fact that Canelo has done it more, and also Charlo was crying after he lost to Harrison. Remember that in the post-fight press conference, he was crying, saying that that's why he doesn't play video games, because he can't stand losing at anything. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give the edge to Canelo. Fuck it.
Gonzalo?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, let me say this first. I don't think that Jermell Charlo is like necessarily mentally weak. Yeah, he's like BDA said, he doesn't like to play video games because he doesn't like losing. He started crying, everything. But he's got that chip on his shoulder where he avenged the 2 losses. And having a chip on your shoulder sometimes can be good or bad. But like I said, sometimes it's a good thing, and it could impel you to, I think that's a word. It could lead you to do good things because you want to clean that shit up. You got that chip on your shoulder. And he's mentally in a far better place than his brother. He got a good family support system with his wife and everything. And that's the way he liked to do his camps where he visits his family, everything is like personal. I mean, not everybody's the same. So if that helps him, like where he's visiting his family and everything, but he's still getting the training in, I think he's in a good place. But with that being said, Canelo is just very mentally strong. But like I said, he got to deal a little bit with the stamina. So it's kind of like it goes against. You're mentally strong, but you gotta like do your best in order to compose and keep that breathing under control. So I mean, yeah, it is a close one. But I'm just gonna say he's got a lot of experience as well, so I slightly edge it to Canelo.
All right. Mental strength goes to Canelo.
I mean, one guy cries on camera, the other never cries on camera. I mean, what else can I say?
So there you have it. There you have it. Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture of this. Hold on.
What is that green bar that you keep putting over there on the screen?
Oh, so people can follow, like what we're talking about. You know, which.
Man, people are retarded. Are you saying they're stupid?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, so you're saying I'm stupid.
I didn't say that either. I didn't say anything. Kept silent the whole time. I didn't open my mouth.
I know.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Fuck, I'm fucking it up. Shit. Hold on.
Hey, don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Really helps us out.
Take over for 2 seconds.
Okay, yeah, please hit the like. It really helps out. Hey, man, did you guys see that the grand entrance? You know, they make a spectacle out of that. They had this dude on who looks like that Flores guy, except tall. Take that Flores guy, the guy from the PBC, and stretch him, and that's what he looked like. And he was talking before the guys got there. What's that?
Voice is identical, BDA.
Almost, yeah. He looked stretched up, and then he's talking nonstop, blah 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 blah. And the fighters hadn't gotten there, so they had to stretch it again. So he had to just talk nonsense. He was nonstop. I mean, I got to give him credit. I don't know how he pulled it off. He's like, and we know that Canelo is gonna come here to fight. Canelo hasn't lost a fight since 2022, and he just talks and talks and talks.
I thought he was gonna start talking about like what he ate this morning, and I have tacos. It's like, all right.
Yeah, he was pulling shit out of his ass.
He was bullshitting the whole time. I'm gonna do a little bit.
I also noticed
weird, bro.
I noticed that when Charlo was walking in, you know how they had that fucking gigantic belt, the WBC, and you had the mariachi fucking singing and playing the tune. At the very end, after the whole entourage went in, there was a black guy that was complaining to the mariachi band. I couldn't like tell what he was telling them, but basically he was like, I think he was saying like, hey, can you please shut the fuck up because we don't like that shit or something? I don't know. It was just weird.
Oh, you think so?
You know
Holy
what?
Shit.
It was probably what they do to other Mexicans over in LA, where they go, hey, go back to Mexico, go back. You know, and they always tell them that. I don't know, for some reason there's a lot of racial tension like that.
I don't know how Gonzalo picked that up. All right. I took a picture of the last tail of the tape, and now we're going to the second part of it. So let's go with precision. Who's more precise with their punches?
Yeah, I'm gonna say for this one, I'm just gonna give it to Charlo because he's gotten 2 highlight reels where he lands very accurately against Lubin. It was like this short left hook that it was almost like a phantom punch, and it takes a lot of accuracy for you to do that, and that's the reason why he's getting the knockouts now. And the same thing with that shot that took out a Banana Rosario to the pit of the stomach. So those are accurate punches, and I'm sure he's done it in other instances in his fights. But he's a very accurate puncher. That's why he got the power now. Canelo, like, yeah, he's no slouch, obviously. But he's accurate as well. It's kind of a tie, too, man, I think, because Canelo will land on you and break your orbital bone when you make a mistake and catch you in places where all of a sudden, yeah, he's accurate as well. But I'm just going to give it to Charlo.
To Charlo. Interesting. Anybody else?
The precision, I'm giving it to Canelo. I mean, I've seen Canelo face defensive fighters like Lara. Canelo was obviously landing the body shots. What other defensive fighter that he fought? He fought Triple G. He was landing a lot of body shots on Triple G, headshots, everything. Obviously, he had precision against Billy Joe Saunders with the uppercut. Obviously, he had precision with Kovalev with the knockout again. Even when Kovalev was using the jab to keep Canelo at bay, Canelo still managed a way to close in the gap and find an opening to put out fucking Kovalev. And we never seen Charlo against defensive fighters like that. We saw him against Harrison, who's a little bit defensive, but he even lost against Harrison. And where was the precision against fucking Harrison, who's a B fighter to me, who just got wrecked by Team Zoo? I mean, again, Canelo was landing on Cotto. He was more precise than Cotto on that fight. I mean, so how many fights haven't we seen Canelo at the top level against fighters like Cotto, Triple G, and he's landing cleanly?
Against Triple G.
So I'm giving it to Canelo.
Yeah, that was impressive against Triple G. He was he was precise. The second fight, it was crazy. So,
and overall career high, like connect ratio, I believe Canelo is definitely high. I don't remember the exact number, but yeah, precision, I would have to just give it to Canelo on that one, just because, I mean, he doesn't lose many rounds, you know. So yeah, for precision, he has a very high connect ratio. He's litigious. What's the word? Logistic or litigious with his punches? What did Ronaldo always says? Knock him out like a pessimist, but he always says logistics or whatever. Like, doesn't throw many punches, but yeah, when he does, he is accurate.
Also, the Caleb Plant fight, we seen Canelo be precise against Caleb Plant, who is a defensive fighter as well, and we seen Benavidez miss a lot of punches against Caleb Plant. Just so you could compare the difference between a precise fighter like Canelo and an average fighter also, like Benavidez when it comes to the precision department.
It depends on who you're fighting too, right? If I fight a bomb, I'm going to land on my punches. I fight somebody that can actually box, it's going to be a different story. So I think that should be taken into consideration. Who hasn't given us their take on this?
I mean, I got to concur with everybody. I mean, I got to actually go with Canelo, man, because he's fought... you know, like Lara, Cotto, those are guys that don't make it easy for you. And there was one specific instance against Lara where he feinted with the right and came up with a lead left uppercut and cut him flush and actually cut Lara's face open with that shot. So he's very accurate with his shots. Not to say Charlo isn't. Yes.
BDA, he also KO'd American. And yeah, I know American is a 147 pounder, blah, blah, blah. But American had speed, because he comes from 140, and Canelo managed to catch up to him too. So, and I'm not saying that Charlo would have not done the same, but he did catch a fast ass fighter, because American is known for the speed, right? Or am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. And it was American coming off of 147. The 140 thing was long gone. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Canelo. But again, that's not to say that Charlo just punches all over the place.
All right. We now move to the jab. Who has the better jab?
I'm gonna think Canelo's got.
Go on.
It's underrated jab, but I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to Charlo, especially because I don't think Canelo uses it as often as he was using it at the lower weights when he was kind of equal in dimensions to other fighters. Now he's got a little bit less wiggle room against taller fighters, that he would just rather get on the inside and then throw hooks. In my opinion, not saying that he don't need the jab or that he doesn't use it, but he's not implementing it as much, in my opinion, as he used to before, right? Especially since he's throwing everything with power nowadays. So Charlo, he's got a pretty quick, nifty jab, gets a lot of snap into it. And that's just my opinion. So I'm just going to give it to Charlo, because that's a key weapon that he's going to have to utilize in this fight. So I say Charlo uses it more, while not saying that Canelo doesn't, but yeah, Canelo's going to, correct, Charlo's going to rely on that. So I'm just going to give it to Charlo.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Charlo as well. I mean, I'm not saying Canelo doesn't have a good jab. He does. But I mean, we're talking about a fighter that's 5'7", 5'8", at at 168. I mean, the jab has more utility for the taller fighter with longer reach. So naturally, Charlo's going to have a better jab just because of the physical dimensions of the frame and the style. While Canelo tries to close the distance to land, and Charlo kind of could backpedal just because of the size and use the jab to keep the fighter away from him. And plus, Canelo gets criticized a lot by the fans because he doesn't use that jab as much. And if we've seen him get out jabbed by Triple G, obviously because Canelo's a smaller fighter again. So I'm gonna have to go with Charlo. Charlo's gonna have more utility for the jab in this fight, so I have to choose Charlo.
Yeah, and I would concur with all that, with both everybody's statement. Yeah, and exactly in going into this fight, that's going to be his most important punch, without a doubt. It's what he's going to rely on. And I don't know if you guys have heard, one of the last things he said recently was Canelo, because Charlo just can't stop talking. Like, he's one of those dudes, he's going to give you his game plan away because he always wants to talk. And he basically told his game plan, he said, Canelo gets frustrated by movement. If you look back in his career, anybody who's ever frustrated him and he gets careless is when he gets frustrated in movement. So, like we figured, that's going to be his game plan. He's going to try to make it boring, stay away, stay on the outside using his jab, trying to get Canelo to reach. But so, yeah, it's definitely, I would say, Charlo with the jab.
All right.
I would. I think see, that's the thing, though. I don't want to complicate this, but we've talked about it before. Like, what do we mean by better jab? Do we mean a guy who throws more jabs? Who's the sharper guy? Who's the more? We're gonna tie this into the last category, precision. Canelo doesn't jab as often as Charlo, but when he wants to, he gets that jab across. I mean, he was out jabbing the taller Daniel Jacobs. The only guy that I've, haven't really seen him win a jabbing contest against was Gennady Golovkin. Golovkin has one of the best jabs. I say one of the best jabs ever in the middleweight division, maybe in all boxing. I mean, it's a hard, accurate jab. But against Jacobs, like I said, he was outboxing him. Against Cotto too, he was doing. But again, he doesn't throw it as often. So, just based on the fact that Charlo can jab, Charlo's jab isn't anything to sneeze at either. But just the fact that he works it a little bit more, I'm going to give him the edge, just based off of activity alone.
All right. So I guess he goes to Charlo. Kind of want to give it to Canelo, to be honest, because I think that jab is underrated. I'm not saying you guys are underrating.
Let me ask this.
I'm not saying you guys are underrating. I'm saying, other people, they like, oh, he has no jab. Like, just go watch those Golovkin fights. The second one, more specifically, he showed us a great fucking jab against one of the greatest middleweights I think that has ever fought. So, but whatever.
Well, let me ask you this: Is Canelo gonna out jab Charlo on fight night? Yeah. In other words, is Charlo's jab just not gonna be able to accomplish much in there?
I think he won't.
Oh
no! With the head movement and everything, he's gonna be hesitant at some point. I don't even think we're gonna see an effective jab from Jermall Charlo. I really don't.
Jeez, Luis.
No, you'll see.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. But it's just
you'll see.
The stabbing jab that knocked out Rosario, you could use it as like a feint, as a rangefinder, as a benchmark. Stick it out like a flagpole to measure your rear hand. He's gonna have to utilize it. Because you gotta keep Canelo off of you, and if you're effective at keeping Canelo off of you, well, that remains to be seen. But at least you have to try, because you're just not gonna allow Canelo to walk in for free.
He's gonna throw it. I'm not saying he's not gonna throw it. I'm just saying he's not gonna be effective. He's gonna look like Danny Jacobs, kind of that type of jab, like where he wasn't even landing, and Canelo was just moving his head. And I think what's gonna be more dangerous is gonna be the power, like the straight right for Charlo. Or uppercuts. That might surprise. He's explosive. That's where Canelo's gonna have to be more careful when he's coming in. I think he's gonna get past that jab. You guys will see. It's the other things that are more.
But the thing is, the thing is, I mentioned it, and this is just my opinion. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, me neither.
I think the reason is Golovkin was catching Canelo with a lot of jabs is because pick your poison. Would you rather catch a stiff jab and like skirt all over the place out of the jab and not have the balance to get caught by a Golovkin rear right hand? So that's the thing. That's the reason I'm thinking that Canelo was getting caught with a lot of jabs, because pick your poison, right? I rather eat a jab and keep and pay attention to the punches coming behind of that, where sometimes it just comes with the territory. And I'm thinking with Charlo, if like now that you brought it up, if you gotta be more vigilant for one punch rather than the other, I would say I would rather eat a jab and really move my head when I needed to, when that trail hand is coming behind the lead hand. I'm not saying that's the way it is. I'm just thinking, in my opinion, because in the moment, if you have to react to something, I mean, you pick your poison. And I'm thinking that's why he was getting caught by BGG, but not saying that that it's right or wrong.
Yeah, it could be. That could be true. That makes sense. All right. You got to sacrifice. That's how it is. It's like winning in chess. That's what that guy did, huh? When he beat the computer, I think. The Russian guy, I think he's like, computers don't know how to sacrifice. So
yeah, I guess one more thing. I guess if you would have to block a punch, I would block the jab and then move my waist when the right hand comes. Because if I move my waist with the jab, then I'm a little off balanced and I can't throw my rear hand or maybe defend myself for a counter coming back. So that's one of those things. Sometimes I would rather not eat a jab, but I would make more of an intent to block it than slip it.
All right, guys, we got to move on here. Rear hand.
Rear hand? I'm going to say Canelo Alvarez. And I mentioned that Charlo is a precise puncher, but I was looking at some of his highlights. He does tend to get a little wild, like Deontay Wilder with the right hand. He's got a good left hook, Charlo. But with the right hand, he tries to throw with power, and sometimes he gets off balance. And Canelo, he got knockouts with, I don't even have to mention them. You guys know. So in my opinion, rear hand, Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in my opinion, Canelo as well. Canelo has a devastating right. I mean, we've seen it against the Billy Joe Saunders, of course. He broke his face. That's very hard to do. He gained Triple G's respect with the overhand and the trail hand. So yeah, Canelo has a bit better trail hand than Charlo. And like Gonzalo said, Charlo could get wild sometimes. I've seen it too. And he makes mistakes when that happens. So yeah, I got Canelo.
All right.
I actually think Charlo has a straighter right, which he uses more often as well. Canelo sort of doesn't really go for the 1-2 that much. It's almost always 1-2, and then he tries to work his hooks in there. I'm actually going to go against the grain here and say that Charlo has a better straight right hand.
Whoa. Explain. Whoa.
Fatality.
Why?
Superb.
It's straighter, man. I've seen it. Now, that doesn't mean it's more precise. It doesn't mean it's harder. But I've seen him fight. Like when he fought Trout, he was getting in better, more the right. Maybe that's just because he's a longer guy. I don't know. But I just think his right hand, again, I think it's a slightly better punch. Slightly.
All right.
PDA studies this shit, so yeah, it's probably a fatality.
Where's Jimmy?
I'm right here. I was just kind of blown away. No, I'm just kidding. No, I can see where. Yeah, he does have he has a straight punch. But my thing is just body of work. Who's done more damage with that back hand? Although he's slept a lot of dudes, Charlo with it, but that was also look at the level of competition. Yeah, no, I could see that. I could see that one punch. Like see. Canelo's, his hooks are deadly. It's his hooks. It's not so much, if we're just talking straight hand, I'll go against the grain. I'll stand with my guy BDA, and I'll say Charlo for just a straight backhand. But who would I'd rather be is Canelo, because I think he's still got the better, hook, overhand he can throw with better intentions. But Charlo does throw a nice right hand. He does throw it straight. I mean, he's very athletic. And So he picks up on stuff like that. Good, but will he be able to do it? Will he be in position to land it? I think he's going to be too far away. I think he's going to spend most of the night trying to avoid the war zone and make
Jimmy,
Charlo. Yes.
what's athletic?
Athletic meaning just like some kids, like, you know, those kids who can just pick up any sport, right? Never play basketball, throw a basketball. They could fucking just, you know, obstacle course stuff. Just very athletic. Twitch fibers, can jump high, run fast, play probably baseball well, all sports well. Like I said all the time, these fighters were just good athletes who went into boxing. I'll take a fucking fighter, you know, with limited skills, but someone who's a fighter, someone who enjoys getting punched in the head and then, you know, enjoys the battle, enjoys the blood any day. And I think, honestly, the Charlos kind of fall in that category. They're just great athletes who happen to go into boxing, but I don't think at their heart, they're fighters, per se.
Interesting. Hey, super chat. Dennis from Boston. Thank you for your super chat. He says, Canelo 10th round TKO. Charlo quits on stool. That's his pick. All right, Dennis from Boston. I'm going to write it down here on a piece of paper, and then I'm going to add it to the official list. So Canelo 10th TKO stool. All right.
Yeah, Charlo may have the more straight jab. I mean, the more straight right hand, but I don't know. The thing is, I've seen Canelo's right hand be very effective, even against a 175-pounder like Kovalev when he finished him. I was impressed with that one, you know. And I think he finished what's his name, Caleb Plant with the right too. So I mean, I don't know. I'm giving it to Canelo, but I see where you guys are coming from too.
We're giving it to Canelo.
So wait a minute.
No, we don't give it to Canelo.
How many people?
All of us.
We got a 50-50.
No, who said no?
No,
Ucho's gonna break it.
Wait a minute. Wait, you were counting. I wasn't even paying attention. Gonzalo said he gave it to Canelo.
Oh, I thought he gave it to Charlo. I mean, yeah, Canelo. So we have Dom and Gonzalo gave it to Charlo. I mean, Canelo, and BDA and myself gave it to Charlo. So it would be Bucho would break it.
Fuck.
Yeah.
The pressure's on.
Yeah.
Just give it to Canelo. Just give it to Canelo. Just give it to Canelo. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes. All right, I can't see shit because there's a fucking... Okay. I was going to create some suspense here, but BDA ruined it. Hooks. who has the better hooks? Okay, it has to be Canelo.
Nello all day, twice on Sunday.
Yeah, same here. I mean, we've seen Canelo with the body shots, how effective they are. Obviously, he throws a lot of hooks to the body. And like I said earlier, when it comes to Charlo, the jab has more utility for him based on the height, based on the reach, and that's why I give it to him. On this case, it's the opposite. Since Canelo has the shorter arms and he's the smaller fighter, the hooks have more utility for Canelo than they do for Charlo. So I gotta pick Canelo on this one.
All right. Gonzalo.
This is gonna be a punch, especially with the with the lead left hook. Charlo's is gonna be a quicker lead left, but like I mentioned, and I saw a video somebody made about that, but I had thought about this before. Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of the lead left hooks. While Charlo's is quicker, Canelo's is shoulder driven, so he puts a lot of power. He trains for that on the big round mid, right? On the big round, like, you know how you got the mid where you catch punches. You got a big round mid that you hold by the two sides, and he trains for that. He really digs in. He puts a stamp on that mid, and plus he practices to throw heavy on the water bag, which simulates like the human body, right? And so that's what he trains for, and he does land devastating hooks, like Chingazo said, to the body and upstairs. That's the way he knocked out Caleb Plant, I think, with the leaping left and many other knockouts. But yeah, look, right. Charlo's got a good left hook, man. He's got a fucking good left hook, but just Canelo can throw hooks with both hands with power. So I'm just gonna slightly give it to Canelo.
All right, we're moving on here. We're giving it all to Canelo.
Didn't even fucking wait a minute. What's going on here? What am I? The redheaded stepchild over here?
You're gonna give it to Charlo?
No, well, I'll say this: Charlo does have good hooks. I mean, every time he hurts, almost every time he hurts somebody, was with hooks. I mean, he with Banana Rosario, hurt him multiple times with hooks. Castaño hooks. Harris, whenever he would hurt him, it was with a left hook or an overhand right. When he knocked out Lubin, it was with a right hook. So his hooks are pretty good too. But Canelo, they're just, I hate to stereotype, but the Mexicans do have the market cornered on hooks. So I'm gonna give the edge to Canelo.
All right.
Have you guys seen Canelo practice the hooks on the wrecking ball?
Oh yeah.
It looks fucking devastating. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you rarely see fighters with a hook like that in boxing nowadays, especially practicing it on the wrecking ball or the heavy bag.
No, I love when I see boxers just hit the pool noodles or the mitts that really fast. The mitts and yeah, I know. All right.
Oh yeah, doing those choreographed Mayweather routines, and
and then look at the camera. And then look at the camera.
Yeah, I love this.
All right. Let's take a phone call. 407, you're on the air. Yo, you're on the air. 407. Hello? Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I want to give my opinion on Canelo with his rear hand. It was kind of close. I feel like everyone thought it was a little close, but I think that Canelo can have the better rear hand shot because we look at what he threw the fucking right hand against John Ryder nonstop. He winged it against him. He was hooking it nonstop from range. But the shot he dropped him with was probably like the most picture-perfect fucking straight right hand. But he never threw that again later on in the fight. I was actually so fucking confused. It's a punch he does not throw enough. And he can throw it with fucking accuracy and really devastating power. But it's confusing because he just doesn't go to it. He did it against Bivol. He did it against Callum Smith. That sort of fucking whipping right hook to the arm.
Right.
Just throw a fucking straight. Throw a cross. He dropped Ryder with it instantly the first time he threw it. I think it's so frustrating. And then we get to Canelo's hooks. Canelo can throw a fucking hook, but at the same time, he can throw a sloppy-ass hook. And I think that is why I gave it to Golovkin in the second fight, despite the fucking decision, being a fucking majority decision to Canelo. All of Canelo's hooks to the body, he was slapping that shit. There were so many hooks where he was palming it. They looked devastating. They slapped hard as fuck because they were slapping with the fucking palm. When he turns it over and he hits it with his fucking knuckles, it looks amazing and it looks like it hurts as fuck. But he throws so many where he just throws it out there. And that's how he knocked out Amir Khan. He was slapping with the hook. He was getting Amir Khan to be worried about it. Then he came over the top with the right hand.
Yeah,
but that does not take the fact away that he fucking slaps with the hook nonstop.
All right. So in this fight, what do you think he should do or avoid doing?
What should he do in this fight?
Yeah, or avoid doing as well.
Well, it's hard to say. What Charlo are we going to get? Because the past two fights for Charlo, he was walked down by a small Argentinian, right?
Yeah.
Way smaller. I mean, fucking Virgil Ortiz is bigger than Brian Castano. And Charlo had to fight off the ropes for a majority of the fights. Both fights, really. So, what does a fucking beefy version of that guy do to him? A beefier, more accurate, better shot selection guy do to him?
Right.
I'm going with Canelo, but don't get me wrong. Like, Canelo has so many deficiencies, but Canelo is so much better than Brian Castano. And we're going with a guy that has to jump up 2 weight classes who admitted on the fucking, what is it, the fucking Showtime shit that he has a fucked up hand.
Yeah, well, supposedly it's
it
okay
doesn't
now.
bode well.
Well, now it's so okay. So, caller, what's your name and what's your prediction?
Swanky Tuna, Canelo. I'm going. I don't know. I want to say knockout, but I'm just not going with it. I'm going to go with decision for Canelo.
All right. We got your prediction. Thank you for calling. All right. Call back again next time after the fight.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Yeah, Swanky Tuna was struggling there. What the fuck?
He was in the bathroom at the same time.
Back off.
How do you spell swanky?
SWANK.
Okay. With a okay, got it. All right, let's continue this. We gotta finish this, guys. We gotta finish. We're almost done here, and then we'll just talk more boxing. Where are we? Uppercuts. Who has the better uppercuts?
Canelo's got great uppercuts, in my opinion. He stopped. Well, the referee stopped the fight, but Pedro Angulo, it was a lead uppercut. He dropped Kirkland with an uppercut. He stopped. He broke Billy Joe Saunders' face with the right uppercut, I believe. And Canelo, like going back to the foot placement. You make a mistake, he's gonna make you pay. He's just gonna launch that uppercut, and it's quite quick because he doesn't telegraph it as much as the hook sometimes. And I know, like I said, the hooks are shoulder driven. They got power, and he utilizes timing. So whether he telegraphs those all the time or not, that's a different story. But the hook is deceptive, and he could shorten it and throw it on the fly. Like I said, depending upon his foot placement. Like when you make a mistake, he'll pounce on you right away. So it's quick.
All right. Who's next? Uppercut.
Yeah, I gotta go with Canelo, especially after he finished Billy Joe with the uppercut, and that's one of the things I like about Canelo, that he mixes up his punches very well. He has a utility for every punch, especially the uppercut. And when it comes to the uppercut, he sets it up, and he is very precise. Obviously, fucking what's his name, Billy Joe was ducking. He kept ducking, and Canelo was like, "Hey, now I know how I'm gonna get this guy. When he ducks, I'm gonna hit him with the uppercut," and he did. And he put him away with that and broke his face. Pedro Angulo, same. He got him with the uppercut. So yeah, I got Canelo when it comes to the uppercut. Even though I know Charlo also got a good uppercut, but I've seen the reaction that the Canelo uppercut has gotten by to guys like fucking Billy Joe. Like the way Billy Joe reacted to that uppercut, I was like, damn, this guy's already done. And even Canelo knew he was already done.
Right.
So yeah, I'm going with Canelo for the uppercut.
Jimmy?
Yeah, Nello all day. Great uppercut.
Yeah, I'm going with. I agree with you guys. Just keep it short and sweet. Yeah. And Gonzalo's the one that broke it down. All the instances in which Canelo has used that uppercut. Again, not to say that Charlo doesn't have a good uppercut. He's got a decent one, but it's just Canelo has a wider variety of tools. And like Chingasu said, the tool belt. He's got the utility belt. He knows how to use that uppercut in different ways. So gotta go with Canelo on this one.
All right. We're moving on to bodywork at Canelo.
Yeah, for sure. He did catch Charlo, that is, Banana Rosario with a straight jab to the solar plexus, but Canelo's a career body puncher, Mexican style. A lot of the fighters he faces, the one punch that they will mention, they'll say, okay, I probably fought bigger punchers, like Ryder alluded to. He said, but the one shot that hurt me was the one he hit me on the hip bone. I think Mayweather said that to all man. With that Cinnamon Kid, the dude from the Lucky Charms, Canelo Alvarez caught me to the body. He hit me in the kidney, on the bone, on the little bony area. That shit hurt. Right?
The guy from Lucky Charms.
All right. So bodywork goes to Canelo.
Yeah, I'm going
it's
with,
gotta-
with Canelo as well. I mean, just because obviously he's a shorter guy, and again, the when it comes to the shorter guy, the body work has more utility for them because the body's already there in their face. And we've seen Canelo versus Triple G, right? What the second one, to me, the difference there was the body shots. We had Canelo landing like, if I'm not mistaken, he landed 48 body shots, while Triple G only landed like 6, if I'm not mistaken. And the same with Lara, the same with the Cotto fight. There were close fights, at least for me, but the difference in those fights was Canelo's body work to me. And that's why when it comes to the body work, it has to be Canelo on against Charlo. So yeah, Canelo.
Corner.
Yep.
This is gonna be
Same
interesting.
here. I'm going with Cabron.
Oh well, this is gonna be interesting though. Who has the better corner? We have
I'll tell you what.
the corner,
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna go with
Derrick James versus Eddie Reynoso, basically.
Reynoso and Canelo. They work together well, but I'm gonna give the edge to Derrick James. I know Derrick James. Look, he's been proven to have been overhyped by a lot of people. There were some people in that Discord, and I tried telling them. They just wouldn't listen, man. You know, the classic PBC fanboys. Yeah, man, Derrick James. I'm thinking, I've seen this before. This is Reynoso again. This is Virgil Hunter. This is Buddy McGirt. You know, these guys that come along, and then they have a couple of good wins with some fighters, and everybody just starts jumping on the bandwagon, and then whoopsie daisy, people realize that it's not the trainer that wins the fights. But I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go ahead. People are only remembering Derrick James for his last lousy performances, telling Errol Spence, you gotta stick that jab, you gotta stick to him, and and not throwing in the towel when it was clear that Spence was gonna get killed in there. But I still, you gotta give him credit. He did get some of those guys to the top. So I think just lately he's been a little sharper than Reynoso. So I'm gonna give the edge to Charlo.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the edge to Reynoso on this one because he's been working with Canelo since Canelo was 15. He picked him up, and Derrick James has been on a losing streak, to tell you the truth. I mean, he just lost the Spence fight. He's been kind of losing, and I seen people were telling me AJ was gonna get better with Derrick James. I think fucking AJ got worse with Derrick James.
I think he
and like
got
you
worse.
said, sometimes it's not the trainer. But what else am I supposed to say when I thought he did better with Robert Garcia facing AJ, and Robert Garcia was barely even training him because he had Robert Garcia flying over there to the UK to train him. So I'm siding with Reynoso on this one, but I think they're both decent trainers. I think they're both good. Both have won the fucking trainer of the year bullshit, which it's a curse as well because every time they win it, they lose. So I'm going with Reynoso on this one because I think Derrick James is being hit with the trainer of the year curse right now.
All right, Jimmy.
Yeah. It's kind of a tricky one because who has a better relationship? I would have to say Reynoso. Just I think his adjustments he made in the second Triple G fight were brilliant. But then again, Derrick James, going into the first Castano fight, I picked Castano, and we all think he won. We all, I believe, picked him. We all thought he won. But going into the second fight, I changed that to Charlo by knockout because of back to the athleticism. I thought he had the ability, the athleticism, and the tools to make the adjustments. I didn't think Castano did. I think that's just the way he fights. It was either elevate it or turn it down. But to his credit, he did. And the tools that the stuff that they worked on, it came to fruition, and he stopped Castano. But it's a tricky thing. So I would say, overall, right now, Derrick James has a better resume with amount of fighters, but who has a better working relationship going into that fight.
Right.
Because it's not the rematch, it's going in. So if we're just going into that fight, you can't go against Reynoso and Canelo. It's been such a fruitful relationship, and he knows him like the back of his hand. Not that James doesn't either. That one's actually very close for me. So, but I'm gonna give it to Reynoso just because look who Canelo is and look what he's achieved.
Exactly, Gonzalo.
Yeah, this is a close one for me too because with Canelo, he's got great rapport. The chemistry's there. It's kind of like a legendary duo because of the great love and respect they have for each other. And Reynoso, he's come out with some good advice, especially in the Golovkin fights where they made clips about him. Hey, like right now, dude, you gotta don't try to knock him out because you can't. But he's also giving bad advice. I mean, when he fought Bivol and he was constantly going to the arm, where he should have maybe not try to push the bigger guy around. Instead of that, he probably should have boxed Bivol because that's not a lot of weight to try to push around, especially being the smaller guy than Bivol was. I know Bivol's a boxer, but in that instance, you probably should have boxed Bivol because you weren't hurting him. And Charlo, his accuracy has gone better with Derek James. I mean, even Charlo has mentioned it. Now that I'm working with Derek James, I'm more accurate. I'm getting the knockouts. I'm sitting down more on my punches. So he's got good success with them too. Now they're both trainers are coming off a string of bad fights, where they lost and where they probably got chip on their shoulders to prove themselves. And I'm probably just gonna slightly edge it to I don't know, man. This is a close one because Charlo's also working with the Dominican guy. I forgot his name. What's his name?
Guzman.
Yeah, Joan Guzman. So he got Joan Guzman probably carrying the spit bucket and Derek James.
Yeah. That's a duo.
I don't know, man.
He's got himself an alibi.
He's got Joan Guzman and Derek James, while Canelo's got him and Reynoso's dad. So I'm just gonna slightly. It's like a tie to me, man.
Oh, I'm gonna go with what Jimmy mentioned is interesting because we're comparing who has a better corner, but for this fight, right? So Canelo's been working with Eddie Reynoso since he was 15, and it's been working, right? So I think Canelo has the best corner possible. He has somebody that's basically family, and that obviously knows his boxing. I'm not saying Derrick James is a bad trainer, but I think.
So I just got a question. I got a question. Then. So if you were to fight and you had to pick between having Derrick James,
I know what you mean.
I mean, for me, it's not even a question. Of course, I'm gonna go with it.
Well, the thing is, Canelo's fought in so many times. Reynoso knows everything. He'll see things that nobody else will. He'll notice, like, if he's hurt, how he takes punches, how he's moving, his speed. Because of the 60 professional fights he's been there with the kid, both the father and son. So, yeah, they know him like nobody else. So just for this particular fight, that's why I'm going with Reynoso in this one.
All right, let's go with Reynoso here. Kind of close, I guess. Let's go with cuts.
I've never seen Canelo really. He's been cut by Golovkin, but once they got a hold of that cut wasn't leaking at all. So he's got tough hide, Canelo. Even though he's light complected, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. That he don't got paper skin, or that's for sure. He's got thick skin because that shit was not leaking at all when he got cut by Canelo. Correction, by Golovkin. And I don't think I've ever seen Charlo cut either, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, either. I guess I would give it to Charlo just because I haven't seen him bleed ever, probably.
Yeah. I remember Canelo got caught against Lara. That was another fight where both guys cut each other, just like in the Golovkin fight. So I'm going to go ahead and say Charlo, man.
Yeah,
the extra Charlo.
Why not?
Yeah, Charlo, because I've never seen him bleed for the same reasons. I just never seen a kid cut.
All right.
I think Canelo cuts maybe sometimes because I'm not sure. I suspect. Then sometimes he rolls with the shots, especially the hooks. If you see a hook coming, he'll roll away for him to take something off the hook, roll with the punch. Now, if you're rolling kind of at the same time as the punch is turning, that's coming to you and it catches you in that area of the eyelid, the little bone, that could produce a cut. So I'm thinking that's why Canelo's been cut before, or you make a mistake and you just get cut. I don't know, man. That's what I suspect, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and how I see it, none of these guys are easy they don't open up easily. Honestly, but the thing is, we seen Canelo against fucking punchers, and of course he's gonna eventually cut. He cut a little bit against Triple G, right, and against Lara, but it was nothing. It was nothing big, and I mean it happens. But I mean the thing is, Canelo has had 63 fights. I don't know how many Charlo has had. I'm thinking like 30 something, or maybe 40 if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, if Charlo had moved up to 160, 168, and tested himself against everybody, I think he would have been split open eventually. And for the 63 fights that Canelo has, he doesn't really have a lot of scar tissue or any scar tissue in his face. I mean, look at Chavez. How much fucking scar tissue didn't he have? And that's because he had 100 something fights. So for the amount of fights that Canelo has had, I never really seen him bleeding much. So I'm giving it to Canelo just because of the amount of fights he has fought, and we never really seen him split open. But I see why Charlo won on this one, because I never really seen him split open at all. So I mean, fuck.
He's got 36 fights, just to put it out there, Charlo.
36. All right.
So just a little over half.
Sorry, Jimmy. For the longest time, Chavez, his face was pretty clean until like maybe the tail end of his career. He only had like this little gash on top of the bridge of the nose. For the most part, Chavez's face was pretty clean, man, for like the entirety of the first 3/4 of his career, man. He didn't take a lot of punches like that.
Well, it's the drinking and the coke and the alcohol. Seriously, I'm not even joking. It ruins your skin.
Yeah, but later on it affected Chavez because he got split open during camp for the De La Hoya fight. And that's the reason he claims he lost to De La Hoya. But I mean, he was also partying at the time, so could be many things, but yeah.
All right, well, we're done with the tail of the tapes.
Yeah. I think BDA was going to mention something.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that Dr. Margaret Goodman, that's what she said about Chavez. She said it was the alcohol that thinned the skin. Poor Chavez.
Well, there you have it. All right. Let's take a phone call. Let's take a phone call here. 619. You're on the air. 619.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm pretty much in agreement with, you know, a little bit of what everybody has been saying on the panel. I mean, from the time this fight got made, and then I started seeing videos of Canelo hitting the mitts in the gym, you know, like in preparation for this fight. Like, you know, in my opinion, as far as Canelo's game plan, the story is in the way that he's, you know, is in the mitt drills. Like, what is he doing? He's marching forward in the high guard, and he's just throwing power shots. So, I mean, I think the game plan is to walk Jermell down and just fuck his ass up with power punches until there's nothing left. You know, because if there's one thing you could see about Jermell, and let's say his fight with Castaño, for example, the first fight, what did Castaño do? He marched forward in the high guard, and then when he was in range, he would make Jermell stop throwing. It got to a point where every time he would march forward in the high guard, he would stop throwing, and then Canelo would get his work off, and then Castaño would get his work off, and he was hitting Jermell a lot. You can't really afford to do that against a guy like Canelo because Canelo can manipulate the high guard really, really well. So, you know, for that reason, I think that, you know, Jermell's in trouble. If he gets hit with a bomb trying to, you know, trade up close with Canelo, especially, I think somebody said earlier, he does that thing where he bends over at the waist with his head down and he just throws a Hail Mary. That's a good way to get knocked out. So, you know, that's what I think is going to happen this weekend.
What? So your prediction?
My prediction, I would say late stoppage Canelo, probably around 9 or 10 rounds. I'd say round 9.
All right. What's your name? Chris. All right. Canelo late 9th round stoppage. All right. Thank you for calling. Take care.
All right. You guys be easy, man.
All right. We got another prediction. I'm going to add the predictions in a few minutes. Guys, somebody sent me this picture, and I'm gonna post it so everybody can see it. Where is yeah, it was this picture took place during the grand arrival in Las Vegas, and we have this individual who was holding this sign that says, what's it says? LA Benavides versus Monstro and Barbie. I don't know if you guys can see it here. Canelo
What the fuck?
looks like a female. And yeah, so there's some fans here. I think that's Mirage right there. Mirage made it to Las Vegas. He showed up.
That's to see Mirage out there. Finally get out of his house,
Yeah. So the hate for Canelo still persists, still there, and even in this fight where this has nothing to do with Benavides, the Canelo haters will show up. Very interesting. That's called determination. All right.
In Busho, when it comes to Canelo Benavides, Sulaiman already said that they're gonna enforce the mandatory next year. I believe in March. March is the deadline. Where if Canelo doesn't want to fight Benavides, I believe they're gonna strip Canelo off the WBC. So Sulaiman is actually trying to make the fight happen in the first quarter of 2024, and that's according to Sulaiman. I'm just saying what he's saying. What do you think? It happens, or
I think it happens.
Do you think Sulaiman doesn't have the power to do anything?
I don't think he has the power to do anything. We've seen it before. When it comes to Canelo, Canelo's bigger than the sanctioning bodies. But I do think that Canelo's going to want this fight. I think he wants this fight, and it's going to take place. So that's why I'm not concerned about, what Mirage says or these other people. It's like, oh, Canelo's not going to fight Charlo. As a matter of fact, I think I wrote it here in the BDA records. Mirage says that the fight, he said that the fight will never happen. Actually, he was betting with some people, so the guy's fucking crazy. That fight is gonna happen, so yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to happen. Imagine, when it goes down, and if Canelo stops him, it'll be one of those catatonic states, like Robert De Niro in that movie, like Awakening. He'll just be walking along and suddenly just freeze up. He'll never speak again.
What else is the guy gonna talk about if Canelo beats Benavides? I mean, what else is he gonna talk about? That's his main talking point everywhere he goes. That's
he's gonna disappear. He's gonna disappear.
See, my thing with him is if Canelo was willing to challenge himself against Bivol, I don't see him really in his mind ducking or not wanting to fight freaking Benavides. He challenged himself against Bivol. An L's an L. You lose against Bivol, you lose against Benavides, it's an L. So, I mean, why wouldn't you want to fight Benavides? You lose, you lose. He challenged himself against Bivol. He took a loss. Life goes on.
Why would he be afraid of Benavides?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
And make no mistake, he says it, and it wasn't just like filler words. When he said fight each other, like Steve Kim, who talks to those guys, and they'll tell you, no, he's dead serious about it. Like, it pisses him off that these motherfuckers have built nothing of themselves. They didn't do what Canelo was willing to do, which, fight all those fights. And all these pay-per-views are strictly off his name. Like, you insert anybody he's going to fight over the PBC. Those numbers don't change. The pay-per-view sales. There's no one guy who's going to make it better than the other. I mean, they've all had pay-per-views. Charlo, Benavides, and none of them have done really over 100,000. So it's basically, this is the money you're going to bring in, because when he goes, I don't know if the fight's taking place, it's Vegas, right?
Yes.
So yeah, of course, because they pay a ton of money, because he's an economy, literally brings in, like, the amount of money that gets spent the week that he's in Vegas, like right now at the restaurants, at the hotels, the Sharks, the Japanese guys who come in and just to see the fights, like, he brings in the whales. There's a reason why, like, the Vegas judges are going to always, you're not going to see him on a bad side of a decision, because they got the marching orders. They know who butters the bread, So I know a lot of people give Canelo shit for it. He can't help it that literally the dude is an economy. He walks in. I forgot the actual numbers. I read them. The money he generates, it's in like over $100 million comes into Vegas when he fights. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, also that Asian guy is a cook, bro. On the picture, and I'm not even hating, but I mean that's just the observation that I made because his wife is being hugged by a Santa Claus looking guy right there. So, I mean, what else can I say about this
That's
guy?
a good observation there. Good observation. And who the fuck is that guy behind him? Like, who is this guy? This other guy right there.
Looks like a cell phone. No, you want some candy?
I mean, yeah. I don't know. What the fuck?
Yeah, Santa Claus is in there, bro. Bring in the
no.
Santa Claus is giving her the gift, bro. Right there.
Well,
I mean, guys, think about it, right? Canelo wears those shirts, those Dolce & Gabbana shirts and shit. They're like $8,000 short sleeve, long sleeve shirts. Some of the shirts he wears, crazy.
Damn.
He's got fucking crazy money. But yeah, it's also, it doesn't really matter who he fights. And when it comes to that, yeah, he's not afraid of taking an L. It's not that. It's like he'd fought Bivol because at least Bivol went out and tried to make something. These guys, literally, Benavidez, his whole career has turned into like they're all in a soup line waiting to get their ladle full of Canelo juice. It's just incredible.
Yeah. No, he's the shot caller. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at the Countdown episode 2 yesterday, and the second half of the episode was pretty much the Charlo part, right? And I noticed Charlo is still with his family. He's hanging with his family every day. He went fishing with this kid and everything. And obviously that's cool, right? He's a cool dad and everything. And he also does yoga. He was doing yoga with his wife at night, all this shit. But don't you guys think that's gonna affect him during the fight, hanging out with his family, like in the terms of focus? He's not focused on the fight. He's hanging out with the kids and everything.
Remember when he was
family?
in the pool?
I think it's all depends on the boxers. Some guys hate that shit. Like Marvin Hagler wanted nothing to do with his family, friends during training camp. He purposely wanted to make it uncomfortable. He wanted it because it would make him angry. He misses his wife, his pets and shit, so he would go off to train places. Some guys do that. Some guys need that. But other guys, it starts affecting them that they're not around their kids, around their families, and they don't, so their mind wanders. So I guess it's all depends. I personally wouldn't want to be that comfortable. Like I'd rather go away for especially the last month of training camp so I could focus strictly on that. I don't want to hear about my kids' problems, my wife's problems. You want to be blocked off from all that. Plus, I'm an old school dude. I don't think you should be fucking busting nuts into fucking Instagram bimbos, a month before the fight.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, it depends on the boxer, I guess. But still, I don't know. In my opinion, you gotta go into Rocky mode, Rocky 4 mode. With
exactly.
You have to
I think so too. I saw it as a negative for Charlo, the fact that he's hanging out with the kids and he stays at the house. He doesn't really moves away from his location. While Canelo's over there in Lake Tahoe, a new location, high elevation, and they shows Canelo hanging out with the family too. But the thing is, they were only there temporarily for a few days. That's what Canelo said. And they actually showed Canelo's family leaving Lake Tahoe. And Canelo's like, I gotta stay focused on this fight. So that's why my family's only here for a temporary amount of time. Pretty much the opposite of what Charlo was saying. And Charlo was pretty much explaining to the camera how pretty much trying to convince people that hanging out with the family during camp is not going to affect them in a negative way, which is weird. Why does he have to convince people about that? You get me? So I saw it as a negative. I think it's better stay away from the family and go Rocky mode straight up, especially for a big fight like this one.
Oh, absolutely. This is Charlo's biggest fight, man. All right. Let's go with a phone call here. 909, you're on the air.
Salute, Bucho. Salute to the panel. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Salute, man. This is Earl Stevens.
Hey,
I wanted to make a point. What's up, man? I just want to make a point. Charlo's going to fight at a slower pace because Canelo forces his opponents to fight slower because of his defense and his power. People are gonna say he's sold out because they don't understand that Canelo forces fighters to fight at his pace, because he forces people to fight at his pace because of his defense and his power. They're gonna say he's sold out. They're not gonna give him credit, and Canelo forces people to think in there, and that's all I wanted to say is that we're going to see a slower pace from Charlo. He's never seen somebody with that defense and that power coming at him.
Yeah, this is what I think is going to happen as well. That's why I think his jab is not going to be that good anyways. I think he's going to be very hesitant. But we'll see.
I think that's why a lot of people discredit Canelo, because they say they don't see what he's doing, and they don't understand that his opponents are wary of his defense and his power, and they get gun shy. And it's a mind fuck in there and shit. And Canelo forces his opponents to think.
Yeah, remember that Jacobs fight? Jacobs, big middleweight, he was hesitant. In that fight, he played.
Everybody is, man.
Yeah.
Now even Bivol was less hesitant against Zurdo than he was against Canelo.
Oh yeah. There were moments where Canelo was on the ropes against Bivol, and Bivol threw a combination he missed with his combination, and then he took a step back. Even though he had Canelo on the ropes, he didn't want to continue putting on the pressure. He's like, "Fuck it." So
exactly. Even in the first fight with Triple G, there was a moment when Canelo invited Triple G to the ropes, and he didn't want to come in.
Yeah, and that was because Canelo, I think, was tired in that fight. Unlike the first fight, he got tired, and he was on the leaning on the ropes, and Golovkin was like, he wasn't really that, he didn't really want to go in, but whatever. We'll see what happens. Anything else, Earl?
No, that's it, man. I just want to throw that out there because I think a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand that Canelo's opponents they get gun shy because they've never seen somebody with defense like that could hit them that hard. So they start to think too much and they don't let their hands go.
Yeah, I agree. No, fuck yeah. Well, I think we're gonna.
To Earl. Always with the straight punches, right, Earl?
That's what Charlo has to do, bro. If Charlo wants to win this fight, bro, he needs to fight like Bivol. He needs to start spamming fucking straight punches, bro. He needs to start throwing jabs, straight right, keep his distance, and just keep him at bay, bro. I'll fight.
Gonzalo.
Yeah, he could use the jab to keep him to try to keep him on the outside and establish distance. But there's gonna be a point where he's gonna have to stop, sit and exchange like. When Castano, he forced Charlo to trade, especially in the first fight. Now, when it comes to trading, when you have no more choice than to let your hands go, I would try to throw with Canelo at the same time. And obviously, I would try to throw with him, but land first, being that you're probably going to be the slightly quicker man. Because if you land at the same time Canelo's throwing, but you land first, you're going to disrupt his combination. So now you're going to get him thinking a little bit too. Because if you throw before, then after you throw, and you're going to be a little bit out of breath, and he's going to push you because you're going to be off a little bit off balance after you're done throwing. And if you throw after, you're going to be off balance too because Canelo's done pushing you back. So how are you going to get your feet under you? But if you throw at the same time but try to land first, you at least got a chance of landing that one shot to disrupt Canelo's attacks. Not saying that it's a given, and that's why I think that's but that's what he has to resort to.
Yeah, I think what he has to do is throw more than one shot. He needs to not let him break that distance with that 1-2-1, that jab straight one. Throw combos, just don't throw the jab out there. Throw the jab, throw the right, and then throw the jab again, just like Bivol was doing. Just don't rely on the jab to keep Canelo at bay. He's too veteran to keep at bay with just a jab, bro. You gotta fucking throw that 1-2-1, 1-2-1-1. You gotta fucking keep your distance and just keep him at the tip of your knuckles, bro. You're the longer dude. That's what Charlo needs to do, bro.
Anytime you're throwing combinations on Canelo, you're definitely doing well. That you're not gonna beat him one popping and one shot at a time. That somebody's doing well against him if they get combinations off on him.
Yeah, just like Bivol, bro. Just watch the Bivol fight and just imitate Bivol.
Look, the thing is, he's smaller, but keep it to a 3-punch, in my opinion, because if you go heavy, you're going to be stuck to the canvas just a little bit longer. You're not going to be able to pull back when Canelo comes with his counter. So I would throw a feint in between or do a little pity patting, which is kind of an unpopular take. But I would throw one hard shot and maybe like feint my way in. That way you can't always throw hard. It's like a bow. I mentioned it. Sometimes you got to throw soft and to gain the leverage to throw hard. But at the same time, if you throw hard and that dude commits, you can pull back. You can push off your front foot and get the fuck out of dodge. So don't commit with everything. Certainly try to throw a stiff shot or two, but mix in some throwaway shots and some pity pats too, because it's all about appearance. You land one stiff shot and you land the Canelo, and then the crowd notices that. Then the judges, oh man, he landed. But then throw 2 pity pats too. Oh, there you go. He won that combination, so to speak. So yeah, that's probably like an avenue that I see he can go.
Yeah, and for sure, Charlo cannot let Canelo break the distance. Canelo's a smaller dude. He needs to manage the distance the whole time, bro. And he can't just do it with one shot. He needs to throw combos from the outside, long combos. Just to keep his distance, bro. I mean, everybody knows he's not gonna beat up Canelo, bro. He's not gonna go in there and just maul Canelo, beat him up, and kick his ass. He needs to win by points. He needs to fucking get him from the outside. The best thing he can do is just try to imitate Bivol to the best of his abilities.
I think we're going to see a lot of ass punches.
Yeah.
He's going to be throwing his punches with his ass sticking out, basically not trying to put all his power behind his punches. Pity pats, like Gonzalo said. He's not going to be putting his weight over his front feet. It'll be one of those punches like planned. As he's throwing his combinations, he's literally backing out with his body. Because he's more worried about what's coming back.
Yeah, you have to have enough power, right? Because Canelo didn't respect Plant's power, so he still barged in, but he respected Bivol's power, so you got to throw some oomph in there.
Yep.
All right, caller Earl. We got to move on, Earl. Thanks for calling, all right?
Yeah.
All right, Earl, thanks for calling. Right? Call back again next time, all right?
All right, salute, bro.
Take care, man. Good call. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Hey, imitating Dimitri Bivol or duplicating. You can't really imitate. I mean, you try to like do what he does. I don't think it's that easier. It's easier said than done because this dude's got that style ingrained. That style's already ingrained in, and like ever since the amateurs, the Russian style. I mean, 1-2-1 creates a lot of momentum, and you can't just learn that or say, "Oh, I'm gonna do what that guy did." And people don't think that Bill was a puncher, but just by the fact alone that he was smaller, that he was bigger than Canelo, he's throwing a lot of weight with that, with the stepping into the punches. So it's not like one thing is one thing to think that you can do that, but another thing is actually doing it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, I mean, Bivol, he might not be a massive puncher at 175, but he does hit hard. You can tell by just that.
Broke Joe Smith's jaw.
What's that?
Remember, he broke Joe Smith's jaw, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, this guy has punches.
Yeah, he can crack.
He can crack.
It looks like Bivol has good power, bro. It's just that the thing about Bivol is he never tries to go for the KO. He doesn't want to risk anything. I think he has the power to finish fighters, but he just doesn't go for it. He's a point fighter, I guess. I don't know.
Too long in the amateurs, bro. He hasn't fought enough as a pro to get out of that style. Too infrequently, and he never broke the amateur style.
I mean, some people are saying Bivol's gonna stop Beterbiev if they ever fight. So, I think some people understand that this guy is not a pillow-fisted fighter.
In order for him to keep throwing,
if
he would stop like the activity instead of throwing like a lot of punches, if he would actually sit down and throw more sparingly, yeah, he would get more power. But that would be a different style. So instead of like throwing 10s, he would rather throw 7 and 8s, but throw 7 and 8s nonstop from beginning to end. So that you could say that's power, dude, because you're never gonna give the other dude a break, and the other guy's not really gonna ever amount to anything. Because since you're in and out and always tapping them hard, it's like Pacquiao. They say Pacquiao wasn't really like a devastating puncher, but it was the speed and the fact that he hit hard, but that frenetic pace. you would never actually like get an opportunity to like sit down with your own combinations because you couldn't find them, and he had respectable power.
Yep, respectable.
Yeah, except Pacquiao had that killer instinct, right? That Bivol is missing for whatever reason. Like you guys said, maybe it's the amateur style that he can't break out of. I mean, I don't know. He had like 200 fights or something, right, on the amateur, so maybe that's it. I don't know. It just looks to me like he's a very complacent fighter when it comes to getting KOs, honestly. I think he has the attributes to finish a lot of these fighters that he didn't finish, like Craig Richards and them.
Yeah.
But hey,
no, I hate that when boxers actually can stop a fighter and decide not to. I don't like that. Remember Hitchens last weekend? What's his name again?
Yeah.
Whatever. This guy could have knocked
unfortunately.
Yeah, that was boring, man. Oh yeah, Jimmy, you didn't comment.
Boring as hell
on that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was.
Jimmy, do you think that guy could have stopped Cepeda?
MIA.
Do you think he could have stopped
What's
Cepeda?
that?
Do you think that he could have stopped Cepeda?
He was lumping up his face pretty good. He was catching him pretty good. But Zepeda's a tough kid. You know what I mean? I think he probably could have, but I don't think he wanted to put himself in a position to do so. But you know what? To his credit, the one thing I will credit him, he said right after the fight, "I want to apologize. I know this wasn't a very exciting fight. Okay, I'll give everybody one of those." You know what I mean?
Right.
But next time I see you fight, dude, you fight like that again. That's it. I just will not be a fan of your style.
The problem with that is that prior to the fight, he promised that if there was an opportunity that he could like take him out, that he was going to do that. But the fight
started, he did run his mouth, huh?
Yeah, and he said when the fight started, I felt his power. Therefore, I decided to play it safe. Basically what Shakur had said when he fought Nakatila. But I didn't see him land cleanly. This is Cepeda. I could be wrong. So I think it's all scripted. He kind of lied because he promised to knock down, knowing damn well that that's not what he was going to do. He was going to play it safe all night long because he didn't want to run that risk.
Well, I don't like that. He's going to have to take risk.
You don't do yourself any favors. Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't build a legacy. Nobody's going to. You just don't tune in for that shit. That's not what the sport's all about. It's like,
Jimmy, how do you become a superstar if you're fighting like that? What do you expect? These people,
you just won't.
They're gonna be the next Mayweather. Well, I'm just gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna become a super millionaire. Like, no, you won't.
What's the first thing he said when they put the mic in his face? The first thing he said was, "I was taught that boxing, you hit and don't get hit."
Oh.
But I was, yeah, that's exactly what he said. Something along I know we mentioned hit and don't get hit, whether he was taught or that's what, the sport's all about. But the fact you had a preference, what you were saying with that, because then he went on to apologize for putting on a boring performance. And let's be honest, it was a boring performance. That was the least exciting Zepeda fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, the fight felt like 3 hours for me, Jimmy. I was watching it over there on Sober Server, and I told the guys, I was like, damn, we're barely 7 rounds in. It feels like 2 hours of this.
Yeah.
It was a very, very boring performance, and I never expected, what's his name, Cepeda to win, especially after seeing what happened to him against Prograis, right, where he got finished.
Right.
But I expected the other guy, the Hitchens, to at least hurt and try to go for a KO, risk something, give me something, don't make it a boring fight. But I guess he's that type of fighter. I don't expect Hitchens to ever sell pay-per-views, honestly.
No. And to me, it shows that he doesn't want to take risks. And I mean, so what's gonna happen when you fight a guy like Prograis? I mean,
that's right.
Well, usually guys like that have been hurt at some point, whether it's sparring or in the images, they've been hurt, and they don't have 100% confidence in their jaw, because there's plenty of guys who could not get hit, but still put themselves in position to be hurt because they wanted to. So yeah, that's usually behind that.
Hey, Busho, that's why I didn't even bother to bring up the Hitchens versus Cepeda fight. I don't know if you noticed last Friday. I only brought up the Chinese Monster versus Joe Joyce because I knew that was going to be an exciting fight, and I wanted the listeners to go and check out the Chinese Monster versus Joe Joyce. And boy, did Joe Joyce got fucked up in that fight, man. Like, it wasn't even close. And if you would have recommended the Chinese Monster versus Joyce to any of your friends, they would have been like, "Hey, that's a good fight. Thank you for recommending me that one."
People are
if you were to recommend Hitchens against Cepeda to one of your friends, they would have been pissed. They would have been like, "Why are you fucking telling me to see this boring ass boxing fight?" You know.
What we remember from last week, the last weekend's fights, is that knockout from Zhilei Zhang, and nobody's really talking about Hitchens. I mean, we're mentioning Hitchens here because it's a boxing show, but other than that, I mean, nobody remembers that fight. Raider Reaper, thank you for hold on, just quickly. Raider Reaper, thank you for the super chat. He says ticket sales are down $270 for the nosebleeds. What? $270 for the nosebleeds?
I mean, I never seen Canelo fights at that price for the nosebleeds. 270 usually puts you all the way in the back.
Yeah.
It's like that dude that fought Conor Ben. He was taking a lot of punishment, but that dude had a granite chin. We're not saying that Hitchens should fight like that with reckless abandon, but like Jimmy made a great point. This is fighting. At some point, you gotta put yourself in a position where if you wanna hurt your opponent, you gotta take a risk. Even if for a split second, you gotta go out there and take that risk, because if you don't, you're never gonna be able to put yourself in the position to get the knockouts. And that's what you basically want to do in your career. You want to take that little extra
win. Or sometimes even win. Sometimes you are behind. And when that happens, strategies sometimes have to go out the window and you have to sell out. As like Stu said before, sometimes it takes toughness and grit sometimes. It's not just skill pays the bills. He made a comparison, and I won't go too long into this, but he made a comparison between Ward and one of the Durrell brothers, and he said that the Durrell brothers were on to the naked eye visibly as skilled as Ward, but Ward was tougher. He just had this grit of, you're not going to beat me, and even if I have to cheat to do it, I'm going to try to win. And so sometimes, like Gonzo was saying, sometimes you just have to sell out. You're behind in a fight, skill's not getting it done. You're going to have to find an alternate way, and you're going to have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, but Chief, he was winning, but Richardson Hitchens also, he had the larger frame. Cepeda looked way smaller. He was looking like Vernon Forrest in there. Richard Hitchinson.
I had a picture here. I had a picture. Oh, here it is. Look at the size, guys. I don't know. You can look in your screen. Hitchens and Cepeda and Wayne. I mean, he looks significantly bigger than Cepeda. Younger,
yeah, they
stronger.
look two separate weight classes: height, width, muscle density. Yeah, this doesn't look like an even playing field. I'm sure it was on the scale, but I also sure that it probably wasn't the next day.
I'm just saying that
a lot of the weight you don't see, it's in the legs.
Right, also the legs, but still, I mean, Hitchens should have knocked out this guy. This is supposed to be a step-up fight for Hitchens, and at this point, Cepeda has been stopped. And he, I was expecting Hitchens to stop him, but it is what it is. Hitchens apologized, and like Jimmy said, we'll let this one slide maybe, but we'll see next time. Guys, hit the like, please.
Even if he doesn't have the power for the KO, and he knows it. Let's say he knows it. At least try to make it a TKO. Make the ref stop it with the volume or something. You get me? But he never even tried to do that. At least try, at least go for it. And if you fail, you fail. But
well, guys, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here. Hit and not get hit. Why? Somebody mentioned that on the last show. And why should he take a risk? Why should Hitchens take a risk if he's winning the fight? Please answer me that question.
Because everyone wants to be pound for pound. And if you're going to do that, you have to separate yourself from someone. And these guys that have natural ability that can actually win on points all the time without falling behind, you got to differentiate yourself from them somehow. And if you're doing the same thing on a much more boring level, less entertaining on a lower level opponent, then you have to do something to try and turn the tide. Now, Ivan Robinson was not a great fighter, but if Robinson were in that fight and he felt like he had an edge, he would have poured the pressure on, like what Don said. Well, yeah, like against Gotti. Yeah. When he hit Gotti with a good shot, he followed up with a 6, 7, 8 punch combination and put a statement on what he was doing. And that's what Higgins should have done the other night.
Good point.
Look, Busho, if Hitchens wants people if he wants to stand out, if he wants people to buy pay-per-views out of him, if he wants to be a superstar in the future, he's gonna start getting KOs, bro, because this boring shit is not gonna sell no pay-per-view in the future.
No.
To be honest with you. And we had Prograis who already finished Cepeda. To me, Cepeda was already a shot fighter. So even against a shot fighter, you're not even gonna try to get the KO. What happens when he steps up against Teofimo Lopez?
Right.
When he steps up against even Matias, what happens then? Like, fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anytime someone says that, ask.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
It's hard for me to believe that a guy with those dimensions can't punch. I think sometimes it has to do with the chin, because if you're not willing to sit down on your feet, pull yourself just that extra second on the canvas to really commit to your shot, because you want to pull away. That means you're taking away from your power. It's like Haney. Haney, if you were to sit down, because those dudes generate a lot of speed and they throw straight punches. Sometimes they'll freeze you, but if you really commit with the shot to really put a stamp on your shot, you have to sit down a little bit, which means you take that little extra risk of getting countered. Yes, that could happen, but sometimes you have to gamble. And it's not so much that they can't punch hard. They just don't want to sit down on their shots.
Yep. That's what it comes down to. They don't want to put that, because then you open yourself up to get hit. So it's usually a question, I said that earlier. They have questioned their own chin. But if anybody says, well, why should they take the risk? Well, they don't have to take the risk. It's completely upon them. But they'll never make any real money. They'll be an undercard fighter.
Mm-hmm. They'll be underappreciated. Let me rephrase. They won't be appreciated as much as they think they deserve to be in their own mind.
Yeah. And then people will say, well, look at Floyd Mayweather, the money he made. But then it just completely negates the whole majority of his career. He was a puncher. He was stopping people.
Right.
90 seconds.
Until the end.
He also had good dance partners that also helped him sell.
The stars aligned.
Exactly.
I mean, Chief and Jimmy, imagine paying for the Hitchens fight, thinking it's gonna be like something special against what's his name, Cepeda, and he just doesn't perform, and you just waste your time, you waste your money in a way. Like, fuck, bro, that sucks for the people that were actually there expecting a fireworks, and this is the reason why boxing isn't even growing and the UFC's taking over already, honestly.
Yeah, but boxing has a moment where it'll come out, it'll stick its head out like the groundhog, and it'll see its own shadow, and then it'll be like, oh, these fights are dangerous to the fighters that are being hyped up, and they just poke their head back in, and I'll just fight safety first because, undefeated is so important. Didn't someone say that he apologized for his performance, though?
Yeah, he did. He was like, it's hit or not get hit. All this. He's
right,
like, I found Cepeda had power.
But he apologized.
He did?
Well, that's what Jimmy said.
There's the difference between him and Haney. Haney went the distance with two natural featherweights that had a combined 8 losses, all by knockout, and he couldn't even back him up. And all he kept saying was, I really do have power, and he kept trying to boast off the performances that were not impressive. One was coming off of a torn Achilles tendon, and the other one staggered him so bad he held for the last 2 rounds. This guy at least went out there, and he may have said some stuff, because I didn't hear the post-fight interview, but he at least apologized for his performance, acknowledging the fact that he thinks he can do better. So maybe let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he does. But the point I'm making is there's a difference between trying to convince people you put on better performances than you really did, and owning up the fact of, I looked bad, but won today. Wait to see me tomorrow. And I can buy into that. But if you look bad tomorrow also, don't expect me to buy in a third time.
Exactly. We're going to have to wait and see. And by the way, we have a question here, very important question. We were talking about, Don Chingazos mentioned how the UFC is taking over because, fighters like this that are boring and because we don't get the fights that we want. I think boxing's going to get better. I mean, I don't think it can die, but we need to hit rock bottom in order to get a new, a new trend, right? We need to go back up. And Quinton Lassiter is asking Jimmy, he wants to know about Showtime Boxing Sinking Ship, the Showtime Boxing Sinking Ship. Jimmy, what have you heard about this?
Well, like I've been saying all along, the writing was on the wall. You look at not so much what Espinosa says, because there's a lot of word salad, but look at what they're doing. Yes, the PBC has had a great year as far as pay-per-views have gone, but this is how many have they done? 5 or 6 already? They got another one coming. But look what they've put on regular Showtime. And again, the people over at Paramount were not going to give a flying fist F about what pay-per-view numbers did. The only thing they would have been concerned with is what the regular, shoulder programming did. And those fights were horrendous. We were talking about in every fight, including the Frank Martin one, it was the lowest rated performance. And the fact that they never put any of these big fights in on a Saturday night just to drive up numbers told me that they already had their mind set up. And by the number of layoffs, yes, I believe it was always going to go to the app boxing, but were they going to take it? The reason why I never thought they were going to, because they never even listed it. When they talked about what they were going to bring with them over, even I think they talked about, they also cut the NFL. But so, yes, I believe it's done. They already have everything in place for the pay-per-view, so it'll be just pay-per-views. Heyman still needs to find some kind of carrier, because as much as he would like to have the fans finance every single fight, it just can't happen. It's bad enough now that, speaking of pay-per-view, it landed today that the Haney-Prograis fight has been officially announced about 6 hours ago, and it is a pay-per-view. And I even tweeted out, I'm like, if I would have already prepaid the year, like an ass, I'd cancel today. I would have called up and said, fuck off. Like, how dare you? $229 a year. The whole reason we were betting this stream, remember, to do away from the pay-per-view model, that was Eddie Hearn's sell. And then it was, well, maybe if it's just Canelo, because it's a special circumstance, he's the face of boxing, and yada, yada, yada. Just a rare occasion. Then you turn around and put Haney-Prograis on as a fucking pay-per-view. Still charge me, and then what have we gotten? Look at the fights DAZN has put on for the year.
That's garbage.
I don't think DAZN, put it this way, I personally, I believe they're going to be out of the boxing business. I think they don't even, the way they're treating it, the disrespect is showing the fans. I believe within a year from now, so it's January or March is the next yearly payment when they'll have to everybody redoes their membership for the year. I believe it falls by half, if not more. And when that happens, they'll just bail from it, because once they signed that 10-year deal with the NFL, I knew it was over. I was like, okay, that's it. That's it. They have no intentions. That's where their bread and butter is going to be. So, yeah, boxing needs a facelift all around, not just PBC. The zone is all of it. Top ranked things aren't good at ESPN because Disney's looking to sell ESPN, because Disney's losing hundreds of millions of dollars over the last few years. Yeah, every movie they make has been terrible.
Yeah, the wokeness.
Yep.
But they're asking for it, with the wokeness narratives that they always put on their movies. And maybe that guy asked that question because I don't know if you guys were on Twitter earlier, but Rick Glaser posted that rest in peace Showtime Boxing 1986 till 2003. And he said it didn't have to be this way. This is what happens when you pay exorbitant right fees to uncover purses of fighters that are overpaid. And this was all done under Espinosa. He's pretty much blaming Espinosa for the state that Showtime Boxing is in right now.
But
he should.
He
handed it over to Al Heyman.
Jimmy, so it is official that Showtime is being dropped. Boxing is being dropped from Showtime with the Paramount buy, or is it still speculation?
Yes. Well, and Rick Glacia's guy is a Los Angeles attorney who has it in with all those people at Paramount and everything. And he said, believe me, if you want his pay-per-view numbers run, he said it is officially done. Showtime will be dropping boxing. He said there may be, because again, they have everything's in place. It doesn't cost them anything to put on a pay-per-view. It's just all about the money. But they're not even going to waste the Saturday night if they don't turn big money with them. So, and again, it is what it is. But yeah, the PBC. So, and his rumors that Al Heyman's looking to dump the whole thing, sell the whole thing again. And I've been hearing rumors again that Dana White is really interested in getting involved. So who knows? Will he sweep in and sign these guys? Who knows?
You're basing this on Rick Glaser or your own other opinions, sir?
What's that?
Are you basing this on what Rick Glazer said?
Well, I was saying this before. I said this before Rick Glazer's tweet.
You're right.
Yeah, so I was saying that it's just by the way they were moving, the things they were doing, the shows they were putting on Showtime. They clearly weren't trying to show that the boxing can be profitable. And then, look at the resume. Every single network has dropped him. Fox did a 3-year with a 2-year, right to buy. A 4th year, they dumped it. They never even finished the goddamn thing. So, yeah, everywhere. Well, 2 executives said that the thing with the PBC, because of boxing, you want to make the narrative. You want to we're going to put money into this fighter. Okay, so we're going to tell his story. If there's anything interested, did he have a kid with cancer, whatever it is, sell their story. And then we go through all that, and then next we don't see the guy again. Next time you come back with somebody different. It just didn't make any sense to anybody. And the people that it was 2 channels. Really, Spike was one of them. The president of Spike said that, and another guy said the same thing. That was their biggest problem. It was the infrequency of the fights. There was no flow in them. So again, Hammond's a music guy. He was never a boxing guy. And the bottom line is, his fingerprints are over the destruction of HBO and now Showtime, because he drove HBO into the ground. Make no mistakes about it. That's 100%. He turned that place into such a toxic atmosphere over there that once it was done, in fact, you couldn't even say Al Haymond's name. They told Daniel Jacobs when he fought Gennady Golovkin, they told him, do not even thank him. We don't want Al Haymond's name mentioned during the broadcast. That's how they didn't like Al Haymon over at HBO. So,
do you think there's room for more than no? I think there's 2. Okay, let me just rephrase it. There's 3 networks, major networks that show boxing fights: ESPN, DAZN, and Showtime. Is there room for 3?
If they work together.
And there's room for plenty, so long as the network is willing to invest and subsidize. That's the key thing I've mentioned many times over.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna have to stop because it's unprofitable, because you have fighters on 3 fucking different networks. At some point,
they barely subsidize though. If you really look at the fights that are really coming about, like Jimmy said, are all pay-per-views. So the customer's subsidizing everything. The network's just the platform to show it off of. When they're subsidizing, that's when you get your stuff on Showtime, or when you used to get it on USA and NBC. The network was kicking in money based off of the revenue they were getting from commercial ads based off the ratings. They quit doing that back in the early 2000s during the Obama administration, just given a time frame, nothing political. But when that sequestration was hitting all around the nation and most of the world, and I remember it being on ESPN that they were talking about it, and Max Kellerman goes, well, I guess promoters are going to have to do a better job trying to push their product. And it got to the point at least on ESPN, the only reason why you tuned in was the news breakdown in between Brian Kinney and Max Kellerman, just to find out what was coming up and what was holding up a fight and when it was going to get signed. And then you turn the channel because it was always 2 guys that couldn't punch, that didn't know how to fight, that weren't entertaining as the main event, that you never heard of and never made it to a main event anywhere else or even got a title shot. So they put on crappy cards because there was no subsidies anymore. I guess Showtime and HBO were still doing their own.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. Apologize.
He's talking to his
No worries. So basically what I'm getting at, though, is there's plenty of room for all sorts of networks to jump in if they're willing to subsidize. If you're going to subsidize, though, you can't put Peter Quillen versus Andy Lee as a main event on Saturday night and thinking that it's going to get enough ratings to pay the bills, because the network's not going to, people are going to turn the channel. It's not going to be interesting. That is an undercard fight, not a main event. So Porter Thurman, Porter Garcia, and those fights that were, any of those that were on Fox and NBC back when he was doing that, got good ratings. Most other fights did not. And therefore, they got dropped by, like Jimmy said, from Spike, from NBC, from Fox, because they weren't putting on good cards. You've got to put on good cards, and if you put on good cards and they get good ratings, the networks will invest again. You don't do that with your major stars.
No, exactly. So basically, these people, they need a reality check, basically, and this is what's happening. And now they're gonna realize you're losing fans, you're losing all these networks. They don't have confidence in your product. So you better step it up. And if these boxers want tons of money, they have to also understand that, listen, there's not that much money to go around. Like, they got to stop asking for these $1 million paydays. Oh, well, I'm not going to fight this guy. I'm deserved to be paid like $5 million. What are you, fucking nuts? Where are they going to... they need to wake up. All of these people, they need to wake up. The fighters, the promoters.
Hey, Busho, I don't think there's enough space for 3 outlets,
there
to be
isn't.
honest with you.
No.
Let me tell you why. Because, okay, let's pretend it's Saturday night, and you have a PBC card, you have a DAZN card, and you have a Top Rank card at the same time. There's people only have so much money to spend on boxing, and they're gonna have to make a choice, which is the fight I'm looking at, right, or for who I'm paying for.
Exactly.
And that's gonna take money from the other one. I don't know. I think it would be better if there's just like 2 outlets. To be honest with you, reduce the options of having 3 fights every fucking Saturday, type of shit, which could be. It's a scenario that sometimes happens, and then when you add the UFC into it, is like, damn,
exactly.
Is there enough money for everybody to get paid properly and get the viewership? Is there enough boxing fans?
They need to adapt, man.
Back when you were paying for premium network and not paying for the fight, Showtime and HBO rarely went against each other. They put things on different nights, and they did that so they wouldn't have to sacrifice their ratings. So now in this conversation, we're trying to get back to that point to get the reboot. There is room for more than 2 networks, so long as you don't go out of your way to compete against each other. You can't do that if you're going to have a success. Because a perfect example was when Kosha Tszyu fought Ben Taki. It was the same night as Gotti Ward won. Well, which one do you really think got the ratings? Exactly. I don't even need to say it. Kosha Tszyu fought a good fight. It was very entertaining. He put on a boxing clinic over a tough guy. However, nobody watched it because everybody tuned into Gotti Ward. So when you compete against each other, now, given networks don't care about the sport, they care about their bottom dollar. But if you want your bottom dollar, you don't compete against your rival with the same sport because it's just not going to work.
But now you're competing with the UFC as well, apparently. So
yeah, and Dana White is famous for throwing things out, going, "Oh, when's this fight coming up? I'm going to put a pay-per-view on the same night, and then seeing who will win." And his words were back in the day when Oscar was on top. He says, "The only rule I have is don't go against Oscar De La Hoya." And I guess it eventually went towards Floyd Mayweather also. I don't think they ever did fights on the same night.
Disrespect for boxing, and boxing deserves it. And we are also to blame because we supported this fucking system that we get right now. Well, these pay-per-views, and they got pretty confident. They got like, oh, the fans are never going to go away. They're going to keep on buying our garbage. Yeah, but I think at this point we've had enough. And they're realizing it. They're kicking out fucking Al Heyman from Showtime finally. And I hope the PBC disappears. I hope Eddie Hearn gets a wake-up call. And we should end up with at least only 2 networks, I believe.
And it wouldn't be bad if they did it right. I'm sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Oh, I was just going to say, my thing is this. If civilizations can collapse, right? I'm sure there was a bunch of fat Romans sitting around. Come on, this empire will never collapse. You know? So, same thing. It's just you get big, fat, dumb, and happy. You take people, right?
Yes, of course. This is what happened with these boxing promotions. We got the networks. They got our backs. That's it. We can make all the fights we want. We can make all these mismatches, and we can put this fight on pay-per-view. That fight, people are gonna buy it. No. We've had enough. By the way, that guy. Thank you for your super chat. He says Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson. Is it boring? I think you're joking here. Come on.
It's a marathon. But hey, Busho, that was just me bringing up the competition fucking point of view, but you also look at the matchmaking point of view, and there's like 3 promotions, 3 outlets. It puts a lot of promotional roadblocks on fights that should be happening. Like, we know that PBC fighters don't like to go to the zone, and it's hard to find a joint promotion fight where both promoters make a lot of money, and it just stalls boxing because, like I mentioned, the matchmaking aspect of it. Some people don't want to fight on Showtime, blah blah blah, all this shit. So 2 networks is way better, even from the matchmaking standpoint, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you, 3 too much, just too much. And by the way, boxing has to adapt. All right, to this new change. We're talking about the UFC. We're talking about like the mismatches that they're making. Either they adapt or they're gonna fucking die. Although I don't think boxing can completely die, but it can end up being like a kickboxing type of sport, you know.
Become irrelevant. This is exactly what ends up happening. Because they're not doing anything they're just, you wouldn't see the NFL, anybody else doing it the way they're doing it. So, yeah, just again, they've taken the fans for granted for so long. And this sport has, I bet you every one of us will say, most of us, right, I would imagine that some of their best memories of boxing is when they were young with the family around, watching it with their dad. And it was one of those sports that got passed along generation. Nobody's lining up to put this past. You're not going to pass something on your kid that pisses you off more times than it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Before you guys, Bucha, were gracious enough to let me on this air, I used to listen to the boxing rant a lot. And during the pandemic, or as it was ending, they were talking about how somebody from one of the networks, and I think it was Showtime, was like, you should be gracious we're even putting boxing on at all. And what we're talking about now is the very mentality of them still thinking that way of, you should be thanking us that we're doing you a favor. And so you should be grateful that we give you what we give you, and you should like it no matter what. And they're forgetting the fact, one, it's a business on a certain aspect, and two, we're paying customers. So if you're forcing things down our throat that are not entertaining, why are you going to complain when the money's not there? The money's not there because you're not giving us what we want. We want good fights. We want entertainment. We want not Mortal Kombat, but a martial art where we think that there's an upset waiting to happen because there's two people on an even playing field combating at the highest level.
Yep. Speaking of Boxing Rant, they just came back. Now they're on exclusively on X. So I imagine they're paying for that, but their whole podcast can be watched right on a tweet, the whole hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nowadays the boxers even have to compete with the YouTuber boxers. And what I mean by this is I was looking at the Zone the other day, and they're promoting a lot of these YouTubers, KSI versus Logan Paul, I think. I don't even know who's fighting, but
Tommy Fury.
They're putting a lot of focus on the YouTubers, and they're not really boxers, to be honest with you.
Right. Hopefully some of those fans get into the sport of boxing, but I don't know about that. They seem kind of weird.
Ucho,
yes.
Did you guys happen to catch Frank Martin's? He came out on the Queens of Boxing, and try to explain what happened with Haney. He should just keep his mouth shut. I mean, with Shakur, he should just keep his mouth shut. It made it even worse. He just literally talked for 17 minutes and said nothing. He kept bringing up, well, he turned down that $8 million to fight Haney. It's like, just think about this, guys. Haney saying that he offered Shakur, his cut would have been $8 million, but he was getting a quarter. So you're telling us that you found somebody, and it wasn't your promoter, because Bob Arum came around and said the whole thing's bullshit, but was going to pay you $32 million to fight Shakur Stevenson. Think about how ridiculous that is. Not in reality. So the fact that that's what Frank Martin was referencing why he wasn't taking the fight. It's like, yeah, I initially said I'd take the fight, and I said yes. But then, I was realizing it's like you were getting paid 3 times your highest pay. The belt had nothing to do with you. This wasn't his, Shakur's getting, no matter who he's fighting for that belt, right? Regardless who it was. He was offering Frank Martin a chance. It wasn't like Frank had or earned the right to be there. So just the things he said just made it so much worse. Like, dude, take the lumps. You ducked. You signed it. You realized probably after you signed it, I ain't got a snowball's chance in hell to beat this dude. What was I thinking? But to come out and start, you got to see it. It's just crazy. Plus, he used the word cap at least 15 times.
Oh, wow.
And that drives me crazy. But
yeah, I don't believe Frank Martin. I don't believe Shakur. I don't believe none of these guys, to be honest with you. I don't think they're ever fighting each other. I don't expect Shakur to fight Haney. I think they're just fucking around, to be honest with you. I don't expect them to fight.
Well, there wasn't even an offer made. Like Bob says, I'm the promoter. There was no offer. Haney just made that whole thing up. Just made it all up out of thin air. Like the same way he did when he said that, Loma was ducking him for fucking since he won the belts, since he won his lightweight belts. When we proved in the timeline, it's a physical impossibility for that fight to have even taken place. You know, if you look at the timeline. So Haney is a liar. He sells a narrative. That's what he does.
And just like Floyd fans, right into it.
Yep, and I believe Shakur would fight him because I think Shakur knows he'd beat him. I think he'd beat him easy because of the length in his jab and his quickness.
They're never fighting each other, bro. These guys already made an agreement. There's rumors. A lot of people. These guys have already mentioned that hey, if Shakur goes to 135, Haney has to move up to 140. Like they're never fighting each other, and that's why they're undefeated. To be honest with you,
I think they want
to take it as a theory. But when are they fighting?
Haney's going to compete at 140. That's the plan.
Right. Yes. Because he's already given up his belt.
Yeah. And then Shakur's going to take over the lightweight division. And then I think Wallman hopes that maybe at some point Haney becomes a champ at 140. If not, it's going to be Teofimo. And then Shakur against the 140-pound king, whoever that's going to be.
Yeah, he was on the Brian Custer's, the Stand, was it the Last Stand podcast? And he came around and said the fight that he wants more than anything is the Tank Davis fight. But there's not a snowball's chance in hell they're going to fucking put Tank against Shakur. It just wouldn't happen.
I don't even think they're going to be. My concern is that Cameron Cepeda will never fight Shakur Stevenson. I think that's
he's never get a title shot.
Style-wise, I think that's going to be very interesting. Because this guy puts on the pressure. Some people thought Valdez was going to do that against Shakur, test him, but he didn't do it. He choked. And now we see Valdez.
He didn't have the IQ. He didn't have the IQ to do it. That was the problem.
No, he didn't.
The second he showed up, and I talked about it before, when he couldn't figure out the right things to do, the basics to do against the southpaw, and then you're fighting Shakur on top of that, who I don't believe in all of the hype they have on him, but what I believe is the fact he's an exceptional fighter today. And if you don't have the basics to at least try to attempt to fight a southpaw outside of a straight right hand, you're going to lose. And they showed the fact he didn't have those.
Right. By the way,
I just don't get why Shakur Stevenson's getting a title shot. He's only beat a Japanese guy that started boxing at like 21. I mean, is that enough for him to earn the title shot? And yeah, I know he was champion at 130 and 126, but the problem that I have with that is he was stripped of the 130 titles because he refused to make weight against Concenciao. So why does he still carry the prestige even though he got stripped? I don't get it.
If you're the WBO champion and you move up in weight, I think you get an immediate title shot with a WBO champion in the weight.
He wasn't the WBO champion. Busha, because he got stripped.
Yeah, exactly.
Before moving up.
Exactly.
I see your point. I don't know at what point in time he tried to invoke his ranking versus when he got stripped. And that's the point I'm making. I understand exactly what you're saying. Once he was stripped, he should have been stripped of that privilege also, and I agree with that. But I don't know if he already invoked the right to move up and then got stripped. Excuse me, let me word this correctly. I don't know if he invoked the right to be number one contender and then got stripped. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It looks to me like he's getting free passes even when he's not doing what he's supposed to, which is make weight.
I mean, he's a big name.
So what's the difference between getting stripped and relinquishing your belt? Is there a difference?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the organization's taking the belt from you, whereas when you relinquish, it's like when you resign from a job. I'm no longer champion in this division.
Well, that's what I think Shakur did. I think he gave up the belt. In other words, I don't think they stripped him.
Well, I don't know. Don Chingas says that he was stripped. So.
Yeah, when you miss weight, you do get stripped.
Oh yeah.
But like you said, he knew he was going up to 135 after. So you know what I mean. That's what they say and shit. And I think a lot of the reason the ranking is the rankings. Basically, is why they put him, because most people in boxing, he's the consensus pick as the number one at 135 over Tank Davis. Everybody. So for that reason, most sanctioned bodies are going to give him a crack at their belts. So and I'm just explaining how it's the politics.
He was stripped for not making weight. I just looked up on BoxRec. He was stripped of both titles for.
Yeah, because he missed 130.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, let's take hold on. Let me just take a phone call. Phone call. We got a super chat on a phone call. The guy has been waiting for a long time. High and Low Sports Centrum. Thank you for your super chat. He says Canelo today is boxing. After Saturday, still boxing. All right, we have a Canelo fan with a super chat. Let's take a phone call. 410-410. You're on the air.
What's happening, guys?
Hey, what's up, man?
I don't know, man. I agree with some of the stuff you guys are saying, but some of it, I don't know. You're pretty hard on fighters, man, regarding their purses and stuff. You know, I don't really, you know, if you look at the purses from years and decades past and how they relate now, their fighters aren't asking for too much money. To me, the fighters are the only thing honest about the sport of boxing. It's the promoters and all the people that are behind, the networks included. There's where the problems begin in the sanctioning bodies. The fighters, they're just fighters. The purses, like I say, if you look back and you compare purses from, say, the 90s or the 70s to 80s and what they should have graduated to, but it's complicated, right? Because boxing was more popular then. And that is, I think, where a misconception takes place, where it's like, well, these guys, the top guys, they should be getting a minimum right around this or that if things would have progressed reasonably. But the problem is boxing has, in an overall sense, decreased in popularity. It's given sway to all the other major sports we have here, the UFC included, and for a multitude of reasons, it's just not as popular. So, on one hand, I go along with what you say, that when you say, you know, fighters got to realize this, because they do. But there's also an argument to be made for scale of wages and what things, you know, it's a little more complicated than that. I don't necessarily think it's just fighters wanting outrageous amounts of money, because $1 million for Frank Martin, once that's broken down, it's not going to be a lot of money for him. And whatever he does get at the end of it, it's going to be taxed. And it's not like that's a shit ton of money on the grand scale. Now, you might argue, well, he hasn't made that much money. I get that, and I would maybe make that same argument. But, you know, he's got people, I'm sure, that advise him and tell him, you know, because he didn't look good in his last fight. Frankly, I thought he lost his last fight. Shakur, that's almost a guaranteed loss, and it could be an embarrassing, you know, loss for all we know. And then where's that put Frank Martin? Now, not only is he going back to the little $50,000 and $75,000 purses, he's going back there with an embarrassing loss on his record. So I'm not one to throw too much of a stone at him or any fighter who deems with his advisors that this might not be the right move. Unless you're in the room to know all the details, it's kind of unfair, I think, to do that.
That's a good point. But I just want to say that as a consumer of the sport of boxing, I'm going to say that I don't want to be paying for, I don't know how many pay-per-views per year. I mean,
my thing, yeah, Bucha, my thing is this, then why sign the fight? Remember, it's not like we're just not privy to a conversation. We don't have to be, because he signed the fight, and then he reneged. The papers work, it was announced.
I mean, in the real world, it's kind of like, have you ever taken a job and then you got a better offer, or you just decided not to take that job? I mean, the guy, they're human. And
when you sign a contract, you get sued. But in certain jobs, like you sign a contract, you get sued, or you get a non-compete contract where you can't even do that job within 50 miles of it. There's all kinds of things depending on the brief of the job. But it was supposed to go to pay.
Even then, it
bid.
still happens. I'm a small business owner who signs contracts with my clients 15 to 20 times a year, and there's been jobs that I've signed on to that I backed out of for various reasons. These things happen. It's not just cut and dry. Very, very rarely is it the fighter fearful of another fighter. That's very rarely the case from what I've seen. It's more times than not, someone in the advisory group is deeming that it might not be the right move. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say whether it is or it's not. It's not my job to do that. However, Shakur, he's going to be tough to get fights for. He's very hard to beat. And what it's going to take, it's going to take Bob Arum investing. He's going to have to overpay somebody to get any quality opponents for Shakur. Nothing new in boxing. That's just how it happens. He's going to have to overpay somebody, much like he overpaid Amir Khan to get a name on Bud Crawford's record. He's going to have to invest in that kid to get some names to fight him, because your average other top contenders, they're not going to want to get in there with him unless it's really good money. And for me,
I would say
go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
I would say the $3 million I heard that they offered, or the $2 million, that's overpaying him. Way overpaying him. He's never made more than $500,000 before. He's not accomplished anything.
Why would you be overpaying here and there? I mean, that's bad business. I mean, you're running a terrible business. You have to be overpaying.
That's what they do for Haney and Shakur. That's what they did for Crawford too.
Yeah, you shouldn't be overpaying. That's stupid.
And they're complaining about it.
I mean, why would I overpay? I'm not overpaying anything. I'm paying.
I'll tell you why you would overpay.
I'm paying what somebody
deserves. When Bob Arum was promoting Bud Crawford, he desperately needed a name on Bud Crawford's resume. Bud Crawford was coming under a lot of scrutiny because his resume lacked names. Amir Khan, I knew wasn't going to be a proper challenge for him, but he was a name. Bob Arum's been promoting fights for 50 years, and even he, as by his own admission, has lost money sometimes. It's just like any other business. It's not going to work out every single time. It's not going to work out the way you put it on paper. Sometimes I work for a 28% profit margin, and sometimes I work for a 12% profit margin. And sometimes there's been cases where it took too long for me to complete a job, and it was lesser than that. But boxing promotion, it operates no different. It's not fail-proof. You can lose money. You can make wrong moves, and it's a series of that. The last guy I'm going to blame is the fighter, because I know from being around fighters that it's rarely them. That's why they have advisors, because they'll take fights out of state in someone's backyard. They'll take fights on short notice. They'll take fights when they're out of shape. They'll do all kinds of silly shit. And so these top guys have to have advisors to tell them, no, this is not your best move.
But they advised him to take the fight because he signed a contract. So he already went through all that advisorship. This went on for a while. Remember, this went on so long that they eventually, the sanctioning body said, the sanctioning body said it's going to purse bid. Because we've waited too long. You guys can't get this done. The PBC said, wave the flag, said, nope, we're not going to do a purse bid. Forget it. This is good. The last where we're at. He actually put his Hancock on the fucking contract and then reneged. That's a bad look. That's why he got so brutalized by the press.
What's your number one reason? If you got all that theology, then you certainly have a point of narrative to say this is why he turned the fight down. What is that?
Cold feet. I believe he got cold feet. I think you nailed it on the head. He thinks he knows he would have lost and lost bad, and then it would have been his name. I think personally, if I was advising him, and I said it back when this all was announced, I said this is all wrong for him. Chicago will fucking embarrass that kid right now. I don't even know why they would make that fight. That's why he should, right from the get-go, should have said, no, we're not. He's only got 14 fights under the belt. But the problem is they were giving him headline fights on, over at Showtime, the rankings. They pushed him up to that ranking. So it is what it is. But I'm just saying, just say no. Just from the beginning, no, we're going a different direction. But when you sign a contract, the fights, they make a press release, and then you turn around the next day and say, nope, never mind, I changed my mind. And then try to blame fights that the guy who offered you the money he didn't take, and then using phantom stories to back it up. It's just all around a bad look. That's all my point is.
Okay, well, Frank Martin, he claims that once the contract came all the way through, that the details suggested something contrary to what the initial agreement was, and that's happened a million times in boxing, just like it does in business. When you read the fine print, some things don't check out. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that that's one little narrative that's coming out of that camp. I've heard that before regarding fight contracts, and unless you're in the room to really know, then you really don't know. That's my opinion. I've heard enough from so-called people in the know that have been so wrong about so many things. You got to be in that room to really know what the finer details are. I don't know them, so I'm not going to pretend as though I do. I will coincide with what you're saying, that once he signed the contract, yeah, he probably should have considered all those things. However, like I say, I'm going to blame that more on his promoters and his promotion. And along with that, I'll say this about the PBC. The PBC has many critics. I'm sometimes one of them because I don't like how they shelve fighters and keep them inactive. There's lots of things that they do that, several promoters do that, you could point a finger at and say, this is not good. However, to me, ultimately, them not being around and having a format on Showtime is more of a bad thing than it is a good thing. And when it comes to the pay-per-views, it's simple. If you don't want to buy them, don't buy them. That's what I do. When I don't deem a fight is pay-per-view worthy, I just simply don't buy it. So, otherwise, what are you going to do? Boxing's not a
that's what's
sport
been happening.
anymore.
No, so it's exactly. So you put pay-per-views, and if nobody buys them, then you go away, and that's what's happening with the PBC. It's gonna go away because they did bad business, basically. I mean, they were putting all these.
At the same time, it's kind of hard to have a boxing podcast if you don't buy the pay-per-views too.
And they're not going away. In fact, they're probably putting on more fights that the people want to see than any other promotional outfit. So they're not going away. That's just hyperbole.
That consumer has spoken. Basically, and this is what's happening.
They're not going away.
Yeah, but you said if the people
you guys been saying that for 4 years now,
Look at
and they're not going away.
Where's Deontay Wilder?
They're just putting on more and more cards.
Why did Deontay Wilder leave the PBC? Why did they let him go?
What's that?
Where's Deontay Wilder?
What's that?
Where's Deontay Wilder?
Why did Canelo leave Golden Boy? Fighters leave promoters at certain points.
Yeah, and they go somewhere else.
Something new in boxing. Floyd Mayweather left Bob Arum, so did Oscar De La Hoya.
Yes,
These
but
things
hold
happen.
on. That's not my question. Where is he?
Well, what's your question?
I asked you, where is he?
What's your
Where's he
question?
fighting? Where's he fighting? Because you said Mayweather left, but he kept fighting. Then Canelo left, and he fought in another network. But Wilder just disappeared. He went nowhere. Like he's not even fighting.
Wilder's
Nobody wants
almost
him.
40 years old with 50-plus fights.
Oh, so he's
at the end of his career.
Okay. No, he left the PBC.
He's at the end of his career. I mean, that's a career for a heavyweight. In case you haven't been watching, I mean, the guy's not acting, made a lot of money
I don't know
fighting
if you've
Fury,
been watching.
and he's not fighting. He doesn't need to.
But heavyweights. So you're telling me Wilder's done? Is that what you're saying? At 38, a heavyweight?
Yeah, likely so. Likely so.
That's why they let him go.
He went to Saudi Arabia and they changed the money.
50 fights and he's 40 years old. Fighters don't fight too far beyond that.
See, there's no value.
Unless the opportunity, if he gets a big payday, probably he'll come back for that. I'm no Wilder fan, but the reality is the guy's had a pro career.
I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to see the reality here. The PBC's done. Like they've put so many pay-per-views, and you said the people like they're gonna buy the pay-per-views, right? They're not buying the pay-per-views. Look at the fucking numbers. Look at they gave us.
I already looked at them, and I know that they're not buying the pay-per-views, but I don't manage the PBC. What I do is sit back and listen to people say they're done, yet the following year they're putting on more fights.
Yeah, nobody said you manage the PBC.
No,
nobody said you manage the PBC. All right. Or just
but they're not really putting on more fights. They're just putting on pay-per-views. Showtime isn't actually putting on the fights. Actually, if you actually look at what you call the shoulder program, it's the worst year they've had since they went to business with the PBC.
If you don't like it,
anything
don't buy it.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that, but I would also say the same thing about the Zone and Oscar and even Bob Arum.
Right.
The quality of boxing on regular TV has increasingly went down. I mean, that's across the board. That's all these fights.
Oh, absolutely. I would say the PBC is dead from what it used to be.
Yeah, but
remember, the PBC started as, Bucho, the PBC started with on the mission statement, we're here, we borrowed $750 million of retiree money, okay? Swindled, basically, because they knew what they were going to do. And they were supposed to take boxing off of the archaic.
Jimmy, they had 200 boxers. Yes. They had over 200 boxers. The roster was amazing.
237 boxers signed under contract, $750 million, and to make boxing free. And now they're the most expensive promotion outfit to follow. So they already have died. This isn't even the same corporation. I mean, it's a completely different model. So the original PBC is already died. That's already dead and buried.
I prescribed to DAZN when they first came out, and Eddie Hearn said, we're doing away with the pay-per-view model. We're not going to have that. We're subscription-based. You'll pay a price every month, and you'll get all the fights.
And did you hear me bitching about the zone earlier? I was saying the same thing about the zone.
Pay-per-view. How long did it take? They got Haney fighting Regis, and they're going to make that pay-per-view.
Right.
So they did the exact same thing.
And when people won't buy it.
They
That's
did
why
the exact same thing.
I agree with the caller when he's saying that, hey, the zone isn't really putting the best fights and ESPN. But the thing is, they don't have the fighters that the PBC has. The PBC, like they said, they have like 200 fighters. And you mentioned, well, Canelo left the zone. Well, yeah, he already finished every fighter in the zone. Who else is left for him in the zone? Berlanga? Come on. But have we ever seen a PBC fighter?
I mentioned Canelo left Oscar.
But have we ever seen a PBC fighter clean the whole stable to where he has to move to another promotion? I never seen it.
They just disappear.
What was that? Listen, I'm not saying that the PBC is perfect. Like I said at the top, there's several things you could point out to, but I could look at any one of these promoters, including the very best in the business, Bob Arum, and there's things you could point out and say, man, that's not cool. That's maybe not for the benefit of boxing. I'm all about the benefit of boxing, so I don't like to see one less provider. If I don't want to buy a fight, I simply don't buy it. I've watched some good cards on Showtime that were the secondary fighters and decent matchups, and that's all we can expect as boxing fans right now because the sport is just not popular.
But when it comes to boxers, I think they're asking for too much money. That's sometimes they think there's too much money. And
I think sometimes, like Ruiz saying he wants $10 million to fight Wilder. Yeah, I think he's asking for too much money for that to realistically happen. But short of the very top heavyweights or maybe the guys that have the most cachet in the business, I think a lot of these underlings, I don't see where they're asking for too much money and what I've seen fighters getting throughout the years. It's just like I said, it's complicated now because those fighters may have been getting the same or even more money for similar style matchups in the 90s, but boxing was a lot more popular then, right? It's probably decreased by 60% since the 90s, which you guys were watching then, you know that was a bit of a renaissance period. I mean, there was just tons of great fighters from Oscar to Evander to Tyson to Lewis to Jones to Hopkins. I mean, Mosley.
Well, I think 80s. I think 70s, 80s. I think that it peaked in the 70s, just started going down. Well, 85, I would say the actual peak, and then it's been steadily decreasing, and that coincides with the closed circuit TV and the pay-per-view model. That's what buried boxing. Without a doubt, that's what buried boxing. Back in the day, every network tripped over themselves sideways to put on fights.
Mayweather didn't help matters any, and even though I've been a Floyd fan his entire career, the fact is he had boxing's full attention for 10 years when he was Money Mayweather, and he bored a lot of people. He just did. And the heavyweight championship was occupied by foreign entities, whether you like it or not. I was a Klitschko fan, but the thing is when that heavyweight championship wasn't here, that took a lot of glare off boxing. And then, again, the proliferation of all the other sports, UFC mainly, people oftentimes, my wife included, used to watch boxing with me. She'd rather watch the UFC. She says it's not boring. Whereas
and those guys make a fraction of the money the boxers make.
How can we find out if boxers are overpaid or underpaid? How can we determine that?
Well, there's a metric. There's actually there's a metric for that. It's this. Do your fights lose money? Meaning, are they paying you more than what you bring in revenue, site fees, numbers of pay-per-views sold? Like, as talented as Crawford was, like Bob Arum said, I could have bought a house in Beverly Hills for the money I lost on him.
And he knows about boxing. He knows boxing. He's been there since fucking forever, since the dinosaurs.
1960s. Yeah.
So I think I would take Bob Arum first. If he decided that one of his best boxers wasn't profitable, so that just tells you in which state we find ourselves in the sport of boxing. In a state where a guy like Crawford is not profitable.
It's in bad shape.
It's in
So,
bad
it's
shape.
like
No, I don't know
Floyd said,
if,
he's
I don't know if
just
they're being
that-
under.
that
I don't. I'm
simple.
not. I can't say if they're being underpaid. I don't think so, man. I think they're getting paid what they deserve, or else another company would offer them more money if they were.
They're
unless
not.
the three-
They're not underpaid for sure.
No,
They're not.
unless those three major organizations, promotional companies, whatever, they're all in cahoots and they agree on like to monopolize, like to agree on a certain price or whatever. Like that's not possible. That's not happening.
Well,
The boxers are getting paid.
remember
what they
Lewis
deserve.
Let's look at a few things real quick. Let's look at a few things real quick. So the caller talked about compared to yesteryear, and he mentioned a lot of names that made a lot of money, but only 3 of them were 8-figure fighters: Holyfield, Lewis, and Tyson. All right, and 4, Oscar De La Hoya. Bernard Hopkins never was. Felix Trinidad never was. Roy Jones was only one time in his entire career because he fought at heavyweight, and he was like pound for pound within the top 3, if not number 1, most of his career. So 1, skills don't totally pay bills, and 2, you're paid for what you bring in, as we stated. If the sport's lost,
Yeah, but you're
60% of its
also talking
popularity-
about 30+ years
Hold
ago.
on.
So it's all relative. It's all a metric on relativeness. It's not just what the market's demanding now. It's what the market has paid up to this point.
If the sport has fallen 60%, then you've got to figure that the purses are going to fall accordingly. I'm done.
Yeah, and thus they have. In most cases, they have fallen accordingly. So I'm not making a case neither for either end too much other than to say it's a little bit complicated. If you did the same job that you do now 30 years ago, when 30 years ago you were making $20 an hour, and 30 years forward you're making $22 an hour, well, obviously on a relative scale you're going to think that's not really right. But then if you look at the flip side, which is, okay, this job's not in the demand that it once was, so the money's not there, so you have to make that relative also. So that's my point is it's a little bit more complicated than just saying, the fighters want too much money, which I know that happens sometimes, but I don't think generally speaking.
Based on what?
Well, we've already talked about that because we've noted the fact that when these fighters were making more money back in the day on regular TV, the TV networks used to subsidize the purses, and they're no longer doing that. So if the fighters today are asking for as much as the fighters yesterday, when there's no compensation to the promoter from the network, like that is not literally not going on anymore, and they're asking for the same money, then they are asking for too much. Because they're asking for more than what.
So you're
what he
telling
brought
me
in.
Showtime doesn't partly subsidize fights bought from the PBC?
Look,
because we know that's not the truth.
No.
Look at the quality of the ones they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at the quality of the
money.
Before they did, but not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not this year. Last year they had up until last year they had a $50 million a year annual budget that they were investing into boxing. This year, just look at it. Front Fora was the biggest fight of the year. The rest of them, they've been all these second-tier guys headlining cards that should be headlining. They're getting away from the whole event's costing them under $500,000. These are like showbox type cards they've been putting on.
These fighters need to take a pay cut or demand, to get fights. And if they can't get the fights they want and whatever, they need to take these people to court or something. But I mean, what are you going to ask the consumer to keep paying for garbage? No, there's not money. There's no money to go around.
you don't have to pay. And that's another point. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it.
Exactly. We're not buying it. And now they're realizing that, you know what, we don't have money. Like, look at Showtime. No cards, no fights.
Guess what? I'm not buying it either. I'm a big Tyson Fury fan. I'm not buying this
so let's
match
not
that
defend
he's got coming
boxers.
up.
So let's not defend these boxers that want millions and millions of dollars like it was the 1990s or whatever. No, there's not enough.
I always, in Pucho, I rely on this, guys. Marvin Hagler, his 34th professional fight.
And I know that the boxers are the only thing honest about the sport.
That's not true.
Rarely ever.
That's not true, dude. I've been around the sport my whole life, too, man. They're all usually cokeheads and
fucking
fucking
high-end fighters that we're talking about. It's rarely ever them that is the problem. It's the powers that be, the financiers and the promoters and their advisors that advise them when they get to that point. Because you got to understand, it's less than 10% of fighters that ever get to that point where they can make life-changing money. And when they get there, so little do they have control of. It's up to their promoters and their advisors almost exclusively. And so they go along with it because they know they're in a very rare position. So that's why I'm always going to go to bat for the fighters first. In most instances, sometimes, just like I said with Andy Ruiz, he's asking for too much money. And he probably could take less, and the fight could maybe happen with Wilder. But in general, I don't blame the fighters.
I blame the fighters. I blame the promoters. And the most honest thing in boxing is a consumer.
Exactly. Touche. The most honest thing is the consumers.
Well, tell that to the 6 million or so folks that pirate these fights, which is also
they're
putting a
fed
dent
up
in the economics
because
of
they
it
don't
all.
want to buy that shit. Like we just said, nobody wants to buy this paper. If
Well, that's
people
not
want to watch
very
it, they're
honest.
gonna pirate. Well, listen.
If I don't buy a fight, I don't buy it. If I'm going to buy it, I'm going to pay for it so that
but then you're an honest consumer. Those people pirating aren't consumers; they're thieves, according to the government. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just
stealing the
saying.
content. And trust me, right now, and you've heard it from the promoters, that is not helping. It's bad enough as it is.
Of course not.
That
No, what's not
piracy is
helping
going
is
on at an unprecedented level.
I agree.
Exactly.
No, caller, I agree with you. It's not helping. But you know what's not helping either? First of all, these hypocritical promoters saying that it's the consumer that's stealing. That's why we have problems. No, it's you putting on shitty fights. You're pushing consumers to go and pirate these fights. Right? That's what they're responsible for this. People will be buying fights.
See, I don't look at it like that. I don't force anyone to steal. If you don't want to buy the fight, don't buy it.
I'm not
But
stealing
don't
either.
steal
I'm not
either.
stealing fight. I'm just saying that this is, some people do that, because they're being pushed. Go ahead.
Yeah, and well, I would just say this too. When these guys demand X amount of money and the promoter says, okay, we'll just put it on pay-per-view, then these guys aren't even getting the money they think they're going to get. Like Tank, they keep saying, oh, he's got upwards, he could make $5 to $7 million, but he never hits the mark he did with Garcia, but all those other fights, he had 5 pay-per-views, prior to Garcia. Out of the 5, only 1 sold over 200,000 pay-per-views. He never hit the marks. He never got that upside money. So he's never made more than really $1 million up until the Garcia fight. But it's that way across the line.
I don't blame the fighters because a lot of times what they get told by the promoters just happens, like you said, it doesn't come to fruition. They don't get anything close to what their promoters and the people behind the scenes will tell them. But they
would if they
there's
sold the right amount of pay-per-views.
Showtime is not going to pay for a fight of this magnitude to air on their regular network. So if we don't put it on pay-per-view, and listen, I'm not making a case for pay-per-view because I hate it. That's why I got that to begin with, because they said they were going to do away with that, and then they went back on their word, and they all did. PBC included. The pay-per-view was supposed to be an antiquated thing of the past, and it was going to be more about subscription and stuff like that, but just didn't work out that way. But like I say,
Showtime lost $10 million on their last Wilder fight. They lost $10 million on that fight. So, when you did all the math compared to purses and shit, it was crazy. The Wilder Ortiz fight, that was on Fox, but that one in particular lost a ton of money from the number of pay-per-views sold to what they paid the fighters, the site fees. It was all broken down. I think Jedi Goodman, that guy's he's an accountant in real life, and he's always doing shit with not just boxing, MMA. He always breaks down the purses and whatnot. But then you look at Pitbull Cruz, for instance. Did you see his statement this week saying that the money, you got to offer me more money? I'm nobody's stepping stone, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Your claim to fame is losing to fucking Tank Davis because he ducked. Again, they offered him more money than he made against fucking Tank the first time to fight Shakur. Instead of just coming out and saying,
why doesn't Shakur get that treatment though, like Pitbull? Because Shakur turned down the Haney fight, and all you're saying, there wasn't $32 million.
But he didn't turn down. There was no. Listen, let me explain it. Haney, out of Haney's own mouth, I'm paying you a quarter. $8 million.
Yeah, but I don't care about the money.
The money. Then if they're making, if what they're saying, if the money is made up, if they're lying about the money, obviously lying about everything, then their promoter Bob Arum, the next day came out and said, "Don't pay attention to that. That's foolish. There's no substance to that. I'm not paying these guys $32 million. It was a lie because Haney didn't want to fight Shakur, but because he likes to do that shit, the same thing he pulled with Lomachenko, he straight up lied. We proved he was lying about the duck and shit with the timetable. He did the same thing. Instead of saying, I'm just not fighting Shakur, I'm not doing this to my body, I'm not staying down at 135, I'm going to 140. He didn't want to look like that, so instead, he sold a narrative knowing to be certain channels, right? Certain channels who hate Bob Arum, who would just run with it, like that BFFB guy. He went out and all over Twitter, you fucking know what you're talking about. He turned down $8 million. Really? So they were gonna. Someone else was gonna pay.
Why was Shakur saying the money wasn't right, and that's why he didn't take the fight? Like
the money wasn't right because there's no way nobody would be paying these guys $32 million. He's like, the money ain't right. This is bullshit.
Why didn't he just buy for it and it's like, I don't care about the money. Whatever you offer me, it's for undisputed.
There was no
I'll take
offer.
it.
But Bob said I never made an offer. It never got to that point. Bob would sit down, like you said.
That's because Shakur was already turning it down because he's like, I don't believe you. Shakur was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
He was telling the Haneys, I don't believe you. And Bob came out and backed Shakur and said, he's right. There is no money. I didn't offer anybody. There's no contract.
Of course he's going to back him up. That's his fighter. I mean, what else?
Both his fighters. Haney's his fighter too.
Guys,
he's fighting under the zone against Progress.
Guys,
against Progress, yes, because
instead of Top Rank.
Jesus Christ.
What's that, Pucho?
All right, we still have the caller on the line here. Caller, anything else?
Nah, I'm just listening. I love you guys' show.
No, I'm just saying because there's a lot of excuses being made for Shakur Stevenson, and I want to address them. There's nothing wrong talking about it.
All right. We're gonna move on. Caller, thanks for calling. Call back again next time. All right, take care.
Okay, thank you.
Later, brother.
Yeah.
He said he was listening, but he wasn't bothered by my debate with Jimmy.
No.
I got it, but Gucho was signing off the caller, and
signing off the caller. That's why I'm gonna let you guys.
That's a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna.
And I just want to state, I'm not a big Shakur fan. I don't like the way a lot of things he did. I don't like the way those low blows to consent. The kid he fought from the Dominican Republic. Believe me, I'm not. I'm just going by this. Haney's a liar. He's a proven liar. That dude spreads stories. My point is this. There was never a contract actually offered. Like Bob said, there was no contract. Because you know why? I handle the contracts. Haney going on social media and saying, I'll pay you $8 million. What do you say? That's not a contract. That's him going into public to save face. So people will say, look at you dunked fucking Shakur and you went up to 140. Instead of just being honest, going, I can't make the weight anymore. He's so insecure. He didn't want any fucking insults towards him. Believe me, if I thought Shakur was in the fucking wrong in that particular instance, I'd bury him. I have no issues on doing that. I'm just saying in that particular instance, I don't believe he did anything wrong with Haney. I just think Haney's a liar. Yes.
If I may, real quick, on top of that, Haney is an independent contractor right now, basically a free agent, like Bud, meaning they don't have any representation. So if they don't have any representation, they're signing off with whatever promoters, fighters they're doing business with. Where does he have the $8 million to offer? That has to come from our promoter. Haney doesn't have $8 million to offer somebody. It has to go through a promoter to make that offer. And Bob said,
$32 million. $32 million.
Forget the 32 for a second. Where does he have Where does he have the $8 million to offer? He doesn't. He's a free agent. He does not promote. He represents himself, but he is not a promoter, and he has no promotional platform. So he doesn't even have $8 million to offer. A promoter has to come together and say, here's what we're going to have, and this is going to be your share versus this is going to be my fighter's share. And Bob said, I didn't send an offer. So if Bob didn't send an offer, Haney doesn't have the $8 million, then it couldn't have been real. That's what we're trying to get at.
Yeah, but I mean, why didn't Shakur just play along and be like, all right, I'm signing whatever you give me, this for undisputed. Instead, he was like, the money wasn't right, the money was fake. They always say the money's fake. Remember when Wilder was saying the money was fake for AJ and all this shit?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wasn't there at the negotiations, but Shakur is saying the money wasn't right, and that's why the undisputed fight isn't happening.
He was saying that because that's what Bob told him. I'm sure the minute it was mentioned through social media, obviously the first thing Jay Prince would have done was call fucking Bob right away. Hey, what's up, man? He's going to pay us a quad, and they would have taken the $8 million. Shakur's even said it. Yeah, I would have taken a quad if it was really $8 million, but the money wasn't right. It was fake. Like once he reached out to Bob, said, Bob, are you offering this dude $32 million to fight us? I mean, because that's the number. If it's a quarter of fucking $8 million is a quarter. It's $32 million bucket. That's what they're working out of. But there wasn't. And Bob's like, no, there's no money. Where's it taking place? Where's the contract? Fucking Eddie Hearn ain't offering it. It was just Haney running his mouth through social media. The same thing his father would do on the LDBC channels. That's all they're doing. And I'm just not going to give them any work. Isn't that what Shakur
does when he says that everybody's ducking him, all this shit? He just sends bullshit on social media. right? Or am I lying?
But he's coming out. People have turned down the fights. There has been contracts. They offered. Bob typed it up, sent a contract offer to Pitbull Cruz because the WBC, the sanctioning body, told Bob, okay, we're going to make that fight. You know, we're sanctioning that fight. Go to a purse, but whatever. So Bob says, okay, I'll send him an offer. Cruz publicly said, no, I don't want it. I'm not nobody's stepping stone. I want more money than that. And my point is this: with Cruz, why? What have you got? What I don't know if you did you see this week the stuff he came out and said? Just I think it was Saturday. It was crazy. It's like, dude, okay, you're an entertaining fighter, I guess, but what the fuck have you done to demand anything, bro?
I don't know. I just don't buy it. That Shakur never lies and all this shit to the media bullshit.
It's not a question. But it's not a question of lying. All right, I understand.
Obviously, the listeners don't buy it based on the comments either. But hey.
All right, I really, what the listeners, I don't care, really, what they say. I just go by what the fuck I know, and I know for a fact there's been certain. Lomachenko was offered a contract. He was just offered one. Bob offered him the Shakur fight. He turned it down. That's a fact. I'm a huge Lomachenko fan, but he turned it down. He said, no.
He's coming off a lesson from Haney.
Of course he is. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
A stepping stone, to be honest with you, bro. So
of course, they already robbed him once. Of course, and I don't blame him. I said I wouldn't even fight again if I was him. I'd tell this whole sport to shove it up their fucking ass. They're going to fuck him again, and he knows that. But my point is, he did turn that down. Tank Davis won't even accept the fucking phone calls, never mind turn down anything. Right now, the fact is, everybody's turning down fucking Shakur Stevenson. Nobody will take the fucking fights, regardless of money. They won't even get to the stage of negotiation, because right now, at his length and his height, I think when he gets to 140, that might change. But because his hand speed and his jab, I just think people want to avoid him. I think personally, he'd fucking make Haney look ridiculous. He would embarrass Haney with his speed.
You know what, man? I'll say this. Shakur Stevenson should have taken a page out of Usyk's playbook and said, yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever money, fuck, let's do it. His ego got in the way. Because he thinks he's a star, the way he's acting out. He gets A-side advantages. Listen. They offered him a Warrington fight too. He turned that one down years ago. Then he claimed Navarrete didn't want to fight him. Then his version was, hey, they offered me less money than usual. And I said, fuck it, I'll take it. He says, I never heard from them again. So do I side with the Haney's on this one? No, because, Jimmy, you're breaking it down how these guys are a bunch of snakes too. It's all about shadow play and shadows and smoke and mirrors on how to make you think they actually want to fight, but they don't. But Shakur Stevenson, this is a case of two guys who have poisoned the well once too often. But the other thing is, Shakur, Lomachenko turned down the fight. Well, good. This motherfucker's been getting jobbed for a while. He finally said, okay, you want to set me up. And this dude, 100%. This dude, Shakur Stevenson, failed to make weight against Conceição. Doesn't even try to make it. He says, fuck it, I'll just pay the fine. Because again, he's, it's just a small percentage of his purse. He's already getting overpaid. And then he shows up against Conceição and ball busts him. Literally ball bust him. So, hey, I'm sorry if other people from other promotional entities don't want to fight at this cheater for shit money.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I was trying to make the same point you were trying to make BDA, but I'm not as good with words as you. But that's my point, bro. Shakur should have just went for it, bro. If fucking Haney's bluffing, catch him on their bluff by actually accepting everything the way Usyk did against Fury. That's how I see it, but hey.
Guys, Jimmy, can I just interject here?
Let me finish, dude.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other boxing channels that are always helping Shakur with everything.
No, you're right. And he's overpaid. And Jimmy is 100% right. And you guys are 100% right. Lomachenko shouldn't have. Yes.
Just read a super chat and then you can continue.
Absolutely, brother.
Super chat a long time. High and Low Sports Centrum, thank you for your super chat. He says BDA, the home of boxing. You got that right. Now, but thank you for your super chat. Earl Stevens with a super chat. The promoters are enabling boring fighters by overpaying them. Give them their market value, and you will see more action. Exactly, you will see more. Exactly. I think they're overpaid or under. At least they cannot be underpaid. That's not that impossible. That's because of what we talked about before. But anyways, continue, Jimmy.
I was going to say they're all overpaid. And listen, all those points that both Dom and BDA has made about Shakur, I agree 100%. if I was Lomachenko, I'm going to take in that fight. Of course he wasn't going to win. First off, just the emotional letdown of being robbed once. I mean, the writing's on the wall. The Vegas judges, these goofs, these old cruds, it makes me sick. And that it just, I mean, they even robbed that Sandy Ryan over the weekend. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's just like another fucking, you know, I'm going to say it, another white person gets fucking robbed. It's like woke type shit. I'm sorry, but it seems like they're the ones always getting fucked. Lomachenko, fucking Triple G, Kovalev. These guys have all been straight robbed. And I say it all the time, like when it comes to Mexican fighters, they get taken advantage of. There's always like, oh, they'll always be there because Mexicans drive the sport. So believe me, I'm not a Jay Prince fan into a lot of the way he moves, but what I am not, if you're going to say lesser of two evils would be Shakur. Where Shakur went wrong, he just used Bob's language. He called his promoter and Bob said, no, the fuck, it's bullshit. It's a fake offer. So he went out and said, nah, fuck, it's a fake offer. So to what BDA's saying, he should have just said, okay, yeah, fuck it, let's do it then. Okay, I'll do it for $8 million. And then just to watch Haney squirm, I think that, he just did the wrong thing. He just listened to Bob and then went out and repeated it. But I just don't like the way Haney moves. You know what I'm saying? And again, I don't like a lot of the shit Shakur does either. You know what I mean? But I just think of the two. But that particular instance, Haney's a weasel, and his father's a weasel, and they do a lot of weaselly moves.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jimmy. But between the two, you've noted the fact, and we've noted on in the show, that there have been people that have been sent offers that were legitimate offers, making more money than they've made before for Shakur. We're not defending him or saying that we're fans. But they have happened, and people have turned them down. Even Lomachenko, whether he was right or wrong to do it, the great Lomachenko, who I personally love, turned down a fight. Now, Haney, on the other hand, has gone on to say, just like what's going on with Shakur, it's not a real deal, based off of everything that we know. And like you said earlier, and I had a conversation with somebody in one of the other chats earlier, there was no way that Loma ever ducked Haney, because he wasn't even in position to be the mandatory until after Loma was already in negotiations for a unification fight with Tio. By the time he became the number one contender in 2019, and people say that Loma ducked him for years because he was the number one contender for years, he became the number one contender in 2019. That's the same year that Lomachenko won the belt. One second. That's the same year that Lomachenko won the belt. And then after he won the WBC, he openly said his next fight was going to be a unification fight with Teofimo Lopez. So there was never a duck. But Haney puts out this false narrative, and like Floyd fans, they buy it 100%. So between the two of them,
and they make videos on it.
And the one who's getting avoided based off of legitimate offers going out is Shakur, versus Haney, who's making up narratives of things that haven't happened. I think that's the whole point Jimmy was trying to say, and I wanted to try and put out there a little bit.
Thank you. That's right. And even to your point with that whole thing with Lomachenko, Haney was named his mandatory literally 2 weeks after he beat Campbell, right? Lomachenko. 2 weeks later, Haney, in camp, he was in training camp to fight Santiago at the end of November. In that September, he was made Lomachenko's mandatory. Okay, so did he say, okay, I'm going to drop this fight with Santiago? No, he went to camp. What happened? He fought Santiago. He won, but blew his shoulder out. 2 weeks later, he had surgery, put out a press release, I will be on the shelf for at least a year. The week he put out this thing saying, I'm out because of my shoulder surgery, they announced the fight for Teofimo Lopez. But what happened? COVID happened, so it got pushed off. Right? Yeah. So the whole thing, that whole narrative that Bill Haney was going on fucking LDBC show after LDBC show saying, oh, he ducked us when we were his mandatory, is a bold-faced lie. And I just like, and then they're saying, what's up, brother? Okay.
Sorry.
No, go BDA.
Well, because we did that video, I don't know if you remember, it's still up there. It's about, just write Lomachenko, Haney, BDA. And, the other thing that Jimmy pointed out was in that video is because I remember in the comment section of that video that where you broke down everything, people were still saying, yeah, but Bob Arum requested a WBC franchise. That doesn't preclude or impede the Haney team from making him an offer. That doesn't mean that because the franchise request all of a sudden now they can't find him anymore. You can't send him an offer. So it's like Jimmy's saying, it's smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. But I wanted to ask you something, Jimmy, and of course everybody else, But I want to start off with Jimmy because I was thinking about this. I'm not too sure about what's going on with the Al Heyman thing. It's or the PBC going down. We know that it's been on the decline for the past 3 years. Just like Bucho says, compared to the last 3 years ago and compared to now, it ain't doing too well. But Al Heyman, he's a silver-tongued devil, or he has to be, because, he just keeps convincing people to give him money to stage mediocre fights. My question, though, is, and this includes everybody, Heyman, Don King, De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn, in separate instances, all those guys have been in charge of boxing for the past, let's say, 25 years. And right now, boxing, it ain't doing good, very well. We've had some big fights. 2023 has been big, but now with the PBC going under, you start to wonder, what's going on? What's going to happen with the Zone, ESPN? They look a little shaky too. So my question is it time, especially for us boxing consumers, to actually maybe give another guy a chance? And could Dana White be that guy? How realistic is it that he could take over and actually fix things?
If it's a one network situation where one network is controlling the whole thing like he does, even though it's not a network, but he controls that company. And so it goes how he goes. You get paid based off of your performance. You get paid based off of your winnings. You get paid based off of the X, Y, and Z. Then the fighters will definitely try harder. So, but he has to be the one in control of all of it to where there's one person. Now, there's a double-edged sword to that. Like the UFC fighters make a fraction, the top fighters make a fraction of what the top boxers do. And people will get into the whole rights of blah, 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 and X, Y, and Z. But it will force fighters to be more hungry because you're going to sit on the shelf, or you're either not going to eat for a living, or you're going to do what I tell you to. Like they said in Rocky V, you're going to fight who I tell you, when I tell you, and how I tell you. And if one person controls it there, that may be the thing that boxing needs to spring back up. That's not to say that it's not going to hit a point of corruption to where it'll need another reboot, but it will definitely put things on a track that's fan-friendly because he'll decide, hey, this is a good matchup. I'm going to put it out there. If someone denies it, that's fine. Then you're not getting paid. Go sit on the shelf. Go sit down, go sit in the corner, turn around, and I'll tell you when you can come out. And they'll be humbled really quickly. Now, again, double-edged sword, but when the when UFC puts something on, there's a lot of times they have multiple top dollar fights on a card for one price that's reasonable per fight, and it's ones that people want to see because of what he pays them. So it's not going to be very good for the fighter, but I think it could benefit the sport.
I think it's realistic, Bucho. Or VDA for once, we already know the guy already has a contract with ESPN, right? The UFC is exclusive to ESPN. So in many ways, he already has an outlet. Secondly, last I heard, Dana White is not the president of the UFC anymore. He plays a different role with the company now. So maybe the guy has more time to maybe get into boxing and explore the boxing business and start his own UFC boxing promotion, whatever he wants to call it. And last I heard, Dana White tried purchasing PBC, or he tried looking into the PBC books, and I don't think he liked what he saw on the books, whatever. So that tells me that Dana White was already interested in getting into boxing. And if the PBC gets out of the way, it's going to make it a lot easier for a guy like Dana White to come in and start his own company. So it's doable. I can see it happening. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but it's possible.
No, I agree. I heard all the same things you heard too on that. Just to let you guys know, I posted in the Discord a video, a short clip. If you guys ever want to hear Al Heyman's voice, it's the only known recording of Al Heyman's voice. He talks about, it was right after the Mayweather fight when he got headbutted by, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Remember, he shot in Mayweather punch. Yeah, thank you, brother. Victor Ortiz. It was right after that. Heyman goes, yeah, he led with his head, but he says a few sentences. I just thought it was funny. Somebody sent it to me, but it's actual Al Heyman talking.
Did you hear my question about the Dana White thing?
It was breaking up. Now you asked about is it possible that he will get into it?
I said this. You had at various times we've had Eddie Hearn, Don King, De La Hoya, Al Heyman promoting boxing the last 25 years, and it's been good. You know, this year was particularly good, but for the most part, things are getting shakier and crumbling more than they were 10, 15 years ago. So my question is, with that being said, and these guys have had their chance. Would it work for if Dana White actually came into boxing, and could he actually make it work?
I think he could, but this is it. I think we've all hit on this. They have to take a pay cut. They can't expect the money that's been thrown around. That's the problem. They're trying to keep the same kind of pay scales, right? As the sport declines in viewership and ad revenue and site fees, these fighters are still saying, like Wilder, for instance, I'm just using him as a reference. I made $20 million fighting fucking Victor Ortiz. Ortiz, that was his last name, the old Cuban dude. Well, I'm not fighting for $5 million. It was seeing it play out right now. That's what happened. They went to Saudi Arabia. He met with the Saudis twice. Joshua fight with Wilder was expected to happen this year at the end of the year. It's dead in the water because these Saudi Arabians, even though they're going to let funny money to burn, they're like, no. They look at they're like, wait a minute, guy, you just fought and sold 100,000 pay-per-views. You have historically lost money for every fight you're in. You either loses money, a lot of it, or barely breaks even. And so when he's seeing the money they're offering him, listen, this is your worth. That's what it comes down to. It's not a question of overpaid or underpaid. It's a question of you should be paid what your worth is.
Exactly.
Canelo is never underpaid. He can get $40 million. That's not overpaid. You know why? Because he brings in hundreds of millions of dollars.
Exactly.
That fucking dude literally is an industry. He's just getting, when it comes down to Canelo, he just takes whatever slice of pie they're willing to offer him. Now, he just sits at home and trains, does all that other things, while all the people behind the scenes has to get everything else going, including the hotel making flights, and there's a lot of shit involved with him. But so he's not overpaid. I know people say, that's crazy, you make it $40 million. It's all relative. You got to be paid with what you're worth. Nobody's going to get into boxing to lose money. Right? That's the reason why we never see new promoters. And when we do, like Steve Kim's line, the desert is, the bones are bleached.
And Jimmy, if Canelo's underpaid, there's gonna be somebody who's gonna pay him more then, right? Like that's
course,
how it works.
The money's
so
there.
It doesn't exactly. So Canelo did his research. He goes, this guy's gonna pay me the best amount of money, the largest, and I'm gonna go with this guy. That's how it works. We have the video that you showed us. We have the video of Al Heyman here. I'm gonna play it.
Field me, Inquisitor. You would be wise to surrender. Submit, surrender. You cannot escape.
That's Al Heyman's voice, people. Okay, I got it here.
Hit me with a headbutt and knocked out. He tried it 2 or 3 times. He got hit with headbutts. Hit me with a headbutt a couple times. He tried it 2 or 3 times.
That's Al Heyman.
Yep.
Yo, he sounds. I've heard. Somebody. He has a lot of jive. I thought he would sound more. He's being Harvard educated. I thought he would sound. Yes, well, I think you understand that. He's like, man, that he hit you with a headbutt, mate. Jeez, 2 or 3 times. One time he called in.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a guy one time that called in, and after Anglo, he was calling us taco eaters, wetbacks, and I said, and I joked, I said, hey, that sounds like Al Heyman. And it turns out maybe it was Al Heyman.
Oh, maybe he called the show. But
probably was Al Heyman, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Super chat. High and Low Sports Centrum. Thank you for your super chat. He says BDA, the North Boxing Wisdom. Right? The North Boxing Wisdom.
That's right. The North.
And he says something else after that. I think he says something about, he led with his head. But if you actually look at him, he actually sounds like that voice does look like it would come from him. You know what I mean? He's kind of because he's a smaller guy. He's a thin dude, but it's unbelievable. Again, it's the whole transparency thing. I'm sure Bob Harum lies. I mean, I was a big distractor of Bob Harum. Remember, he fucked Hagler over in the 80s. So it took me years to like Bob Arum, without getting a mouthful of spit when I heard his name. It wasn't until after he was good to Mickey that I liked him. But back in the day, he fucked Marvin over. So I wasn't a big fan of Arum's. But yeah, and I hate that he gets called a liar and all these things like those LDBC channels will say. Well, at the same token, holding this dude up who wouldn't piss in their mouths if their guts were on fire. He has such disdain. Just like, why would I talk to you?
Jimmy, I don't like
just
you
because
talking
I'm
like
the
that
biggest
about
man
him.
in boxing.
I
You know what I
don't
mean?
like you. You're just picking on the PBC. I think you should pick on other promoters. This is what people say all the time.
Well, I know. But the thing is, right? Eddie Hearn talks to us. I mean, well, to people all the time. Even interacts with people on Twitter. Bob Arum gives even interviews with fucking 78 Sports guy. Not 78 Sports, but Barbershop Conversations. So he's held accountable. Like, he'll at least sit down and talk with you, whether he's lying to you or not is relevant. My point is, Al Heyman doesn't even think he deserves. Like, I'm not even going to fucking. Why should I explain what I'm doing? Like, when you are supposedly the biggest guy in boxing, you're making all the moves. You're literally driving golden institutions like HBO into the ground, and then the fact that you would even like, I guess if you even asked to fucking talk to him, if you get to his secretary, they almost laugh in your face. Like, he doesn't talk to you. Seriously, like, so this guy fucking, like, he literally would spit in your fucking, what's that?
It's like in American Psycho when he calls Dorsey. It's like, yeah, I know it's short call. What do they say? I know it's short call, but I was wondering if I could get a reservation for Friday, and you just hear the guy laughing.
All right, guys.
Yeah, say what you want about Bob Arum, De La Hoya, Hearn, but these guys show their face, and you're able to tell if they're lying or not just based on what they're saying, their body language, all this shit. Without Heyman is like Showtime's going out of business, all this, and why doesn't he show his face and tell us what's going on, right?
Oh, he doesn't care.
That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen.
Hey, but that's why
100%.
That's why. Yeah, I agree with Don Chingazos, man, and that's why I was saying about Dana White, and because look, this guy, I don't give a shit too much about Bob Arum personally, or Eddie Hearn, or Al Heyman, or De La Hoya. I'm a customer. I'm a consumer. I want to see the big fights happen, and for a reasonable price. Right now, even the zone's guilty too, man. Prograde versus Haney pay-per-view. Come on. So what I'm saying is, look, these guys had their chance. I don't have any loyalty towards them. That's why I was asking, wait, maybe Dana White or somebody else, man, regroup boxing, tear it down and build it back up.
Hey, BDA, Al Heyman is almost like a mythical creature, right? Like a mythical creature, and how you build the what people think of him is by having every fighter thank him after every fight. He never shows his face. He's a mythical creature. People are under the impression that he's the best promoter, all this shit.
Well, I think
because he never shows his face.
Ouija. I think you have to play. I think you have to play the
Don, do you remember
the Ouija board?
Well, do you guys remember when? Did you guys remember when Spence? I actually talked to him. I mean, he was talking when he was talking to fucking Arum, and I'm like, oh, come on, dude,
Jimmy,
really?
I still
think
that
I actually talked to him on the phone.
Al Heyman is a hologram.
Like,
Al Heyman is a hologram. Al Heyman is a hologram. I'm gonna keep believing that until
he's
I
a
see
supercomputer.
evidence. All right, and let's take a phone call here. 510-510. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Jimmy? What's up, BDA? I also want to shout out the BOC, the boyfriends of Canelo. You know who you are, and everybody else on the panel.
It is booty juice.
Yeah, of course. You know who the fuck this is, man? Come on.
I don't know.
Canelo number one, bro.
I'm not sure. Did you come
You're
here
not
to change?
sure?
Did
Okay,
you come here?
all
Did you
right.
come here to change your
Anyways,
prediction?
I just wanted to say again.
Did you come here to change your prediction to Canelo?
Nah, I just came to comment on a couple things that were already said. I mean, but then, the only one thing I was going to change from my prediction, I'm not even going to change my prediction, but I'm going to change basically what I said before about this fight being a joke. I think this is going to be an execution. That's about what I was going to change. Honestly, like, this guy is going to get dominated. He's going to get washed. And that's what kind of bothers me about the whole speak about, like, who's making the money. And again, people call this guy the cash cow, whatever, man, I guess. But, I mean, he's fighting a lesser talented dude, and y'all make it. This is what pisses me off, right? What annoys me about when I speak about Canelo and I present the argument like you guys act like this guy's doing you a fucking favor fighting every time. Like he's doing you the fucking favor. Like, bro, like I don't understand because he's clearly any other fighter, right? Name any other fighter now. Any fighter you can think of. If this guy fought lesser, like when Bebo was gonna fight this dude, that's complete fucking garbage, right? But then the fight's supposed to be set up, or it was about to be set up, something like that. People were like immediately shitting on this kid, immediately. And then this guy goes on ahead and fights a guy that's lesser skilled than him. Because I've said it before. That's why from the very beginning, I went out of my way to call in and say, look, this guy is when the 3-fight deal was announced, this guy beats Charlo. This guy beat both the Charlos. He beats both the Charlos, and I was very specific. Again, I know he's going to start Dave Benavidez, and he's going to beat everybody else. The only guys he has a chance of, or the fight might. I actually think Crawford's going to beat him, but and then Morrell might have a chance. But that's why I was very specific when I was saying these things. Like, I just don't get it, man. Like, ultimately, like,
wait, you're saying Terence Crawford, booty juice. You said Crawford beats Canelo?
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, even with the way everything considered, yep, I'll call that shit right now. I'll say that right now. I think if they ever end up fighting, which is again, you just never know with the PBC, or you never know what the other side of the street.
Listen, I understand if Booty, I understand if you dislike Canelo, but I think your dislike for Canelo is like taking over your senses here, your mind. That's crazy. I think.
Oh, really?
You need to take a step back. You need to take a step back.
How so?
Because
why
there's no way. Because Crawford's not gonna beat Canelo. Like, you're out of your mind here. Like, he's too small.
We'll see about that. Nah,
and I don't even know why somebody would be impressed with Crawford. I don't know why you're impressed with Crawford. I don't even know why
you. People want to say that I'm a hater, right? People want to say that
you're not impressed with Canelo.
All the fights that he fought.
You're not impressed with Canelo.
Listen to this. All the fights that he fought, I picked him to win the fights.
So
that's the difference. I picked him to beat Billy Joe Saunders. I picked him to beat Caleb Scat. I picked him to beat who's the other fucking bum he fought. I picked those. The only guy that I ever was vocal about. I mean, you guys didn't know at the time because that was one of the first times I ever called on the show. Is after Bevo beat him. It was a Sunday show. That I picked him to beat fucking to get his ass whooped by Bevo.
Yeah, so you're telling me you're impressed with
about me being a hater, blah blah blah. I'm just keeping it honest, man. I don't get why people.
You're impressed with Terence Crawford. You're impressed with Terence Crawford. You're impressed with Terence Crawford. I mean, that's okay.
I'm not thoroughly impressed with him. Like I commented before.
Mr. Bridges, you said everything. Mr. Bridges, every time Crawford's fought in the last, Mr. Bridges, please, Mr. Bridges, please. In the last 9 fights, did you ever pick against Crawford?
No. Probably
This is crazy. All right, hey, Booty, just
say that again. What?
Stay on the line. Stay on the line because maybe there's people that want to talk to you. Let's take another phone call. Stay there. 657. 657. You're on the air. 657. Yo, 657.
On the phone. We're gonna set you up.
657. You're on the air. 657.
That's great.
All right, you need to mute your background. We'll take another phone call here. 619, you're on the air. And you're with Booty Juice as well.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm calling in. Yeah, just talk about the fight. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yeah, well, I picked Canelo to knock out Charlo. But just going over the fight in my mind, like I give it to Canelo based on the fact that he's used to fighting in higher weight divisions and he has more of a punch resistance than Charlo. So I think, and on the flip side, I don't think Charlo's gonna be able to withstand Canelo's power. But I think that Charlo deserves a shot just based on the fact that he is undisputed champion and he has some skills, and I think he is a light dog. So I basically think he's gonna try to like move around, catch Canelo while he's trying to reset, before he punches, and he's gonna be moving around and flicking the jab. I already seen like all these guys giving him advice how he should win, and he already has the Bivol blueprint as well. So I think, and also I think it's hard for
I think Canelo, since the onus is on him to knock out Charlo, what do you guys think? Because what do you think if he doesn't get the knockout some way or another? You know what I mean? He has to knock him out to win. So I think it's harder for the guy who's trying to get the knockout. You know, historically speaking, you know, like for example, say what if Plant would have survived? Who would have won? You know, I'm just saying. I think Canelo's going to win, but what would happen if Charlo was to take Canelo's punch? Are you telling me he's going to win a boxing match? Now that he has the puncher style, like he's got like with the whole man. Like,
goes the distance, I'm worried for Canelo, bro, because PBC is a very corrupt company, and it wouldn't surprise me if they rough Canelo, even though he beats the shit out of Charlo for 12 rounds.
Yeah, so it depends with Canelo, because for the latest version of Canelo is the power puncher. He doesn't box like he used to. I mean, he doesn't like put a high volume. So
yeah, he can still outbox Charlo.
So,
Don't
you
worry
know,
about that. I'm not worried about that.
What's that?
He will still outbox Charlo. He will still force Charlo to lower his output. And
well,
but
you know, Charlo has lateral movement. He has faster on his feet, and he's a good boxer, man. He's undisputed champ.
Yeah, he's a good boxer.
But when Charlo loses it,
I'm just saying, like it's a possibility. Don't.
No, it is. You never know. Listen,
Canelo's. I've seen him in his fights, and he gives credit to a lot of his opponents, man. Like, yeah, he was hard to figure out. Like, he gives him a lot of credit. He was strong, you know. So he's not like he's having a field day with these guys.
No.
He has to go in there, and like I said, since he's
yeah, something could happen. Yeah. You know, like maybe something can happen. Maybe he starts getting old, and you know. But like we don't know. These are all
according to him, he's at a great training camp, and he's gonna show Charlo why, you know.
Right.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is, Canelo relies on the knockout. That's his, and I'm saying, like, what happens if he doesn't get the knockout? Because it's hard to, you know, knock out all your opponents. And Charlo happens to be a great boxer, undisputed, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to take all these things into consideration. You can't just be like, Canelo's going to kill him, this, and that. And what happens if you beat them?
Yeah, I agree.
We're talking about this the day after the fight. Everybody's going to be eating crow.
Jimmy wants to say something. Jimmy.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I think that Charlo loses enough rounds. He's shown that sometimes if he's not comfortable, like most fighters, everybody's not comfortable if they're not fighting at their pace. If you don't allow him to set up and get into his rhythm, and Canelo's great at pushing people off his rhythm. He was even great with Triple G. That's in the second fight. That's what he was able to do. That movement is what befuddled to Triple G. It's like because he has to be in a certain setup, and Canelo's very good at that. He's good at making you. You would think that just because he's not throwing punches, that he's not making you uncomfortable. He is, just in his positioning, the way he, you know. Canelo is a very high ring IQ, and I believe he can still beat him in a goes to ring, goes to the cards, and it's going to be Vegas. Remember, Vegas, the sanctioning bodies. The commission is the one who appoints the referees. Okay, so, but again, the reason why Canelo's the cash cow, he really is. He brings in huge site fees, like double anybody else. Nobody even comes close to the money that Vegas is willing to pay to get him there. Because restaurants, car rentals, everything, he makes people money. So they have a financial benefit. It benefits them to have him win. So unless the judges are paid directly, if they somehow found out who they are in advance and somebody sneaks money to them, that's the only other way I would think, you know. But Don's right that the PBC has definitely had some questionable victories, but I still think Canelo has the skills to beat Charlo, even if he doesn't stop him. But I understand what you're saying. He is a lapdog.
We got more phone calls here. So, Jose, one last comment.
Yeah, all I'm saying, man,
It's not going to be a whitewash. Yes, I think Canelo's going to knock him out because he hits harder and takes bigger punches. But I think since the Charlo is undisputed, I think he's going to put up a great fight, and that's all I'm saying. They're both,
right.
They don't have their oaths anymore. They're going to lay it all on the line, and they're going to show their experience, and it's going to be a great fight. That's what I think.
I hope so. All right, Jose, thanks for calling. Take
It's going to be
care.
a whitewash. What I'm saying is just don't. That's what he's trying
Ah,
to say.
shit. All right, sorry about that. We got other phone calls here. I thought you were done. 213, you're on the air. 213.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Campos. Is Mr. Booty Juice there?
Yeah, he's still there, man. Go ahead.
What's up, Campos?
Hey, Mr. Booty Juice. If Crawford fights Canelo, I'll bet whatever you want. I have the redhead beating Crawford. Bet whatever you want.
Yeah,
I got
bet,
people
man.
here willing to get me money.
The redhead beating who?
Crawford.
I'll bet whatever you want. Whatever you want.
All right, 200.
All right?
Man, that sounds like a bet to me, man.
Yeah.
Crawford's not going to fight the redhead.
No, if the fight
Anyways,
happens, I'll bet you 200. Yeah, let's do it.
200 what?
$200, dude.
Nah, hell no. We got to go higher. No, put your money where your mouth is. We got to go higher. I bet thousands.
How much? All right, how much? All right.
I bet thousands.
We gotta go.
1,000?
I bet
100 and shit, homie. 100 and shit. More than inflation.
Tough economic situation.
I bet thousands. So let me know. Let me
Campos
know.
doesn't fuck around.
You done this before to other people? Then?
I do it all the
You record
time.
that?
I do it all the time. I do it all the time. I'll go to Texas. If we bet over 5,000, listen to me. Over 5, I will fly to Texas, watch the fight next to you, and I'll bring cash.
I'm not in
all over
Texas.
the country.
I don't know.
All right,
Where you at?
Right.
I'm in East LA.
Campos
I'm in
bets.
California. I'm in Northern California.
I'm in East
Not
LA.
Texas.
I'm in East
All
LA.
right, so let's make.
So I'll do it for 2,000 then. If you want to go higher, if you want to go 10,000, let me know. I got people here willing to give me that money. Yeah.
Okay.
So no, I'm being serious. Where you at? I'll drive to you.
I know you're being. Yeah, I know you're being serious. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
drive
let's
to you.
I'll go.
Okay,
1,000.
and as far
I'll go
and again,
1,000. I'll go 1,000.
now let's go higher. Put your money where your
I'll
mouth
go
is.
1,000. I'll stay at 1,000.
Yeah, you keep. What are we
All
getting
right,
at?
we'll do 1,000 then. No, we'll do 1,000.
All right, let's talk
Okay.
about
Bet your life,
If
man.
you want to change your mind,
Bet your
we
life.
go higher. Okay, we don't go
Okay.
lower. We go higher.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'll let you know.
I wouldn't want to play. I wouldn't want to play Campos and fucking Texas Fold'em.
Yeah.
That
Nah,
motherfucker
I'm
would
on here
bluff
all
me out of
the
my
time.
shit.
I call in everyone. I'm here. I'm always on the chat. All right. So anyway, panel. As far as this redhead versus Charlo fight, I'm not buying it. I didn't buy the Benavidez Plant fight. I don't think it's a fair fight. I don't like this fight. This is that Tank Floyd Mayweather style blueprint fight. It doesn't matter to me if Charlo's undisputed, because when you put champion doesn't mean anything. When you put champion and PBC next to it, it means even less. The biggest frauds in boxing are PBC champions. And I'm expecting.
Why do I get shit for pointing that out too? Why do I get shit for pointing that out too?
Nobody give you shit.
I'm expecting the redhead. I'm expecting the redhead to stomp Jermell. If the redhead doesn't stomp Jermell, I don't want to hear the redhead's name anymore. Because this is an easy fight. I predict if this is Campos, I predict that Canelo's gonna stop Jermell in 7 to 9 rounds. Because Canelo already said he's gonna let the fight go a few rounds. A few means 5 to 7. So 7 to 9 rounds, I predict the fight will be over. And to all the maggots in the chat, hit the like button. Thank you guys for taking my call.
All right, good call, Campos. See ya.
Right, man, take care.
Man, he don't fucking play, huh?
Yeah.
That ain't enough. No, seriously. Imagine playing Texas Fold'em with him. He's that dude would have 2 fucking 7s right? They'd be putting up fucking 10 grand in the pot, and you'd fucking throw your fucking full house down.
Jimmy, when he plays Russian roulette, he's like in Robert De Niro in no two bullets, not
Two bullets. I can see.
Mao, Didi Mao. All right, let's take
That's funny.
Let's doing a film study where we're gonna drop our predictions later, or is that gonna happen or not?
The what? What'd you say?
Yeah,
about the film study.
Predictions at a later time. When do we do that?
Did you give your prediction?
No, not yet. We
All right,
haven't given them.
I haven't either.
All right, guys, we're gonna have more shows also. We're gonna do it, but let me just take care of the phone calls, then we can take the predictions.
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking if he's gonna do another show tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
For that.
Well, maybe not tomorrow, but later on. It's 559. You're on the air. 559.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? My name is Tino Melendez. I don't know if you guys heard about me before. I've been a couple of super chats.
Yes, I think so, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my prediction for this fight is Canelo by stoppage within 10 rounds.
Okay.
I think it's a great fight. You know, undisputed versus undisputed, even though it's a 2 weight class difference. But I do also believe that that Charlo is quite big for his 154. Also, I think it's going to be easier for Canelo because I haven't really seen Charlo do any adjustments during the fight, just like I didn't see him do it with Harrison and especially with the Argentinian guy. I forgot his name.
Castano.
Castaño.
Yeah, Castaño. There we go.
Yeah, no in-house. I mean, he doesn't do in-fight changes. He doesn't.
Yeah, so that's why I believe it'll be kind of easy pickings for Canelo, that to make him walk into a trap, because I really haven't seen him adjust during the fights.
And you guys know what the big thing is too? When's the last time fucking Charlo's been in a fight, been in the ring?
Oh yeah,
going on at least a year and a half, right?
Yeah, like 15 months, something like that.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's that right there. You guarantee. You know what he's gonna say after the fight? Man, I just couldn't. I saw the punches. I saw what I had to do. I just couldn't get my timing down. The same thing Spence said. The same thing fucking Stephen Fulton said. It's just my timing seemed off. Of course it is. You're a part-time professional fighter. This is not the sport to fucking. You can't play at this game. That's why Canelo. Everybody's like, why would the face of boxing be fighting 4 times in a calendar year? Because he's smart. He's smart to know. Like, I gotta fucking keep my shit sharp. You're either fighting and getting better, or your skills are eroding. Period.
Yeah.
Then there's only a small window for these fighters to earn big money and stay on their prime, to be honest with you. So Canelo's taking advantage of it. I mean, good for him, honestly.
Yeah. Caller, anything else?
Nah, that'll be it. That's it. But thank you guys for your time.
All right, take care.
All right, later, Tino.
All right, let's take another phone call.
Isn't that one of the characters in the movie Carlitos, way? Tino Melendez.
Was that the played
Maybe
by?
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Was
When dudes call the whole name like that, I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's serious. You know what I mean? When they call, and they give, you know,
There you go.
tell you the whole name.
I heard about you. All right, 657.
But what's up, Pacino and I forgot who else on the movie Carlitos Way.
657. You're on the air.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes. Yo, you're on the air.
So this is what I want. Booty Juice is a pussy.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's right there. He's listening
and
to you.
Canelo's going to win by knockout by round 9.
That sounds like projection. That sounds like it's a projection. It's funny how you guys have the same exact tone when you guys call in like that. You bitches. So.
Who said that?
You got anything else to say?
That's booty juice. That's booty juice.
No, that's it. That's all I got.
Hey, Booty Juice is trying to talk to you. Caller, Booty Juice is trying to talk to you. Go ahead, Booty Juice.
What's up?
Why did you? Okay, do you know this guy?
I said it sounds like. Was I muted? I was just saying that sounds like a projection to me. It's funny how you guys sound the same. You guys have the same fucking tone. You Canelo bitches, Canelo fanboys.
All right.
Yeah, you're right.
Hello?
We all got the same tone.
Caller, what's your
you
name?
do, for sure. I mean, that's why I just said that. I mean, I don't know why you have to repeat what I just said to you, but all right, man. Anything else?
Hey, caller, what's your name?
Well, that's it. Hey, take care. Hey, Booty Juice.
Now's your chance.
Hey, Booty Juice, take care of yourself, my man. Stay safe.
Now's your chance. Go ahead. I'm giving you the
Stay
time
safe.
to speak. Go ahead.
He doesn't even want to
calls him a
address you,
bitch.
man.
No,
He goes,
say that. Hey, I'm just calling just to say Booty Juice is a bitch, and Canelo wins round 9 TKO.
What's your name?
Okay. All right, man.
What's your name? For the prediction. Your name. We need a name for the prediction.
Oh.
Sorry, you broke up. What's that?
I said Canelo wins TKO.
Yeah, what's your name?
Your
David.
YouTube name.
David. I think I heard David. All right, David. Take care. See ya. I hope his name was David. He's not. He just calls saying he called Booty Juice a bitch, and they
remember. Yeah, that's he goes, hey, Mr. Booty Juice a bitch, and then he gives prediction, and he goes, hey, Mr. Booty Juice, stay safe. It's like, you just called him a bitch, and then he's like, stay safe. Come on, man.
Oh, man. Anyways, Booty Juice
I
still
will
on the line.
say that I know that a lot of people are picking Canelo for a knockout, and they're saying that if this was, a lot of people think that Charlo's like overrated, that a prime Canelo washes this dude in 4 or 5 rounds. And they're still picking Canelo to knock this dude out. And I would have to say, in a time of like where it's all about giving a hot take and keeping it spicy and and things that are juicy, you know, it's work like that, man. Because like Canelo, before he was at 68, sometimes he wasn't getting the knockouts, but he was still winning. I mean, fights at the top level are going to be tough. And now that he's fighting at a higher weight, dude, I know that the guy said he was knocking out were movers, but sometimes when a dude can't move and he's got some pop behind his punch, it slows down the pace of the fight. Because if you're Canelo, you're not always going to want to jump in there real quickly, hit first sometimes, like with the sleeping hooks, because you can get countered. So at the same time, you have to like dial it down and be more cautious. And that's the thing that's going to buy Charlo a little bit more time, in my opinion. It's not like the dudes that he was chasing down because those dudes had no power. Like I'm saying, a Canelo doesn't always have to get the knockouts for him to like consider him to be a good fighter. Sometimes you just can't because it's just a sport, man.
Hey, we still have Booty Juice on the line. Just want to ask Booty Juice.
I was just gonna say this, but that's part of the argument. What I don't like get like in any way, shape, or form. Because if this guy's so great, right, I could get – because people talk him up. This is what bothers me, right? People talk him up, Canelo, as if this guy has like a Mike Tyson era. The obvious difference is Mike Tyson was fucking murdering people, though. He was fucking castrating
He was
people.
beating bums, bro. Who did Mike Tyson beat? A bunch of bums that nobody cares for, bro.
Canelo's, like, technically speaking, he's better than Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Mike Tyson had 85 to 1990, and then he busted Douglas, bro. Come on. Who's a big name in Mike Tyson's record? Who's a big name in Mike Tyson's record?
No, what I'm saying nowadays, Chingazos, is nowadays you can beat a dude like Ryder 11 rounds out of 12. David Benavides can batter Caleb Plant for 11, 12 rounds out of 12. And people are still not happy because a lot of these boxing fans nowadays, they're like casuals, dude. If you don't get the knockout, they're going to say you're fucking washed. And that's not always necessarily the case, keeping it real.
But Gonzalo, respectfully speaking, though, like, bro, Naoya Inoue doesn't have a problem with that. See, when people talk about the pound for pound, like the all-time
who
great,
has Inoue besides Fulton? Who has Inoue beat? I know there's Nonito and a bunch of names that nobody cares for.
The difference is night and day. This guy's putting people away. That's why the guy's a sensational
Booty
talent.
Juice, you act like Canelo.
Booty Juice, you got to go to Naoya Inoue to say that because he's about the only guy in this generation, he'll probably go down as an all-time great, and not only all-time great because of the boxing skills, as far as like a puncher is concerned. That dude can fucking crack, dude.
Yeah, but why don't
man?
But why don't y'all recognize though that a lot of these dudes, aside from Naoya Inoue, here's the difference, right? Even when Naoya Inoue looked bad, or when he got his
eye shit, whatever, when he got it fucked up. He's
against
better now.
Arnaldo's Nonito,
He
right?
looks better
Arnaldo's
every
fighter.
fucking fight. That's the difference.
Yeah, but you're talking about, but it's not, you can't, yeah, but that's a generational talent, though.
Let's say the fight when it happened at that time, if he fucking starts that kid in 4 rounds, I would have said, all right, the hype is real. He didn't do that. It's same shit with Bebo. Everybody before Bebo was a shit. Bebo was a nobody. Nobody ever brought up the highest defensive percentage. Nobody brought that up before the fight. After the fight, oh well, you can't blame him because Bebo's a all-time great. They quote the 12.7, 12.9% defense percentage rate. After the fact, though.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's why I can't buy into the hype.
Booty juice.
I don't even know what you're crying about, bro. You're just sounding like a bitch. That's why everybody's coming at you, bro.
Jesus
I
Christ.
feel like you're just projecting. I'm just being honest about my shit, and I'm saying it, very openly. So,
Booty juice, but I just want to say, right, for the record, everybody on this panel picked Bivol going into that fight.
I'm aware.
I mean, I didn't, but I'm the only one that didn't, you know?
Yeah, but he was fighting like heavyweight. I don't understand what people expected.
I'm not even talking about you guys. I'm talking about the general masses before, because again, this whole time, like even before when Canelo fought people were talking crazy shit. People were saying, "Oh, he's gonna knock his fucking ass out." Like, why is he fighting the Eurobum? Essentially, that's what people were saying. Whether it was Mexicans or not, that's what I kept hearing every single fucking day leading up to the fight. Every single day. And when
You're gonna booty juice, right? The same token, dude. You're gonna find a bunch of people online, social media and Twitter, who are gonna bash Canelo because they just jealous. And so what happens? You get it. The bigger you get, the harder they come at you. And my thing about this, what I don't like when it comes to Canelo, is people don't hold other fighters to the same standards they hold Canelo to.
Yeah,
I do.
That's what really I don't like.
I do.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people in general.
You're talking about Terence Crawford being a great fighter.
When in a way, I've never had a problem with that. I never had once to defend the dude because the guy speaks himself. He's the greatest Japanese fighter that ever lived right now. He's a generational talent. He's a pound for pound. He's the face of boxing. Make no mistake about the. If you take anything from what I say, if you take anything away from what I say, let me just say this. If you take anything away from what I'm saying right now, the only saving.
Canelo's not even ranked number 1 on the pound for pound list. So what are you crying about, bro?
Oh, let me say something. You say that about Naoya Inoue, but would you expect that from a non-puncher like Floyd Mayweather? When you know he don't get the knockouts, and just because you don't get the knockouts, you're gonna say he's overrated. Obviously, fighters have different fighting styles, but ultimately, what matters, that you get the win, and it's very important also to get the knockouts. But I'm saying when you don't always get the knockouts, you're not just gonna say he's fucking overrated because everybody right now nowadays, the way I notice, they want the knockouts. They want the knockouts. The fans.
Inoue didn't get a KO against Bonito the first fight, and that's an oldest fighter. And about Mike Tyson, were you so impressed about Mike Tyson finishing Larry Holmes, an old-ass fucking fighter? I mean, you talk about these fighters like they're perfect and they did everything the way it should.
No, but
I don't see it, bro. I think Inoue skipped super flyweight. He never beat nobody at super flyweight. He never fought Gallo over there. He never fought fucking Chocolatito over there. He skipped that division, bro. Cut the crap.
And my thing with that is when you say, I think Canelo, but I'm thinking he's gonna fucking knock up. You're kind of setting him up for failure because when he don't do what you said that he was gonna do,
it's because people talk about him like he's that good. People talk about him like he's that good, but he's not. That's what I'm pointing out.
Look, let me just tell you this. You're crying about Canelo on the pound for pound list. Well, Inoue is above Canelo on the ESPN pound for pound list and the Ring Magazine pound for pound list. So when it comes to a pound for pound list, they have Inoue on top of Canelo. So I don't know what you're crying about when it comes to a pound for pound list. Now when it comes to the money, Canelo generates more money. It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, that's the point I don't get. I don't know why. But y'all, people, possible money behind them. I don't know. People like them, whatever.
You're acting like
I know they're making money off the Mexican fan base, and that's another thing I have issues with. But I don't know. I know y'all do not care to even talk about that. It is what it is. Most Mexicans are going to watch boxing. That's what it is. I don't know why. That's what I don't like about the whole deal. Because
Booty Juice, I could understand, you don't like this fight when you have a guy like Jermell Charlo who's moving up 2 weight divisions. But before that, I mean, he fought Bivol, he fought Plant, so to unify the division. Are you just pissed off at Canelo because he's not fighting David Benavidez? Because other than David Benavidez, who else is there?
No, I don't care about that fucking bum either. See, this is what I'm saying. You people don't fucking listen, man. I don't care about David Benavidez is fucking trash. He's a garbage fighter. I don't want to watch him.
All right, so the whole division is trash. Okay, well, listen, booty juice.
I don't care about him. I don't want to see him. I'm not wasting my money or my time on him.
You're an anomaly. You're an anomaly. Like few people think like you.
That's what I've been saying since the beginning.
You might be crazy.
I like.
You might be
like.
crazy. Yeah. Okay, so name me your favorite boxers right now. The boxers that you say, you know what, I respect these guys, and they're at the top of their game.
I've said it before. I don't want to. All right, I've said it before though. Obviously, Naoya Inoue, Gennady Golovkin.
Yeah, but he's not a.
Shit, who else? Bam Rodriguez.
Okay. No, Bam Rodriguez. Okay, but I'm saying like champions. Bam Rodriguez. You said Inoue, of course, but then you mentioned Golovkin. I mean, Golovkin's on a decline. I mean, he might be your favorite fighter, but he's not a unified undisputed champion.
Done his career. Yeah, no, but I got nothing but respect for Golovkin.
I think I understand what you're saying, bro. What you're saying is that you think that Inoue and Bam Rodriguez and I forgot who else are supposed to be getting more attention, right, than Canelo. But I mean, fuck. The lower weight classes, bro, they just don't get the attention that the middleweights do and the welterweights do. Like, historically, it's never happened where they get the attention over the other weight classes, bro. So I think that's the main issue when it comes to Inoue and Bam Rodriguez, because they're great fighters. I like them, too. I mean, they do everything great in the ring, right? But they just don't get the attention because they come from the lower weight classes, bro. It sucks, I know.
And I think a lot of people overlook the fact that Canelo's a little guy. He started at 140 pounds. He's fighting up at fucking super middleweight.
Light heavyweight.
I mean, he's only 5'7". You know what I mean? The reason he's able to maneuver at those weight classes is because he's almost impossible to hit flush. From the waist up, he's an amazing defensive fighter. I'm just saying, look at. You can always find something about everybody in life because we're human to pick apart and say something negative about. But my point is this when it comes to Canelo Alvarez. Regardless of how you feel about him, look at his body of work. Look what this dude has done for the sport of boxing. When he retires, we're going to fucking... You want to see what this... We're going to see if the sport... How seriously the health of the sport is when he's gone. Because this sport is going to fucking miss him like humans miss oxygen.
You know what's interesting about that? When people bring up the epitome of a boxer and people say, Mike Tyson. This is because Mike Tyson retired. His last fight was in 2005. It's going to be 20 years now, in 2 years. 20 years. So in that span of time, people have now, who didn't watch him live, only watch him in clips. They hear what people say about him. They watch his one-man show. He's become a legend. So they think, oh, man, Mike Tyson, he's the epitome of what most fighters want to be. And yeah, as a performer, that's what we want to see, a guy going for the knockout and doing it in nasty fashion. But let's remember, when he retired, the narrative going around boxing was that he was a comet. He burned bright. Now, which one's the one that burns bright but for a short amount of time, a comet or an asteroid? Anyway, whichever one that is. So he burned bright, but for a short time. That was the book on him. And then the other
90 seconds.
The other criticism was, who did he beat? Larry Holmes, that's his best opponent. Penguin Thomas, Bone Crusher Smith, Trevor Berbick. I mean, whenever he stepped up, he lost. Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield. So, maybe that's what's going to happen with Canelo. And it's happening too with Mayweather. People didn't appreciate him at the time. People said, he avoided this guy, that guy. But then once he retires, people go, hey, you know what? He was actually pretty good. It's once there's a emotional disconnect, people can actually look at it from a different perspective. Maybe that's what's going to happen with Canelo too.
All right, we got to move on. Booty Juice, are you on Discord?
Yeah, I've been on Discord before. Yeah, I know it.
All right, get on Discord, get on the BDA server there. All right, we'll talk next time. Take care. We need Booty Juice for some drama. All right, guys, maybe we should end the show. It's been
that name is fucking crazy, Booty Juice.
I don't know. I should stop saying that fucking name. Disgusting.
Yeah, I remember
it is gross.
It's fucking gross, man.
It was a post-fight show. I remember it was a post-fight show. I was thinking calls, and It was one call after another. It was one guy calls in. His name is Fire Fist. Then another guy calls in DP. Then Booty Juice calls in. Yeah, this is Mr. Booty Juice. Like, where are these names coming from?
10 seconds.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I think Booty Juice is just frustrated that the lower weight classes don't get the attention they deserve, you know. But that's been happening forever, bro.
Yeah.
As far as I remember. Fuck.
But I don't know, like that. To
Believe it
Canelo that
or not,
much.
the lower weight classes were really popular in the 30s and 40s, like huge. They were really big. They have lost a lot of their luster in the later years. The heavyweights came on to be like.
Yeah, I think they're growing. They're getting more attention now. Obviously.
But
yeah,
you said a key thing too. When guys retire, people tend to look at things through rose-tinted glasses, and just you get almost a nostalgic feel. Because believe it or not, when Muhammad Ali, look at how he's treated now. Like he's an icon. He's a god amongst men, right? In sports, but he was literally hated back in the day. People in this country hated him for some of the shit he said and his stances. So, like when he took, about the war, especially back then, I mean, yeah, he was not a very well-liked guy by anybody. I remember nobody liked him because back then everybody had some family member who was fighting over Vietnam, and here's him burning his, I'm not going. The white man's my enemy, not the Vietnamese man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nation of Islam told him to say that he wouldn't come. He couldn't come up with that by himself. He had people tell him what to say.
By the way, can I say something about
I believe that.
Like people like Booty says, Canelo. Some people claim that Canelo's like a godlike creature boxer, and that's why he has issue with those people. And I'm like, okay, fine, you can have issue, but he also has issues with people who say that Canelo has skills and he's a very skilled boxer. No, you can't say that. Basically, it's like he is a very skilled boxer. I mean, look at BDA's breakdowns. Like he shows you how good he is. So. I don't know.
Yeah, of course, he's a great boxer. He's champion. So look, I watch a lot of Animal Planet. When you're the hunted, everybody sees you. When you're the hunter, nobody see you coming. Canelo's been on top for a long time. He's got a target on his back, right? He's got a target on his back. So people want knockouts, and if you don't knock him out, he's not that good. They're kind of setting him up for failure because in my mind, whether he knocks him out or not, as long as he wins, that's a great win. Because in reality, there's no fucking fairy tale stories. They're going to say Canelo knocks him, then he's going to go after Benavidez. He knocks him out. Then later he finishes the PBC deal with knocking out Crawford. Then he sells it to the sunset. Yeah, then that's not really being a objective fan from a realistic point of view. Canelo can win, but he doesn't always necessarily have to get all the knockouts, in my opinion.
I think you nailed it on the head when you said Ryder. He dominated almost every round. But if you didn't see that fight and you only going by the Twitter beef generated bullshit or other YouTube channels, you would think he fucking won by the skin of his teeth. He put a man down who's never been off his feet in his entire career. Put him down and put him. There wasn't a flash knockdown. He hurt him.
And he put a beating.
I mean, it was a dominant performance. Yeah,
Jimmy. Some people are gonna be like, some people are gonna be like, oh, but so you guys criticize this boxer because he always went 12 rounds and he stunk out the joint. But Canelo didn't stink out the joint against Ryder. Okay, he didn't stop him, but he put in a fucking beating. There was blood, there was drama, as they say, and that's what we got. We didn't get a stoppage, but it was kind of entertaining to watch. A beating basically. There was blood.
Yeah, and Canelo's never been a one-time puncher. But okay, go Gonzalo.
I'm just going to say, Chavez had tough fights against El Azabache Martinez, Juan Laporte, Rocky Lodridge. Those were great fighters. They were close fights, but J.C. Chavez went on to win and later knocked many fighters out after that. I mean, I don't know, 20-plus title defenses. But that's the nature of the game, man.
Yeah, you can't get a knockout, but you can if you try to get the knockout, then people will notice that.
And look, bro, we seen fucking Barroso fight get stopped prematurely, right? And we seen so many fights get stopped prematurely, especially at the PBC. And I'm not even trying to go in on the PBC, but where I'm going to is they could have stopped the Ryder fight after Canelo knocked him down, and I'm glad they didn't, right? So we could continue seeing the fight. But we've seen instances where a fighter goes down and they stop the fight right away. So I mean, they could have done the same on that fight. I'm glad they didn't, but But shit, he put a beating on that guy. He broken nose, all fucking. Who know? That guy's not the same after that beating, bro. Honestly, he's not righter. I think he was better off staying on the ground when he went down straight up for his health.
You know what else, man? Listen, when it was 2016 and Canelo was fighting Liam Smith and Amir Khan, I looked at Juan Francisco Estrada, El Gallito, and I was telling people, and I was scratching my head going, how come fucking most people don't pay attention to El Gallito Estrada? I thought he was better than Canelo. And then 2018 and 2019 came along, and Canelo surged ahead, and there was no debate anymore. And I said, Canelo, he's going to fight everybody. So I understand what Mr. Buttigieg is saying, that sometimes you want other guys to get shine, but like Don Chingazo said, this is a business. It's entertainment business. For some reason, there's guys out there that capture the public's imagination, and they get all the attention. It's like for in England, for example, wouldn't you like to see Joe Cordina get a little bit more shine than Anthony Joshua? But hey, it is what it is. Anthony Joshua.
People want to, like, Canelo's a fraud. I mean, a fraud in what sense? I mean, he's fighting everybody in the division. All right, there might be arguments.
Like he's Kawashi or what?
Yeah, exactly. Basically, like he's some sort of like a fake boxer. It's like, okay, maybe you don't think he's the best of all time, or he's the best Mexican of all time. I should say that's fine. I don't think he's the best Mexican boxer of all time, but he's still a very good champion, and he's fighting everybody that's there. I mean, not everybody's just talking about Benavidez now, but he's gonna fight Benavidez, and after that, I don't know, they're gonna bring up some other fucking guy.
Yeah, even if the fight goes to the same, so even if the fight goes to distance, but Canelo clearly wins, that doesn't mean he's over the hill necessarily. Although he's getting older, but that doesn't mean for certain that he's a fraud. Because a lot of people think if this fight goes to distance, it still means that Canelo's overrated. That's not necessarily the case, man.
I don't know.
I wish I could remember. My grandfather used to tell me when I was a little kid about this Mexican fighter who died young, very young, and he said he was probably the best fighter he ever seen in his life.
Salvador Sanchez?
Salvador Sanchez?
I don't remember, brother. I can't remember. He died young. My grandfather said he was one of the greatest boxers he ever seen.
So
this was years back in the 40s.
Yeah, in the 40s, I don't know. I'll check that out.
Yeah, he told me it was before World War II when my grandfather was young. He was fighting in the gloves, and it was a tournament, and he started watching this kid, and right as he entered the pro ranks, I can't remember how he died, but he died, and it might have even been World War II. He was a Mexican American. He said this guy was just unfucking believable, power puncher, boxer. He said he probably would have went on to be one of the greatest fighters ever.
Hey,
think about how many times that's happened. Right? That's crazy.
Venezuela. Go ahead.
People always bring up, when we talk about the top 10 or top 5, let's say, top 5 Mexican fighters of all time, and we don't include Marquez or Canelo yet. Most people would say Chavez, Ruben Olivares, Salvador Sanchez, and then you had Miguel Canto and Zarate. But Vicente Saldivar is another dude doesn't really get that much shine, because he wasn't a big puncher. But I mean, so that's what it is. You can always find something to complain about. You can always find one guy that was overlooked. Or in fact, more people bring up Ricardo Lopez than Vicente Saldivar. So,
Manuel B. Ortiz, maybe Manuel B. Ortiz could be overlooked, but at the same time, Manuel B. Ortiz was a fighter from the 1940s, 50s. So I see why he's not being remembered as much. But also he's Mexican American, so that's why maybe they don't even count him as a Mexican, right? As for historically.
Yeah, that's true.
As boxing goes,
yeah.
But yeah, go check out Manuel Ortiz, the listeners. He was a great boxer. Mexican.
I never understood that. If both your parents of Mexican descent, I don't know. I would consider them I would say they're one of the greatest Mexican fighters. Yeah, because they might have been American born, but for all intents and purposes, I don't know. Maybe because I'm not Mexican, I guess I'm speaking out of turn, but. I know both my parents were Mexican. I grew up speaking Mexican, grew up in the culture,
but Jimmy,
just because I grew up on this side of the border.
But if you're in the American Olympic program.
Yeah, true. And I guess there's also a socioeconomic thing about it. The other Mexicans would say, listen, we don't have the access to the things you had. Exactly. So I guess there's all kinds of things that go into it too. But because I know that was the reason why back in the day, a lot of people didn't like Canelo. I mean, Oscar De La Hoya. I used to see a lot of, Mexican people, not because they didn't say, because he was born in the United States.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least Mexicans start boxing at 15 years of age. Americans don't. I mean, it's illegal, and but they have an extensive amateur background, so it does somewhat change your style for the most part. Like I've noticed that. Like if you have a Mexican from Mexico, he will fight it slightly different sometimes than an Mexican American. Not always, but
Yeah, there's a difference in the way they fight.
That's because they're
At least to me.
Yeah, it's because of the
That's
amateur.
why I was been intrigued. I was always intrigued, especially now that they're making a resurgence. Because for the last 10 years, there weren't that many Puerto Rican fighters anymore. And you always used to have 2 or 3 good Puerto Ricans and 1 great Puerto Rican, in an era. And these last 15 years is, other than Miguel Cotto, even Ivan Calderon, I think he retired. He was on the decline by the time. If we're talking about 15 years span, but Puerto Ricans compared to Mexicans, it's bizarre because Puerto Ricans are similar to the Mexican style. They'll go to the body, they're power punchers, but they're a little smoother. Usually you had guys who were like Wilfredo Gomez was a puncher, but he was a little smoother. You had Wilfred Benitez, Juan Laporte. So it's I don't know. It's weird that Puerto Rican style is like a mishmash between the American style and the Mexican style.
But you know what though? It's different. The Puerto Ricans though will embrace a New York City born Puerto Rican.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you know what I mean? Like he goes to the island, he's a god down there. Like it's like, oh, he's one of us. That's what I mean. They don't care. They even try to do that with Danny Garcia until they're like, all right, dude, you can't even speak a lick of Spanish, bro. You know what I mean? Not even like, look, I can speak more Spanish than Danny Garcia. So it's like, yeah. So he was kind of a fraud. Like
with Camacho, it worked, right? But it didn't work with Danny Garcia. Yep. Why is that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Puerto Ricans loved come out. Well, also though, because Puerto Rico is not so much a state, but it is I don't want to say colony. I don't know the actual.
I don't even know what the fuck.
Yeah, it's exactly. They're a part of the United States. I mean, nobody's going to invade there without they're dealing with the U.S. Army. I mean, so yeah. But I've noticed that though, you don't have to be born in Puerto Rico to be considered a great Puerto Rican fighter. I've seen that all my life, where the Mexicans hold you to a different standard. You're not born on that soil. There's going to be someone who ain't going to count you. Yes, brother.
Maybe it's like you said. You know how Puerto Rico's part of America in many ways. It's kind of like almost a state because the Puerto Ricans could come to America and they get citizenship. So to them, it does. Maybe to them, and this is just me assuming shit. Maybe to them, it's the same shit if you're born in New York as in Puerto Rico. Because I mean,
yeah,
like I said, it's part of America, Puerto Rico, pretty much.
Well, I think there are actually more Puerto Ricans living in the United States than there are living in Puerto Rico now.
I saw
if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the case.
Somewhere. Yeah.
So, yeah. But I've noticed that, though, especially with the Mexican, there was always a lot of hardcore guys where don't come into the ring carrying Mexican flags if you're not from Mexico. They would, like Triple G did it, and I know some people gave him a hard time, but he did it. You could tell he was doing like the out of true respect the Mexican style. You know what I mean? Like I didn't find it cheesy when he did it. Like, and he saw that the first group of people who embraced him were the Mexican Americans and the Mexicans, without a doubt. He saw that. That's why he always wanted to fight around South,
Well, that crowd over there in LA, they're true boxing fans, man. Because like you said, they embraced Golovkin. Even when Pacquiao, when he was coming up, when he was unknown, pre-2003, he would fight it at the I think before the Forum, before they took it down, he fought there and a lot of people showed up. And when Miguel Cotto, who's an East Coast Puerto Rican, went to fight there against a Japanese guy, I forget his name, a lot of people showed up and they were clapping, cheering. They were, everyone wanted to touch him when he was going backstage. So they appreciate fighters. I mean, boxers. They appreciate two good skills.
Yeah, and even with Mickey Ward, he was never even at the level of what these guys were talking about. But like he said, when he would go he would go all the time to the Hall of Fame ceremonies, that week-long thing, he would always surprise them how he was embraced. Like Mexicans would come up to him and, fucking get their picture with him. He's like, wow, man, he surprised them, an Irish kid from Boston. And you would tell, I think with Mexicans, if they see, they don't give a fuck if you win or lose, but don't jip them. Don't go in there and pretend. Don't pose. If you give it your all, they're gonna they'll have you back. Like they just like the warrior spirit.
like aggressive fighters because like BDA said, a lot of them like Pacquiao, and now that he brought that up, there's a TV station over there in Mexico called TV Azteca. A lot of the listeners probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they had they only show like pay-per-views that are Mexicans involved, like a Canelo, Ray Vargas, any Mexican that's fighting, they show it on pay-per-view. But they would also show the Pacquiao fights. But Pacquiao's not Mexican, so I was always like, damn, Mexico's really behind Pacquiao because they're putting his fights for free on TV, and they only do that with Mexican fighters.
It's called El Tío Pacquiao, Uncle Pacquiao, where a lot of Mexicans comment like daily. They'll do posts about Pacquiao, and everybody shares their sentiments. So he's very popular because they like his stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say about Charlo, man. If they fought in a phone booth, Canelo, I believe absolutely he gets the knockout. But this is not a phone booth, and he's a counter puncher that will show up and utilize his feet if he needs to, and not really offer you that much of a fight. I'm not saying that he's totally like a runner, but he can actually certainly play that role if he wants to go the distance, knowing that he's naturally a 54-pounder, at least on paper, where he can kind of save face and live on to fight other days and not get knocked out.
That's, that's, I could see that happening where he just goes, I'm just gonna, he's gonna say, like, I think Jimmy said that after the fight, he's just gonna go, we brought in a hell of a game plan, but just my timing wasn't there, and that's probably gonna be it. But
and you know what sucks, Canelo? No matter what he does, he's not gonna get credit. You know that. He goes out and starches him. His detractors are just gonna say, "Oh, big deal. He knocked out a dude who got dragged up." The same motherfuckers, by the way, who are probably saying Charlo could beat him. Same people who thinking that Charlo has a chance to beat him will completely discredit this victory. And that's what sucks. It seems to be that way with him.
I remember the Mexicans.
Hold on, chicas. He might not have the footwork of a Billy Joe Saunders or a Caleb Plant, because those dudes, they actually abuse their footwork since they can't crack. They rely on that like 100%. But since Charlo, let's say he doesn't have that footwork, he does have more pop. Canelo got to respect that he can't just barge in. He's got to take his time. So by him taking his time, that dials down the pace of the fight, which makes the fight like there's more, like it's gonna be like at a slower pace, where it has more of a tendency to, like, if it plays out like that, for it to go the distance at a slower pace.
Yep.
Yeah, they're saying that you cut me off, Gonzalo, like nothing and shit. Trying to get me against you on that shit.
I was talking first.
No, but what I was going to say is a lot of Mexicans were also behind fucking Golovkin. Remember BDA that Golovkin? They were behind Golovkin. That's what they used to say. And what do Triple G and what do Triple G and Pacquiao have in common? They're like super aggressive fighters, bro. So that's why I concluded the Mexicans, they like fighters that are ultra aggressive, like the Pacquiao and the Triple G, which is, they don't come out anymore, those type of fighters.
Hey, don chingazos. Chingazos, I still remember when Barrera lost to Pacquiao. I believe it was in Texas. And after Pacquiao beat Barrera, the crowd was, applauding Pacquiao's performance. So they showed respect. I like that moment, because he beat Barrera, but people respected that.
And the same thing right now with Inoue. Inoue is more popular with the Mexican and Mexican Americans than he is with regular Americans or non-Mexican Americans, without a doubt.
Well, that's why, people have to appreciate the fact that near the end of the year, again, after Canelo, Charlo, there's not that many, I don't think Joshua fights this year. Crawford Spence remains to be seen, but even then, even if they do fight, if those two, if Crawford were to fight, for example, Jaron Ennis or somebody else, that would be a big name that people want to watch out for in terms of hardcore boxing fans. But if they fight each other again, Spence and Crawford, nobody really gives a shit. So we gotta go to the lower weight classes and support them, because we might get Estrada versus Ioka near the end of the year. We know we're getting Bam versus Edwards. That's taking place in December. That's a fight. Okay, is it going to be entertaining? Is it going to be back and forth? No, you know what Sonny Edwards is going to do, and you know what Bam Rodriguez is gonna do. But it's a two top guys fighting each other. If you're a boxing fan, you should pay attention to that one and not discuss Crawford Canelo so much, or Crawford Spence 2, or fucking Joshua versus Wilder. When we got that fight already said, we got this fight, Sonny Edwards versus Bam Rodriguez.
And then Inoue against Marlos. Is that his name? Yeah, that fight looks like it's almost 100%. They'll be announced
against
tonight.
Tapales, right? For undisputed,
Yeah.
or what is it?
Yeah, for
It's for
undisputed.
undisputed,
Yep.
right?
Yes, sir.
You want to know what potential fight would be great, but I don't know if it's happening ever. Tyson Fury versus Zili Zhang, the Chinese monster. That would be a fucking war of two animals in there. We're talking about guys that are like, how tall are they? Like 6'8", 6'9", somewhere around there. I mean, they could be lying about their height, but they look huge, bro. That would be like a super heavyweight fight. That fight to me is more interesting than Usyk versus Fury. Even though Usyk versus Fury brings closure to the sport.
Yep, I agree. I think Zhang, believe it or not, I honestly don't think Fury's people are going to want him to go anywhere near him, because bottom line is, remember, Fury only won that last fight by inches, meaning there was a couple of times where it was just he was breathing out of his mouth in the third round. He didn't show up in shape. Clearly, he didn't take that training camp serious. And then you find out after the fact that he was leaving training camp 2 or 3 times in the middle of camp, flying back to England and shit. So, and it seemed like you can see them around his midsection. And he's shinny. He's been put on his ass a bunch of times. He's older now. And I'll tell you right now, that shot Zhang can punch. That fucking Chinese kid can fucking hit hard. And he hits hard with both hands. So, oof. I'd like to see that fight too. That's the heavyweight fight I'd like to see right now. But I don't think Fury's people would want anything to do with that.
All right, guys, we gotta end the show. I gotta go to sleep. It's 4. We've been out.
Hold on. Hey, Bucho. Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gonzalo's got something to say. That's number one. And I got something to say.
I apologize because I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't know if I did. There's a little delay. Go ahead, BDA. Sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to tell Bucho that the show ends when I say it ends.
All right. Okay, hold on. And I need to eat something. I need to fucking go to sleep. Guys, Gonzalo and Jimmy, and I don't know if you got Don Chingazo's prediction. We'll get the predictions on the next show. All right. I'm going to probably do one on Thursday, Friday, and then we're going to have the countdown on Saturday. All right. So, yeah, don't worry, guys. All right. See ya. Thank you for joining the show. And everybody in the chat, thank you for being a loyal listener. We've been on for 4 hours and 32 minutes. Fuck. All right, I gotta go. And hit the like button, please, like Frank is saying in the chat. And I think people want Julio to join the show. I think I know who Julio is. I think I heard him before. Contact me on Discord. Go on Discord and then contact us, all right? Next show, you gotta be on there, all right? And Mr. Booty Juice as well. All right, guys. Have a good night. Hope you enjoyed the show. See ya.